Commission for August 15th, 2024. If you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We obviously have a real busy day today. Everyone in the public, please remember to turn your cell phones off. No ringing, none of that stuff. So check your phone right now if you haven't already done it, and we'll turn our cell phones off. Good morning, Ms. Greer. Any changes to the agenda? We have new microphones today.
New microphones, okay. Yes, there is. We had additional public comment that we would like to enter into the record for item 15, Savannah at Lakewood Ranch. And all of that public comment has been handed out to you already.
Okay. All right, thank you. We have the minutes for June 14th have been, June 14th, 2024, previously submitted. If, let's see, I'm gonna go online here. Chair will entertain a motion for approval. Motion by Ms. Keba, second by Mr. Rutledge. You may vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. This is the portion where we have citizen comments on items that are not on the agenda today. So if you have something you want to bring to the attention of the Planning Commission that's not on the agenda today, then now is your opportunity to do so. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and talk about things that are not on the agenda today? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close the citizen comment portion. Item number one, Ms. Greer, would you please read item number one into the record? Oh, well, let's go ahead and do swearing in, everything after this. If you're thinking about talking today, even if like the spirit may move you and you decide that you're going to get up and throw rotten tomatoes or whatever, please get up and get sworn in at this time. Thank you all. Ms. Greer, would you please read item number one into the record for us?
Item number one, PDR 2337ZP, State Road 70 Multifamily Bradenton Project, LLC. It's PLN 2307-0172. It's quasi-judicial, and we have Laura Gonzalez here as our principal planner. It's providing for a rezone of approximately 6.47 acres containing 3 parcels, and it's generally located on the south side of 53rd Avenue East, which is State Road 70. It's extending south, and it's approving a preliminary site plan for a proposed development of 116 multifamily residential units with at least 25% of the multifamily units designated as affordable housing, subject to a proposed LURA. And it also has the proposed development of 2 standalone single-family residences.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. Have any members of the commission had any ex parte communications on this item? Yes, sir. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Linda Stewart, certified planner with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant. This is State Road 70 multifamily. It is located on State Road 70, 53rd Avenue at 20th Street Court East, west of US 301, containing the 3 parcel numbers indicated. These are location maps of the aerial views for the parcel located just south of State Road 70, east of the existing CSX railroad tracks and west of US 301. There are existing 3 homes on the parcel along State Road 70, which will be removed. Just south of that is a wooded area that's disturbed hardwoods, and then the remainder of the site down to the southern end is wetlands, and the single-family homes will be at the southern end of the parcel. The request is to rezone the property that's currently zoned RSF 4.5, which is a residential single-family, to planned development residential, along with a preliminary site plan. This is for a multifamily and single-family residential affordable housing development. It'll have 116 multifamily residential units in 4 buildings and 2 single-family detached units at the southern end of the property. The size is 6.47 with a future land use of RES 9. The current requested density is 15.1 dwelling units per acre with a total of 118 dwelling units. The allowable density is 20 dwelling units per acre with the affordable housing density bonus. There are 1.84 acres of wetlands on the property, which are not proposed to be impacted. This is a copy of the site plan for the property. There are 4 3-story multifamily buildings in compliance with the code. There is a clubhouse containing a leasing office, a pool, and a park area located just south of the buildings and north of the wetland area. And down at the southern end, you'll see where the 2 yellow lots are. Those are the single-family detached homes that will be located at the southern end. The open space is required at 25%. We are providing 59.43%. 2 specific approvals are being requested just for the 2 single-family homes that will be located at the southern end of the property for buffering from roadway as well as residential to residential. This is the current zoning map with the property zoned RES 4.5 proposed to be changed to the planned development residential. And you can see in the area there are other planned residential zonings in the vicinity. The current land use is RES 9, the same as the surrounding area, and there's no modification being requested to the future land use. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and the developments that are following the development pattern within Manatee County in accordance with the comprehensive plan, moving from west to east. It is an infill development. There are residential uses in the vicinity as well as commercial uses adjacent to the east and west. This is a map indicating some of the commercial areas that are located surrounding the property with churches, offices, AMC theaters, car washes, post office, which all, an elementary school directly across the street, which all support, neighborhood commercial for this proposed residential development. There is another residential apartment complex, Onico Living Apartments, that was approved in April of 2023, which was also an affordable development located just 1,100 feet to the northwest of this parcel. It was also zoned RSF 4.5 and rezoned to PDR in the RES 9 future land use. Total acreage similar, total units similar, 3-story. It is right across the street from the Onico Elementary School, which would be better for the children who would live in the apartment complex. And there are facilities, there's bike lanes, sidewalks along State Road 70 and crosswalks for pedestrian access and safety. This is a picture of State Road 70 at 20th Street Court East, showing that State Road 70 is a 6-lane divided roadway where we have our proposed entrance. We did check with the Florida Department of State Historical Resources with Dr. Vofsy regarding the 3 homes that will be raised on the property as well as the adjacent structure to see if these were historic homes registered with the state, and they are not. We are providing code-required buffering around the property with a 20-foot roadway, 15-foot greenbelt. Along the eastern side, adjacent to the existing residential structure, we will also have a 6-foot solid decorative wall with the plantings on the backside. Around the buffer, around the wetland buffer, it'll be 30 feet where, current code is 25 feet. We're remaining at the 30 feet. The main access is provided on State Road 70. It's a right in, right out. We have a second access provided on 20th Street Court East, which is a county-maintained local roadway. We have interior sidewalks along the east and west sides of the entranceways, which will connect to State Road 70. A 5-foot sidewalk will be constructed along 20th Street Court East all the way to State Road 70. And there is an existing bike lane along State Road 70. There are existing utilities along State Road 70 as well as 20th Street Court East, which will serve this parcel. The proposed stormwater is for an underground stormwater chamber system. The environmental, as indicated, there are 4.63 acres of uplands with 1.84 acres of on-site wetlands, which will have no impact. There were no listed species observed on site. And as noticed, the area just south of the homes is a disturbed hardwood area that will be removed. The traffic trips, traffic approved report by Palm Traffic shows PM peak hours in at 45, PM peak hours out at 27 with no turn lanes being required. The development is in compliance with the Land Development Code as well as the comprehensive plan, and the future land use is compliant with the areas surrounding it with medium-density residential and as well as high-density clustered. And with that, we are available for any questions. We do have the traffic engineer as well as the civil engineer available if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Ms. Keller.
Thank you. Did you mention the National Register home that's adjacent?
Yes, we checked on that as well, and that is not registered with the state.
So it's just National Register property, and there's only 2 in the area, or in the county, I believe.
We checked with the state registration, and they said that it is not registered with the state.
So it's not locally designated, but it's on the National Register.
I did not check the national registry. I checked with the state of Florida.
Right. What would you intend to do? It is on the National Register, I checked
Okay.
that. So what would you do to protect that home? And you talked about a wall. Could you give a
Right.
little more?
It's a 6-foot solid wall that will be put there. It's a 15-foot greenbelt buffer, as well as the 6-foot wall with landscaping on the back side of the wall so that they're not looking directly at the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And we're meeting proper setbacks as required by code for the buildings.
Right. My second question is on the affordable units. Will they
Yes.
all be the half units, or will they be distributed amongst the 116 total?
That I'm not sure has been decided at this point.
It'd be nice if they were distributed amongst the whole thing.
Understood.
Yeah. All right,
Well,
thank
I
you.
will relay that.
Mr. Rutledge.
So I had a couple of questions after the recent floods, so I'm a little more neurotic about this than usual. But first of all, I appreciate very much to see the required green belt is 25% and you're up to 50. I think part of the land conditions call for that, but I appreciate the sensitivity. I'm a little concerned about the construction and development of the new site and the houses in the back, because you show an elevation of 21 feet. And after the recent experience, I guess my question is this designed for the 25, 50, 100-year flood levels, or the ones we experienced?
Well, I can have Erin Tumalo from our office, she's a civil engineer, answer that, because what we did experience was a 1 in 500-year storm.
Right, but it's still
Right.
bad.
So I will have Erin address that for you.
Aaron, please.
Hi, Erin Tumalo, Morris Engineering.
Hi, Erin.
So per county and state, I have been sworn, standards, it will be designed for up to the 100-year storm. It's not required to be further to the 500-year storm. However, this site is in a location that requires a 50% runoff reduction. So we have to look at the pre-development or the existing conditions versus the post-development conditions. And in some instances, you just have to be less than that pre-development rate. And on this site, we actually have to have a 50% reduction. So it will be reduced pre versus post and designed up to the 100-year storm, again, per county and state standards.
So as a professional, do you find some incongruency with saying that when we just had this terrible experience? To put new stuff in line knowing what the experience was?
Well, that was considered a 500-year storm, so one every 500 years. Of course, it can occur anytime. We can't over-design because then nothing would be built, no one could afford it, et cetera, et cetera. So we use, up to the 100-year storm as a standard. We also look at historical data. If there are significant issues, we look at the different elevations in the area. So we do analyze it. It's put into a stormwater model, coordinated with staff, water management district staff. So it is reviewed. It's just not typically over-designed, because then, again, if you do that everywhere, then nothing's going to be feasible.
So do you have any direct knowledge of how this fared in the recent 500-year experience?
I do not on this specific site. We're still at the preliminary planning stages. So once we get into final site plan and construction plans, then we'll look at detailed design. We'll look at more of the rainfall data, that sort of thing.
So I guess my hope would be, and I understand what you're saying, there's a limit to how much you can design for.
Right.
But if this were a particular location in the county that had experience, like I'm in Braden Woods, and there was a 4-foot river running from
Sure.
one river to the next, it would seem inappropriate to do something new that didn't at least consider that. So I guess that's my
Right,
call
yeah,
out
and that's
to
what,
you.
yep, as I
Okay.
indicated, during final site plan and construction plan, then we'll look more of the details and the data and get with staff, and then,
Do the right thing.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Staff?
Good morning. Laura Gonzalez with Development Services, and I have been sworn. I agree with the applicant's presentation, so I will try to go over my presentation fast and just highlight those aspects that were not discussed in her presentation. Regarding the site, I would like to add that the properties are within the urban service area. This is the future land use, the zoning district, and I would like to explain a little bit more about the density calculations. There are two elements that have been considered in regards to the density calculation. One is the wetland transfer, and another one is the use of half-dwelling units. Let's start with the wetland transfer. The total land area is 6.47 acres, of which 1.84 are wetlands. And the remaining area, 4.63, are the upland areas. The wetlands represent 28% of the total gross acreage. So wetland transfer calculation proceeds. And this is how it works. The comprehensive plan limits the maximum acreage of wetlands that can be considered to calculate density. And this is up to 20% of the total acreage. So in this case, the maximum acreage of wetlands would be 20% of 4.63 acres, which is equal to 1.29 acres. The total area to calculate the maximum number of dwelling units would be 4.63 acres, that is the upland area, plus 1.29. And then the maximum number of dwelling units is calculated by multiplying the 5.92 acres by the maximum allowable density in the Res 9 future land use category for affordable housing projects, that is 20 dwelling units per acre. This is a total of 118 units. The other elements that we have to consider is the half units, that in this case, the applicant is proposing 40 half units. The land development codes allows for calculating multifamily residential density in the urban service area, the use of half dwelling units. So 2 half dwelling units will be equal to 1 full unit. The 40 half units that the applicant is proposing represents a total of 20 dwelling units, full dwelling units. So the number of dwelling units for density calculation will be 96 multifamily units, 76 full plus 20, that is the conversion of the 40 multifamily half unit, plus 2 single-family units to the south. This is a total of 98 units, and this is why the density calculation is 15.1. Let's continue. I think that Linda did a great job explaining the site plan. And I think that on the specific approval request. So I would like to summarize this proposal with the positive, negative, and mitigating aspects and mitigating factors. The first, well, the positive aspect, the applicant has applied and received the affordable housing certificate, and at least 25% of the dwelling units will be affordable, making housing more accessible to a wider group of families. If the rezone is approved, a request for a LURA will be submitted for board approval. The development is proposed on an appropriate location along State Road 70, a major thoroughfare with convenient access to employment areas, including commercial and industrial uses. Also, services and infrastructure are available. No wetland impacts are proposed on site, and the project exceeds the open space requirements. And negative aspects, due to the affordable housing bonus, the proposed density exceeds the density of nearby areas. The project introduces the multifamily type surrounded by single-family residential uses, which could generate noise and lighting and as negative aspect. No? The 3-story multifamily buildings are taller than the surrounding structures, and the preliminary site plan does not show the access to the 2 proposed single-family units to the south. As mitigating factors, the preliminary site plan considers mitigating measures to address compatibility issues such as buffers, setbacks, and landscaping in compliance with the Land Development Code. To the east, the buffer area is complemented by a 6-foot solid decorative wall as required by code. The project shall comply with Section 806 regarding outdoor lighting to reduce the impact of the lights. The project shall extend 55th Avenue East to provide access to the 2 single-family units proposed to the south. With the proposed stipulations and the requested specific approval, staff finds the request to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirements of the Land Development Code. Compliance with these requirements and all applicable standards of the Land Development Code and comprehensive plan will be reviewed in detail at time of the final site plan submittal. Any question?
Thank you. Any questions for staff at this point? Ms. Keba?
There's 176 parking spaces, and that seems to be kind of overparked for this. Usually we seem to have enough, but with the 40 half units, that seems high.
Let me check because here quick in my staff report.
Unless I have it wrong.
For the half dwelling units, there is a specific parking ratio that is 1 parking space per unit instead of 1.8. That is the general parking ratio for multifamily.
Okay, so that between the half and the full units, the 176 comes out to be 1.5 per unit, which,
They are proposing 176 parking spaces, and they are proposing 4 additional for the amenity center.
right. My question was just, does that seem high? Is that higher than necessary, or that's about right?
I can do the calculation, but yeah.
It's 1.5 per unit total. Right. So you're saying normally it's,
It's in compliance with the
okay,
code.
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this point?
I have one.
Ms. Prosser?
I can work this. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The Johnson Helm house, do you happen to know, is that a single resident home, or has that been broken up into apartments?
No, there are 2 single-family detached units.
All right, thank you.
Just a follow-up. Is anybody living in that house now, or how is it being used?
These houses will be new. There are
No, I'm talking
others.
about the historic.
I am
Yeah.
not sure. This is a
She-
question for the applicant.
Ms. Nanny's here. She'll be speaking to us in just a moment.
Okay, I will wait, thank you.
So how many parking spaces are they proposing?
166 plus 4 for the,
Just 150?
180. Mhm.
I'm sorry, how many parking spaces are they providing?
166 for the multifamily buildings plus
166.
4 for the amenity center.
Okay. 'Cause I'm looking at the site plan, and it doesn't look like 166 spaces. All right, anything else for staff at this point? All right, thank you. We will open the public comment portion. I believe Margie's here, correct? And she wants to go first.
I'm here.
Good morning.
I have turned in 5 letters to get 10 minutes, and I just want to thank you on behalf of Citizens for Historic Onico. You've received over 5,
Please state your name and whether you're a Manatee County resident, and if you've been sworn for the record.
yes, ma'am, Margie Nanny. Yes, I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I'm on
Today,
behalf of.
you'll consider a proposed development that could
You can go ahead and start. There's my presentation. Whenever you want to start, that's fine.
forever change the landscape of what remains of historic Onico. We oppose rezoning this small 6.4-acre parcel from 4.5 units per acre to a net density of 20 units per acre. The plan is to build 4 3-story buildings containing 116 units, 25% of which will be affordable. This development is really not compatible with our community. If passed, it will create dangerous traffic conditions, cause more flooding, wetland destruction, and permanently erase critical local wildlife habitat. We're not against affordable housing. This is just not the right place to build it. Manatee County has made great strides since passing the Livable Manatee Incentive Program in 2022, which gives developers expedited review and permitting along with reduced impact fees. A recent media story outlined around 3,000 units containing affordable housing either built or in the works. Lincoln's 600-unit project on nearby 301 Boulevard will already create more traffic for our area. Couple that with the thousands of other housing projects being built, and it's clear we have infrastructure overload. Founded in the 1800s, historic Onico is a proud and diverse community made up of single-family homes, churches, schools, professional office buildings, and a post office. The current and future zoning is appropriate. This proposed development sits atop one of the highest points in our county in historic Onico, the section along State Road 70 between US 301 to the east and west and surrounding neighborhoods to the north and south. Thanks to you, our newly landscaped medians welcome people through this gateway into Manatee County. This is a community that has a rich history, but sadly, its character is rapidly disappearing. Beginning in the 1800s, students were educated at Onico Elementary, one of our county's oldest public schools. Across the street, Onico Methodist opened, and both remain today as anchors of our neighborhood. One Co was a nickname for one company, Onico, since the Reesner family's Royal Palm Nurseries was the largest company in the area. Onico was known as Manatee County's garden spot. Here, the Reesner family grafted pink citrus budwood from Atwood Groves in Ellington and produced the first pink grapefruit in 1913, and then they propagated it to the world. The family's late 1800s home, the Best Salin House on State Road 70, was demolished for a gas station, and the nursery now has a car wash on it. We really struggle to see how this project is compatible with our community. The developer's narrative states it's, quote, consistent with the existing residential development patterns in the surrounding areas, unquote. Just which surrounding areas are they talking about? There are no multifamily 35-foot-tall buildings anywhere in our neighborhood. To put 4 huge buildings next to a historic landmark is a very poor definition of consistency. Johnson Helm built Oniko's Castle in 1908. He established a store and a bank at the corner of 15th Street East, and his orange groves covered the landscape. Generations later, his home is the only original remaining piece of Oniko's history. It is one of only 2 Manatee County private residences listed on the National Register of Historic Places. If this project moves forward, it will share a 0 lot line with the project just a few feet away. Pushing aside history for progress is not always a great idea. This development will create more dangerous traffic impacts to this section of State Road 70. The busy 6-lane divided highway is already traversed by over 32,000 cars per day. The DOT states that this project's 2 driveway connections onto State Road 70 are non-conforming in a variety of ways. All vehicles from the development must turn right onto State Road 70 from the 2 access points to go eastbound. The secondary access to State Road 70 on 20th Street East, like most of Old Nico streets, is a very narrow, unimproved, virtually one-way road that dead ends south into the wetland. This graphic shows the number of connections along this busy stretch of road. Drivers who want to go west must wait to cross over 3 lanes of oncoming traffic and then make a U-turn at either 22nd Street Court East at Oniko Elementary Light or further east at the intersection of congested US 301. Adding more cars will create even more dangerous traffic conditions. School traffic also compounds road hazards. Weekday car rider activity at Oniko Elementary backs up traffic in the right westbound lane. Add to the fact that the DOT recently removed the school zone beacons at the 22nd Street crossing, and the odds are even greater for potential tragedy. Community Christian School at the bottom of 18th Street East and Oniko Elementary at 22nd have similar issues with one-way eastbound only exits. Both schools face the heaviest drive time traffic along with commuting residents in adjacent neighborhoods. Add to that the nearby railroad crossing that stops traffic both ways several times a day, sometimes for long periods of time. And recently, this crossing took on the dual role of becoming a rock aggregate train loading stop. Seeing a backhoe on top of a rail car scooping out rock from a truck resembles something that you would see in a third world country. Multiple rock trucks spilling rocks into the road turn in and out of 18th Street East and have added even more traffic to eastbound lanes at the railroad crossing on 70. Another urgent red flag about this project is the potential for flooding from stormwater runoff and subsequent loss of wetland and wildlife habitat. The developer's narrative states the project is, quote, without risk of erosion, flood hazard, destruction of wetlands, or other dangers, unquote. Really? We've been told by county staff to trust the system that this development must have 0 impact on its surroundings once finally approved. Well, we just don't trust that to be possible. The majority of the subject property is heavily wooded wetland preserve. With an almost 40-foot elevation to the north on State Road 70, water runs back down south about 15 feet into the Pierce Drain, Gap Creek, Bowleys Creek watersheds, which are historically known for flooding. The developer wants to scalp off all the vegetation on top of the hill to the edge of the wetland buffer and basically pave it. They claim they can contain millions of gallons of stormwater runoff using an underground vault system, which appears to drain overflow through the wetland buffer. And they say there will be 0 impact on surrounding properties? This wildlife corridor not only absorbs water, but it also serves as a wildlife habitat. Red-tailed fox, bobcats, eagles, barn owls, and many other critters call this home. We say allowing this to happen is a recipe for an environmental disaster. Those associated with Community Christian School and residents at the bottom of 55th tell many stories of flooding because they are directly in these watersheds. On August 4th, with Tropical Storm Debbie, you issued a flood alert for this area, and the water breached the creeks. community Christian used sandbags to protect their buildings. This developer wants to build 2 homes on 55th, which will be at risk of flooding under this plan. Adjacent properties on 70 will be very heavily impacted. The second access for the project is on narrow and unimproved 20th Street Court East, which is virtually one way with no purpose-built drainage that dead ends into a wetland. To the east is the Johnson Helm home, between which they want to place a huge wall blocking off airflow and all western views. It's clear the quality of life for the neighboring residents will be greatly diminished if this is built. Except for about 50 letters announcing these hearings, there has been zero contact to our community by the South Carolina developer. Drew Silver did not even have enough respect for us to hold a neighborhood meeting. As usual, the notify only those within 500 feet of the project rule has left many in the dark. In closing, we hope this message from Citizens for Historic Oneiko resonates with this commission. There is a better plan for this location, but this is not it. Our community needs improvements, but we'd like to be a part of what that could look like. Please vote no to this rezone and help us reach for a development that adds to our character rather than erasing what is left of historic Oneiko.
Thanks. Just so you know, this is a public hearing, and outbreaks like that can impact what can happen in the future, meaning any potential, I'm sure Ms. Shing could lead in about any potential legal issues that happens across the street. So I encourage you to not do those kind of things going forward, because it doesn't help you. Just saying. Margie, does that conclude? You have
I think my 10 minutes are up. Thank you.
anything else?
There are some other speakers. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if, I think I'm 10 minutes, but I just want to thank you for listening to that.
I know that Ms. Petroff, I believe you want to wrap it up at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then, is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Line up. Come on up. You don't have to wait.
Wait, oh, you want to line us up?
Might as well. It's going to be a long day.
I'll go first.
Okay, let's go first.
State your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
He has a medical accommodation.
Yes, yes, Margie.
Okay, I
Yes.
appreciate it. Stan?
You can speak for him. State your name and state his name and whether or not he's been sworn.
Okay.
My name is Stanislav Kurtunkov,
And you're Manatee County resident?
Manatee County resident.
And you've been sworn.
I swore already.
Thank you. I own the 5.9 acre property to the east of this proposed project. My property was once a nursery, Vickers Nursery, and much of it is in the wetlands and the watershed areas. My land runs from State Road 70 south to 55th Avenue east and shares a common property line with the proposed development. Because I have recently met with Southwest Florida Water Management District and Manatee County officials over a water runoff issue, I am very familiar with how stormwater flows down from the higher State Road 70 properties. In the past, the former owners of my property had the county direct the water around my property and built a culvert system to facilitate the water runoff from the church property around mine. Putting these 4 large buildings on top of the road is a bad idea for many reasons. Not only does it not fit in our area, but it will heavily impact the properties to the south that already experience flooding from heavy stormwater runoff. Nowhere in the plan do I see a way they can contain millions of gallons of water in that storage tank. It will be hard-pressed to create an engineering plan that convince us all that it'll have zero impact. These underground water collection systems are always not reliable, and over time they may fail after the developer is long gone. How will they keep it cleaned out and working properly? That underground storage would have to be almost 300 feet long by 50 feet wide and about 20 feet deep to be able to hold millions of gallons of water. It'd be expensive, and there's no guarantees it would work. Those of us who have land to the south do not want to become the retention pond for this development. There's a better plan. Maybe offices on the front, leave the back alone, or maybe just preserve the watershed. We see lots of wildlife, even bobcats that live there. Where will they go if this happens? Thank you, and we hope you vote no to this rezone. Dan?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next, please state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Garland Parham. I've been in Manatee County since '76.
And were you sworn?
Yes, I was sworn. I had a mobile welding business for 42 years. And I've lived in this vicinity of between 63rd and 57th. I remember when 57th was a dirt road even. So, I mean, I've been worked at Tropicana for a while, and I've seen it flood without the development they got now, plus what they're gonna have. And what they're gonna do with all this infrastructure. I know nobody's planned, we're having trouble now with infrastructure. They keep running it off into Manatee River all the time. But it don't make any sense to me, and I do a lot of welding for the county, city, a lot of people that own businesses in this area. And I've seen so many of them have to get up and leave because of the infrastructure's not being quite adequate enough to handle what's going on. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have been sworn in.
State your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
My name is Pat Nanny, and I have been sworn in. I am a native of Manatee County and know the county really well. Margie and I have owned a historical castle behind the house 40 years of the 116 years. We have raised 2 sons there. They've walked across State Road 70 to Onika School when it was a 2-lane road. For 17 years, we went next door to the Boy Scout troop at Onika Methodist. All the times we have been involved in helping the neighborhood. There is no 3-story buildings of any rental type in our neighborhood. 4.5 single-family houses is what it's zoned for. There are about 1,500 homes in the neighborhood right now at the 3.3 density. 20 units per acre would be an 80% increase. 2 blocks away, they are building single-family homes that fit the zoning on a 1-acre lot. We need housings like that. That's the American dream. Developer wants to put 4 198-foot, 3-story block buildings 15 feet from the property. 800 feet of solid concrete. Where's the water going to run off? By using math, Tropical Debbie storm was 12 inches. 1945, it was 10.5 inches, so that's pretty close. That'll be 12 Olympic pools or 100.5 million gallons of water. That cannot be contained. Let's talk about traffic. 300 people, 200 cars, people working 24-hour shifts. So the traffic's not going to be an 8 to 5 scenario. You're going to have cars, noise, and working people all day. The cars only can make a right-hand turn. To go west, you got to make a left-hand turn. You need 2 miles of left-hand turn lanes to make this happen. By the train stops, the school stops, and all that. A huge wall 15 feet from our house, buildings 30 feet away, 35 foot tall. We will be lost of sunlight, sun skylight, and sunsets, plus the wind. The construction could also damage our house. This property was for sale for 20 years. Nobody's ever bought it because it's really not feasible to build this type of money on it. The South Carolina has no skin in the game except for money. They're not concerned about the neighborhood at all. We think the existing zoning works the way it is. Just leave it alone and vote no. Thank you.
Please state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Good morning. My name is Lalania Hollins, and I have been sworn, and I'm a resident of Manatee County. Just go ahead. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm within the time limit.
Can
I
you speak
heard.
into the microphone by any chance?
Yes,
There you go.
I heard a lot of great facts today. I choose to speak on the historical aspect of the issue. So I wrote a letter, and I'm just going to speak it out loud. Consequential, important, major, meaningful, significant, substantial. Those are all synonyms used to describe something that is historic. History is important. It is our duty to preserve it at all cost. History tells us where we came from, where we're headed, and what is of value. Does the county only believe in that at face value? Enough to post a little sign that reads Historic Oneiko, but not enough to actually fight against what would taint its preservation? I really hope not. Development is progress, and progress has its place for sure, but at what cost? Ruining an area and wiping away its history and what makes it special would make it anything but historic. We might as well edit that sign to say, "Welcome to contemporary Oneiko." I've had the pleasure of growing up in 2 historical neighborhoods, Oneiko and Elwood Park. My family has owned homes in both communities since 1948. I'm a fourth-generation native Floridian from Manatee County. I have seen much change in this area from when I was a little girl until now at the age of 43. Some good, some bad, and some that make me honestly really sad. Manatee County is special, and what makes it special are the old communities of Cortez, Onico, Elwood Park, Samoset, Village of the Arts, etc. These gems are what give our county character and richness, but we will soon lose these treasures if we allow developers to overshadow those very features that make them special. Putting a multi-level housing development smack dab next to a historical home makes zero sense in juxtaposition alone. Then the train really jumps the tracks when you factor in density of the units, traffic nightmares, and flooding, just to name a few huge red flags of why this development not only takes the preservation of an area, but honestly will negatively impact it and its long-term residents in a way that could prove unforgettable. While the historic home may still stand, the proposed building is the equivalent to a wrecking ball of what the area historically stands upon and represents in the county. We have already lost the historic rezone property. That was hard enough on the community. But to add this development would be hypocritical, don't you think? Welcome to the historic Onico, well, kind of, because we like to tear down history and build what doesn't make sense. So more like Onico is historic-ish, and that is to those saying yes to the development, that doesn't make sense. Onico is historic enough to put up a little sign, but that sign means nothing if the history isn't preserved and protected. Please see both the value of treasures like Onico, Elwood Park, Samoset, and Cortez, and how high-density development ruins everything that makes them stand out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak for again? Anyone else? Come on down. State your name, whether or not you've been sworn.
Alex S., sometimes known as, mostly known as Sam Esberg. I'm a professional surveyor. I've owned 2 engineering
You
companies.
sworn? State your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
I've been sworn. I'm a Manatee County resident. And what else you need? All right. I've been involved in a water project east in Manatee, Sarasota, DeSoto County intersection for years. And I've been up in front of the commission more than I would like to say. I had throat cancer 7 or 8 years ago and could hardly speak after the radiation. I have survived and I have improved. I'm still involved in the engineering and surveying business. I recognize that they get paid to stand up here and try to get their clients' projects approved. That's what we do. I've been on both sides. I speak against some of them. Sometimes I get paid to speak for them. I don't speak for them for free. And I don't think Morris Engineering and the rest of these engineering companies do either. They really don't care either way whether it's approved or not, because they will move on and get another client. They're getting paid for what they're doing today. I just find it really difficult to believe that we can't get a water supply into these counties to take care of what water you're being served by the Peace River and a better quality water, but yet you're willing to continue to build and build and build and draw more and more water from sources that are just depleting. There's too much runoff, there's too much traffic, there's too much noise. The amount of wildlife and fisheries that I've seen in the 70 years I've lived here that have been depleted is disgusting. I used to be able to go out in a boat and pull in 100 fish in an hour. You'd be lucky if you catch 2 now, and it's just ridiculous. Nothing has been done to try to stop the impacts of development, overdevelopment, and growth. Nobody cares to stop it completely, but we certainly need to pay more attention.
Is there anything about this project that you'd like to discuss?
This is
Like
about
this
this project.
Okay.
Because the impact from what's being done here can be, I can extrapolate that over all projects. But this project is going next to a historic home. I have several relatives, one in particular who was born on 53rd Avenue, just 2 or 3 blocks away from this house. And so I have a tie that way too. But I hate to see this kind of thing happen. I've been on the site. I've worked as a surveyor on the site. I've seen a lot of different aspects of wildlife that are there, even though they say they're not. And so I would urge you to take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? We will be closing the public comments. Oh, yes. If you're ready, Ms. Petrov, if no one else is,
See anybody running to
it's your team.
the podium?
It's your team. Good morning, Ms. Petrov.
Good morning. Patricia Petra for the record. I have been sworn. I live in Manatee County. I gave your clerk 5 letters from people who could not be here or who chose not to speak. Speaking as a long-term Manatee County resident, I think I've been here for at least 46 years, which dates me incredibly. Some parcels aren't meant to be rezoned. I mean, that parcel, the zoning was put on it a long time ago, because I was probably part of that process in 1989, 1990, and it was put on at 4.5 dwelling units per acre. The entire area has grown up about in that range. Yes, the planner for the applicant spoke about a project that was very recently approved at a somewhat higher density that was 1,100 feet away or whatever. It's in a kind of different neighborhood. I have information, so we have historic Oneiko. You look at that and you can see that the overall density in historic Oneiko is much lower. You know, that's all the subdivisions. Then we have this one, where the historic Oneiko, and everybody who lives in historic Oneiko knows what that is. You know, those of you who have lived here a long time, I'm pretty sure you know what historic Oneiko is. You know, we can all kind of figure out where the boundaries of that is. I know where it is. So historic Oneiko has 3.9 dwelling units per acre on average. A little bit more in some places, a little bit less in some places. This property is being overburdened. It has a lot of wetlands on it. That's the reason it has been so difficult to develop. You know, and I feel your pain. Every property lately seems to be kind of something we wouldn't have developed 15 years ago, but now we're kind of running out of good land to develop, and so we're either going way far east or we're finding these little out parcels, so to speak, where we're like, oh, let's see how much we can slam on this property. And that's exactly what this property is doing. There are some other little apartments in the area. So we have these apartments, and the closest home is 100 feet away. So we have the closest home. It's 100 feet away. We have the Royal Palm Apartments, which are, I think, off of 51st, out the back door from the movie theaters there. There's apartments there. They're 125 feet away from the nearest house. We have this. It's 40 feet away from the house. They have a 15-foot landscape buffer. They're 3 stories high. And on the other side, where it's single-family homes, it's 80 feet away. And some of that 80 feet is this 20-foot wide road, skinny little road that's going to be used as their secondary means of access. I really don't understand why Manatee County is not requiring that road to be brought up to standards. Why does this apartment complex not need to bring that road up to county standards? Let's talk about traffic. You saw the little map that I think was in Miss Nanny's presentation. We have allowed State Road 70 over time, and it was necessary. We've allowed it to go from a 2-lane road, which is what it was when I moved here. I moved here before I-75 was here, so there have been a lot of changes. University was a dirt road back then. Lockwood Ridge didn't exist. But there's been a lot of changes, but now State Road 70 is a 6-lane road with a lot of turn lanes, a lot of traffic, a lot of medians,
And we've never addressed how all of those single-family homes or businesses or whatever there was on State Road 70, what happened to those? We never put in the little local traffic lanes like they did on US 19 in Pinellas. Those people have no access to a local lane, little travel lane, to get to a red light so they can actually move and get around. So having however many cars, and I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm not qualified to speak about it, but it seems to me if we have 116 separate dwelling units in there, some half units, some whole units, whatever, that means at least 116 cars, probably more than 116 cars, because some of the, most families, even if they're in a half unit, which is, one bedroom, a little one-bedroom apartment, they're going to have 2 adults in there, and both of those adults are going to have to work for a living. And so there's going to be a lot of traffic coming out of there, especially if it is, again, affordable housing. I'm not saying we don't need affordable housing. I'm saying this is not the right place for it because of the right turn onlys, trying to get across 3 lanes of traffic if you're taking your child to Onico Elementary, because nobody in their right mind would allow a 7-year-old child to walk across State Road 70. And you didn't even see a crosswalk in there, and there's been some issues with the crosswalk recently that was in Miss Nanny's presentation. So I think traffic is a bigger issue than what that traffic study might have said the PM peak hour in and out traffic is. It's going to be a safety hazard. The wetlands, that's the reason the property hasn't ever been developed, because it is in a flood zone. It's in a FEMA flood zone. I think it's in one of the creeks. So there's the flood zone map. You can see it. You can get it online just like I did. It's in a flood zone. All the water goes downhill to 55th Street, or 55th Street East. They had 55th Avenue East. They had traffic. They had water. That was in the video. They had water. They got the emergency notice to sandbag. I have the same concern. I've done a lot of projects over the years. I've represented a lot of projects, and I've done those projects. The engineers on some of those projects have done those vaulted underground stormwater systems, but it has never been for this size of a project. It's been a little 1-acre piece here or there. So I'm very concerned that there are no stormwater ponds shown. It's all going to be underground. And I'm not an engineer. There's probably more qualified people on this board who know construction much better than I do. But in 46 years, I have never seen a project that has had this amount of underground vaulting for stormwater. And I really want to know how that's going to work, because we can't see if it's working or not, and that's part of the problem. We can't see if it's working. So I don't know how you monitor that. I just think that the 4.5, I think, is an adequate zoning. If you want to increase that, fine. But I don't think this PDR plan is the appropriate plan for the project or for the land. And the reason I say that is because they are putting a lot of buildings on a small piece of this land with minimum setbacks. There's nothing creative about this project. Back in the day, and I'm sure maybe the code has been changed, it probably has by now. Back in the day, PDR projects were supposed to be creative, innovative, better than a regular subdivision plat where, it's just, streets and lots and what have you. This is nothing like what PDRs were supposed to be. It's just a very dense property on a very small piece of land that is in a flood zone where the the flood capacity, runoff has to be reduced by 50%. The area already floods. I don't think this is a good project. It's going to loom over the two single-family neighborhoods that are nearby. And I just would like you to really give some thought about whether this plan is the right plan for this piece of property, because I don't think the density is. I think it's too much on too small of an acre. I don't think the traffic issues are such that will provide safety for people. There's going to be too many people turning right. There's already too many people turning right. And it's going to be even more difficult, and we will see more accidents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Petroff. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? We will be closing the public comment portion of this. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public comment portion of this. Any staff closing comments or questions by commissioners at this point? We're going to have staff closing comments, and then we'll have applicant closing comments. Any questions by board at this point? Staff closing comments? None. Applicant?
Hi, good morning again. Linda Stewart with Morris Engineering. I do first want to say that, yes, Morris Engineering very much does care about every project that we bring forward and try to do the best we can to design the project that fits within the code and within the communities. This project is clustered to the north of this property, which is, according to the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, in the RES 9 future land use, high-density residential is an allowable density for a clustered development. The northern part of the property where these buildings are located is not located within a flood zone. That is flood zone X, which is out of the flood zone. The wetlands are going to be preserved. We are not touching the wetlands. The area where the trees are being taken out, as noted by the environmental specialist, these are disturbed hardwoods, and that will be removed. Aaron will speak briefly to the drainage. As far as the traffic, we have the traffic engineer available for, if that's necessary. We have been through the traffic analysis by staff. We have right in, right out on State Road 70. We have a second access on 20th Court. The buildings are 3 feet tall, allowable by code. Density is 3 stories. Yes, allowable by code. The density is allowable by code. As we all know, affordable housing is a commodity that's very much needed within Manatee County. And the calculations and the units for this are per code as established by Manatee County. The parking is within the allowable parking parameters of Manatee County. And a question has been coming up on a lot of our reviews lately. What if people have parties? What if people have deliveries? They want extra parking so people aren't parking on the street. So we endeavor to make sure that we have sufficient parking, not only for the residents, but for visitors or for UPS and FedEx that everybody seems to have, coming to the houses and developments these days. The 500-foot notification area for residents for the hearings, that's established by code. We send out things that Manatee County, it says this is how far you send them and this is where we send them. There is another development within the Oneco district, as I said in my presentation, that is the same that we are requesting here, and that was approved last year. 3 stories on a smaller acreage for affordable housing with similar density, just 1,100 feet to the northwest of this development. I will let Aaron speak briefly to the chamber drainage.
Again, Aaron Tumalo, Morris Engineering, and I've been sworn. As mentioned previously, the site is requiring a 50% runoff reduction, so the post-development rates versus the pre-development rates will be reduced. So all of the runoff on-site will be collected, sent through the stormwater system, meet that reduction rate before it's discharged. Regarding the chamber system, it is an underground system as shown. We do those designs. There's companies that do those designs, and they're certified systems. So they're designed that way to meet the requirements. So we do the calculations, we coordinate with those companies. There are maintenance and inspection ports, so you can get in there and maintain and check out those systems. They can be cleaned to make sure they're functioning. So, thank you.
All right, anything else from the applicant? Cool. Palm Traffic.
Good morning, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. Just want to get up and address the traffic, at least briefly. We did do a TIS. This is for a PSP, so when we get to FSP, we'll do a more detailed analysis, but we did do a TIS, which shows State Road 70 operates at a level of service C, so significantly below capacity, which is a level of service D. The right-in, right-out access is what DOT prefers on their state roads. Unless it's a significant intersection, they prefer the right-in, right-out types of access. That allows for the cars to make the right-in and then make a right-out and then make a U-turn down the street. It is DOT's preference. That is per their spacing standards. That is what is required by DOT for access to their road. We will evaluate 20th when we come in for the FSP. There could be improvements required on that as we're going through the FSP approval process, but that's really it on traffic. I think that addressed the comments that we received.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the applicant?
The last thing I did want to say is, as far as buffering from the adjacent properties, we are meeting code as specified by Manatee County in their request for what we need to provide for our development and what is in the surrounding areas. We don't have zero lot line. We are meeting spacing requirements as specified by the Land Development Code, and that is all I have. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Board, questions, comments, thoughts? Mr. Rutledge is reaching for his microphone.
So first of all, I just want to thank the community for coming out and I think helping me understand this better. I think the pictures of the flooding, which is a question I asked the developer that they weren't as aware of as you were, I think the history of what you say about the area, it's critically important to exercise the zoning plans that we have. And so I spent a long time as a developer. I am still in the real estate business. When I hear you talk, I don't see this as compatible to the community of the neighborhood. I just don't. The old house, when they tore it down, and I didn't know the whole story about it, but my wife and I were sad. You know, we just missed seeing that. So I think you all understand your neighborhood. I think you all are entitled to have some support from people that sit up here like myself. I may have a lot of thoughts, but I see that traffic, water, design, all have questionable things that could be done better in my humble opinion. I'm not going to support this as a rezone because I don't think it's the same as any other piece in the area. It's a unique piece, and it has the schools, and it has the housing, and it has a huge wetlands area that I just think this doesn't address, and I think they said that. So I'm not going to vote to have a risk profile that we have some concern about today. So that's going to be my position.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Keba?
I'm also going to vote against this. The National Register home next door, if this 116-unit development happens right next door, it's just going to put so much pressure on that house being demolished in the future. National Register listing doesn't really protect those homes. You have to have local designation, and I would suggest you look into getting it locally designated if that's something that can happen in Manatee County. I just don't think it's appropriate in terms of density for the neighborhood, the historic neighborhood, which I think is really interesting history. I don't think it's a very creative project. I just don't think it belongs there.
Any other comments, questions? Ms. Prosser? I know, you would think even the last ones, you couldn't turn them on and off. There's no like little clicky
Like, am I
button.
doing it
It's
wrong?
some sort of magic, you gotta wave your hand over it. It's like, we changed, but didn't get any better.
I am in agreement with my illustrious colleagues here. The density, feel like it's too large for the property. The buffers, the distance from the historical home, stormwater runoff. I don't feel it's creative either. I don't feel it's appropriate for the area, and for that reason, I will not be voting in favor either. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? To summarize, I mean, I've been up here a long time, and I'll challenge you to find someone who's more pro-growth than I am and developer since, well, I'm a developer. But I'll be voting against this as well. I know the area, I know that house, I've loved that house. I have an old rock house 7 blocks from here on the river. Got stone floors and that kind of stuff, so I just think this also is just inappropriate. It's a round peg in a square hole. Property should be developed something, schools across the street, State Road 70, all that kind of stuff. I just don't think this is the right thing. So I will also be voting against it. And if there's no other comments, the chair will entertain a motion. If the technology will. I think somebody pour some coffee into the.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes. The staff report has 2 options. One is the motion, the staff report for approval, and the motion, the staff report for denial. So you just refer to the staff report rather than read the whole motion.
I'll move that we not accept the program as submitted, and, it says motion to approve, I'm disapproving.
All right,
Yeah,
so-
basically what it should say is, I move to recommend denial of the application as stated in the denial motion, the staff report.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I thought you said, Mr. Rutledge. I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Pretty mulled up in there.
We have a motion of Mr. Rutledge. Do we have a second by Ms. On?
Translated by the staff.
Motion, second to deny. We now, if we can get to our, I'm about to do this. All right, well, now it has motion by Delesline, second by Rutledge. Quite frankly, I don't know that we care who made the motion.
We don't.
And so we have a motion to deny and a second, so you may vote now. Motion passes 7-0. Item number, we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, because I know there's a number of green shirt people who will be departing, and it'll be a messy thing. So we'll take a quick little break and let you guys exit the hall, assuming you have nothing else here. We start, these are presentation upon request. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Presentation upon request, which generally means they are deemed to be somewhat non-confrontational, so we will probably go through these fairly quickly. But we certainly will stop and talk as we need to for public input or whatever. Ms. Greer, would you please read item number 2 into the record for us?
Item number 2, ZL 2335, 1308 Whitfield, LLC. It's quasi-judicial. Our planner representing Manatee County is James McDevitt. It's a rezone of approximately 0.7 acres, generally located along the south side of Whitfield Avenue, approximately 650 feet from 15th Street East. And it's approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. And that was provided as attachment B.
Thank you. Have any commissioners had any ex parte communication on this item? No. Is there anyone in the public that is going to come up and speak for or against this one? Not at this point. I'm just trying to read the room. And anyone in the public during public comment that's going to come up and speak for or against this item? All right, then, applicant, would you like to make a brief introduction presentation?
I so try to speak in public. So.
Or you can say no. I mean, no? Okay. Staff, any sort of, no? Good. All right, we will open the public comment portion of this project. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Any staff closing comments? Any applicant closing comments? Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Ms. Prosser, second by Ms. Esslinger to approve. We may vote now. I know I'm trying to go fast. I'm working with you guys. I'm working with you. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item number 3. Ms. Greer, would you please read that item into the record?
Item number 3, PDMU 2355ZG, commonly known as the Vibe at Upper Manatee River Road. It's a rezone. We do have Chris Claypeck here as representing Manatee County. It's a rezone of approximately 52.86 acres, generally located on the east side of Upper Manatee River Road, northeast, approximately 1,000 feet south of 3rd Avenue Northeast. And it's including 2 parcels, commonly known as 115th Upper Manatee River Road Northeast and 1100 410 2nd Avenue Northeast. And it's a rezone from A1 to A1 CPA. I'm sorry, it's A1 and A1 CPA being rezoned to a PDMU, Plan Development Mixed Use, and a PDMU CPA. And it's generally approving a general development plan for up to 232 multifamily residential units and up to 100,000 square feet of low and medium intensity recreational facilities.
Thank you. Any commissioners have any ex parte communications on this item? No. No. Is there anyone in the public that's planning on speaking for or against this item during public comment? Yes. Okay. Then we will need a brief presentation from the applicant.
Good morning, Commission. I do need to be sworn.
Is there anyone else that came in late and might get moved by the Holy Ghost to speak today? If so, please get up and get sworn in, or stand up and get sworn in if you're even remotely thinking about yelling at me.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Burnett, engineer of record for the Vibe at UMR, and I am a resident of Manatee County. This is a project that is an exciting one to do because in a time when growth and development can be very challenging, here we have an opportunity to basically put a cluster of apartments there at the corner of Upper Manatee River Road and the extension that already exists, Watercolor Apartments is right there at Port Harbor. The rest of the property will be developed into recreational fields, baseball, softball, multi-use sport field, pickleball and sand volleyball already exist with some baseball batting cages. So really, that whole area that was the dairy for 50-plus years gets to continue on as a recreational type of a development. We did have a neighborhood workshop and had great turnout for that. The biggest concerns were that that whole property was going to be developed. And when they saw, the residents saw what was proposed, they were very happy and very satisfied with all of that. So I'll be happy to answer any questions and can close out, but I don't want to take up any more time. You've got a full agenda. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant at this time? Ms. Prosser? Ms. Cubba?
Will the fields be lighted at night?
They will.
And will that impact any houses?
No, we've actually set the fields in, and there's drainage retention that was designed as well as like a runoff area all to the south to protect the Gates Creek residences from those impacts. So everything will be set in, and more than sufficient, like more than twice the buffer that's typically required is what will be provided.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rutledge?
Public access, private access, how are the use of the fields going to be controlled?
So there will be internal private roads that will provide access to the various parts of the fields. There will be a connection to the extension of Port Harbor Parkway that will provide a main ingress, egress for the apartments. And then there's a connection that is to Upper Manatee River Road. That's an existing connection that will be maintained.
And the use of the fields or facilities, how is that going to be managed?
That would be by UMR Sportsplex, and those would be private.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else for the applicant at this point? Thank you.
Thank you.
Brief staff presentation if desired.
Good morning, Chris Klebeck with Development Services. If we could go ahead and pull up my PowerPoint, please. All right, Mrs. Burnett did a great job of giving us a brief summary. Just to recap, it is a rezone from A1 to PDMU to allow for up to 232 multifamily dwelling units with a maximum height of 4 stories and up to 100,000 square foot of low and medium intensity recreational facilities. And it does also include one specific approval request to allow for the backing of vehicles onto private right-of-way. Here we are off of Upper Manatee River Road. Site's approximately 52 acres, almost 53. 2 parcels. Future land use category is UF3. And also the easternmost portion of the property is located within the coastal planning area. Historically, it has been used for agricultural. In the southwest corner of the site, there is a previous approval for low intensity recreational uses. It's currently built and in operation. I'll just kind of skip through some of this. Just to take a peek at the site plan, here, the general development plan. So the multifamily uses are clustered in the northwest portion of the site. It's pretty colorful GDP. In the yellow, we have the multifamily uses, and throughout the rest of the site, in orange, are the recreational facilities. It does also include a minimum of a 50-foot wide screening buffer along the southernmost portion of the site where it abuts residential, as well as on the easternmost side, it does actually include up to a 68-foot minimum buffer as well. They have all of their proposed setbacks, and they actually exceed all of the minimums. And for the record, people hear low intensity and medium intensity recreation, and the question is what is that? So here we have from the land development code, from the definition. So low intensity mostly includes the tennis courts, handball, pickleball courts, sports complex that you typically see at parks. Whereas the recreational medium intensity does kind of step it up a notch. Skating rinks, shooting arcades, indoor firing ranges, paintball fields, and the miniature golf course as well. Again, we do have a specific approval request to allow for backing onto a private right-of-way within the recreational facilities. And the applicant does intend to implement all the adequate safety measures, including traffic directors, clear signage, speed restrictions, speed bumps, things of that nature. There are actually, so for positive, negative, and mitigative measures, there are no wetland impacts proposed on site. This is also an increased density within an activity node of Port Harbor Parkway and Upper Manatee River Road, where the future land use category of UF3 actually incentivizes that for up to 9 dwelling units per gross acre.
Okay. All right.
And if you'd like me to kind of wrap it up, I will.
Any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. We'll now open the public comment portion. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? All right, come on down. Please state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Sorry for blurting out before. Deb Giannotti, Manatee County resident,
And you've been sworn.
and I have been sworn. My only concern here is that I live on 2nd Avenue East, and in the rear of our property, we have a culvert, and during this past storm, it flooded. The field flooded completely. It was underwater. And we had no access out of our community because Upper Manatee River Road flooded completely and was shut down. The creek on, I think that is, let's see here, 116th Street, I forget where that, right in the back there on 3rd Avenue East, there's a creek and a little bridge that flooded over. So we were locked into our community. My concern is that the culvert in the back that flooded and the field was completely flooded. That any building back there, if that water is diverted into the culvert, we are going to flood. We are going to have water in our houses all along 2nd Avenue East. Also, 3rd Avenue and 4th Avenue flooded in this past storm. And the letter that we had received has a diagram, but it doesn't tell us what is going to be placed there. So right behind 2nd Avenue East, I don't know, is that a baseball field? Then are we, it was mentioned that there's going to be lights. That is going to be impacting our privacy and enjoyment of our property. So that's my concern.
Okay. All right, thank you. And please state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
I'm Joshua Sharkey, Manatee
Hold
County.
on. Once you get to the mic.
There we go. I'm Joshua Sharkey, Manatee County resident. I'm also the vice president of the HOA for Gates Creek. This announcement to us came pretty quick. And a lot of us didn't even get the announcement until the middle of last week because we couldn't even get to our mailboxes in Gates Creek because we were underwater. The crisis of flooding in the Upper Manatee River area is a serious problem for the county right now. We had no warning when this storm came through that our neighborhoods were going to get flooded. I personally lost my own car on 112th Street East, and my backyard is Gates Creek. So I don't want to sit there and say that this flooding is going to be a problem from this storm because this was a 1 in 500 year storm, right? That creek flooded last year over its banks when Ian came through. And where the resident that also lives in my community said, the bridge at 3rd Avenue that the creek goes under, that bridge went underwater during Ian as well. Now, I want you guys to understand, Gates Creek is a very unique creek because it does not run north to south. It runs south to north into Upper Manatee River. And it runs into the Rye Road area as well, which is also, and everybody knows, is a flood problem. With this development, we are significantly concerned because this is now upstream from us, that if they develop this land, put ball fields, whatever they put in, apartment complexes, and they're going to have to raise the land up because it is a floodplain. They were flooded during the storm last week, just as much as the church down the street from us. When they level this off, they're still relying on the retention that is already in place. Well, that retention 2 weeks ago and last week failed. It flooded our streets with 3 feet of water. And then Manatee County released the dam of 3 plugs, which put an additional 10 to 12 inches into our neighborhood. That's a serious concern, guys. And we're not opposed to developing the land, but when we met with county engineers a year ago, they wanted to build this as a park and put additional retention in. And they also wanted to extend 117th through the middle of this property. Well, now we're gonna put ball fields and apartment complex in, and I'm gonna tell you right now, that apartment complex is gonna go underwater on the next storm we get. And it doesn't have to be a Debbie-sized storm. It can be a small storm, but it's gonna go underwater, because we have already seen this area underwater multiple times in the past 50 years. So that is the concern that I have, is the retention and what they're gonna do with the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public would like to come forward and speak for or against this item?
Good morning, David Gustafson, DG Land Development Consulting, and I have been sworn, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm here to speak, I'm not used to speaking in opposition to a project, but in this situation, per the Manatee County Land Development Code, I was always under the impression that a project needs to have adequate transportation, and I don't see how this project is. I represent the property to the north, and this project is now showing that there's access onto somebody else's piece of property, the gentleman that I represent, Jim O'Neill. And I have a letter here authorizing me to speak on his behalf as well. So I'm not here in opposition, but I don't know how you can approve a project, a rezone, that shows access onto somebody else's property.
Can someone put the general development plan up for him on the document cam?
I can
print out.
I actually have a
lay
copy
down
of the
GDP.
This is the plan that was on the agenda right there, and the area that I circled in red.
We're waiting for the dot cam to wake up. So, yes.
So that's, that area
Off-site.
that's circled in red, yeah.
So you represent the guy that owns that dirt?
Yes, that is correct. And I have a letter right here giving me authorization to speak on his behalf.
I've known you for 30 years, you're not
Yeah.
gonna lie to me. So you represent the guy that owns that dirt?
That is
And
correct.
these guys are gonna access through that dirt, but they don't have an agreement to go through that dirt?
None whatsoever.
Well, that's interesting. Okay. Anything else, Dick?
Well, and we are working with Manatee County. I don't want to throw Manatee County, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. No, that's just not how I operate. However, we're not there yet, and we're a million miles away from having an agreement.
Okay.
So I'm confused, as a former Manatee County Community Planning Administrator, how a project can traverse through the process and not have access. There's no way in the world this property can just work on a right-in, right-out. And we all know Upper Manatee's gonna be 4-laned. So, you know, I want them to be successful. My client wants them to be successful. However, here we are today.
Okay. Anything else?
That is it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Greer, would you like to talk about this now or at?
We have Scott May here from Public Works, who has been
Why- do you want-
intimately involved, if you'd like him to come forward.
Hold on. I want to see if there's anyone else in the public that wants to bring up other stuff so we can wrap it all up at once. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public? All right, we'll close the public comment portion. Staff comments.
Good afternoon, Scott May, Public Works. I am a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. To start with, if you can put this up on the... This is the area where we're talking about. 117th is one where we're building the entryway as part of the Port Harbor with the Upper Manatee River Road widening project. We have been working with the client to the north of the property to look at buying it in a friendly manner rather than filing through the eminent domain process. That's currently where we're at there. We also worked with Moore's Dairy with the Vibe project to see about coordinating that both entrances connect in at a signalized light, because the future of what we're looking at here, just to kind of give you an idea, is Here's Port Harbor Parkway. As you can see, we already have the plan for the entryway that you could see this little stub out to a certain point. We are working, because as Upper Manatee River Road grows, both the north-south piece and the east-west piece, to provide a signalized access for all of the residents that are bound within this boundary. Because at a certain point in time with the growth, you will only have right-in, right-outs at Third and at Gates Creek as these 4 lanes widen. So by doing this, we're providing not only access for the Vibe and Moore's Dairy's future projects and the storage facility on the north side of that, but also all the current residents out here, so they will actually be able to go to a signalized intersection and safely get out. To show you currently, this is the conceptual plan that we have right now. The part that's actually designed as part of the eminent domain is bringing it down roughly into here, this piece that we're building now, while we will coordinate figuring out the best location, because as we know, there is the flooding and everything, and how we can minimize this, and actually considering a connection to 117th Street to the south, so that this would provide another access point for people in the Gates Creek area to be able to go either down 117th to a signal, or also to 117th at Port Harbor to go to a signal. So this is just the conceptual that we have on this, which doesn't show it all. North is up, or to the side here, in this case, to help that out. And then, as we said, we have it basically going to connect into the current dead end on 117th, so this would open up that neighborhood for Gates Creek neighbors to be able to have access to a signal here and an access to a signal here in the future.
So on that drawing, draw a line where this road is going, because you don't have them all on one piece of paper.
Sure. Currently, it's going here. That's what we're building today as part of the Upper Manatee. In the future, it's looking to come down and go on to Second Avenue. And then at some point, we're looking at curving it around here and going down 117th.
Okay.
That's longer-term future, but as we said right now, the goal is to get that intersection built so that it not only assists the Vibe, but also the development to the north, so they both have access to a signalized intersection. And then we want to work to get it to Gates Creek in a shortened period of time, so there is a access for them to exit out of the neighborhood for them at a signalized intersection.
Is that going to be a county project, or are they going to set up a taxing district to pay for that road?
That's what we're working on right now, but it's a local road, so it'll probably be a county-initiated project when that comes. But as part of the Upper Manatee project now, we're building that intersection to set it up for left turn lanes, right turn lane, and all of that on this side. So it'll kind of match what's over there on the Port Harbor side, Port Harbor Parkway side.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, when you're ready,
Ms. Schenk?
I just want to make a statement in case the applicant needs to think about it before they rebuttal. I'm going to recommend they take this off. We can't show public right-of-way on someone else's property. This is the first I've heard of this, that we don't have an agreement with the property owner.
Backwards.
And that takes away their access. So they may not be ready to go to the board yet. So they might want to ask for continuance till this gets resolved.
Okay. I tend to agree, but why don't we make sure we go through all other issues so we can talk about anything else?
Yeah, okay.
And we'll
okay.
end up probably postponing this, but anything else for Mr. May at this point?
Just, this is backwards, isn't it, or am I confused? I went to USF, so that's.
No, we've actually been working with them for a while to get it as we were doing the design to get the land. We're currently at a point where we've got the filing where we could go to eminent domain with it, but we're still trying to work out friendly. So it hasn't been filed in the courts yet.
Yeah, have you met Mr. Gustafson?
Yes, we've been talking.
Okay.
We're just at a different point in values.
Okay. Got it.
All right. Anything else for Mr. May? Anything else for staff, closing comments or questions for staff? Ms. Greer? however you
Chris,
want.
when you're done, I have a couple of things.
All right. I'd just like to, for the record, so we had heard some citizens speak about light concerns, and so this is, again, a general development plan, so final site design has not been completely contemplated. However, at time of final site plan, it will be reviewed for Section 806 of the Land Development Code as it pertains to lighting, and it does not allow for any off-site impacts. So we will review with illumination limits outside of the perimeters of the site. And so the concern is not to have any lights shining down in your bedroom window, and we would review for that at time of final site plan. The other item I'd like to touch on, and I will just touch briefly on it, is stormwater. I do believe Tom Gerstenberger is in the building this morning. However, there are also stormwater ponds proposed along the southern boundary of the project. So there is proposed stormwater ponds. So that's all I have.
Is this an area of known flooding?
I don't feel comfortable answering that.
I can cover that. Jenny, can you show my exhibit, please? It is an area of known flooding, but as you'll see from the exhibit, it is localized over Gates Creek. So Jenny, if you could move up just a little bit to the bottom, that's great. I just want to clarify something regarding FEMA's previously known 100-year floodplain. They've actually changed the name. It's not known as the 100-year floodplain anymore. They call it the Special Flood Hazard Area. And the reason for that is many people got in their minds that it only happened once every 100 years. That's not what it is. It's the area that will be inundated by a flood event having a 1% chance of being equaled or exceeded by whatever is set for that elevation. The 500-year has on top of that another 0.2% chance of happening. So don't get caught up on the years. It's a percent of chance that it's going to happen. So you can see that there is some areas that are shown around Gates Creek, and there is a floodway even along Gates Creek. This map does not show the area in the 500-year, but part of our stormwater calculations, if we do have elevations in the area that are shown to be a certain elevation and they are directly connected, they will be required to show that on their plan. Otherwise, they will have to just typically meet our standard design requirements for the 25-year flood occurrence. And there is, at this time, no reduced pre versus post that you guys hear about a lot for Gates Creek.
So there's not a 50%?
We do not have that on Gates Creek right now.
There was mentioned a culvert, one of the members of the public. Do we know where that is and what that is?
Yeah, if she could show on the map where that is, that would be great, just so we can check it out and look at it. Because a lot of times, it's something downstream that's happening.
Can someone get a map up there so we can push a pin and a finger or whatever? Or yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we got
Thank
to be
you.
careful, this is quasi-judicial, and testimony has to be on the record,
Yep,
so.
I'm sure they have to be careful.
I understand where the pipe is, so I'll talk, and I
So where
didn't know
is it,
Tom
Ms.
was
Greer?
here, but Tom might be here if he knows anything about that drainage area.
Well, I don't need to, I think this is going to get tabled for some time, so I think he can come back then. I think we know where the pipe is now generally, and you can deal with it. So I know Tom's back there, and Elvis has left the building or not. Mr. Rutledge.
Just a point. It's been reminded that I do have a man crush on Mr. Gersterberger because
We all do.
He's just so enlightening. It takes a while there, but he's great. And so I just wonder where we have all this experience recently.
Elvis is here.
That he might show up.
He's here.
And like I say, I don't want to belabor this particular one because I think there are a number of things that are problematic in my humble opinion. So I'm not going to get into that today, but I do think his insight after what's happened on these things would be helpful in my opinion. Can we make a motion to postpone this?
I'd rather talk about the issues now, so that they don't get blindsided next time and say, you should have told us last time.
I see.
So if we have issues that we want them to resolve over the next, that they might be able to resolve, let's go ahead and hammer them out.
Okay.
And then they can try and solve all of them.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. It's good to see you again.
For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, and I have been sworn in the back. Let me start with what question, because I was in the back, unfortunately there was a conversation going on. What questions do you have regarding stormwater in this particular area? A general overview?
Yeah, obviously, this thing just happened, so
Yes.
there's a lot of flooding.
Correct.
We've talked about that apparently this is not a quote-unquote 50% runoff area, an increase.
Correct.
Although Gates Creek has some challenges.
Yes.
I believe the lady indicated where a culvert, we have some culvert crossing problems, and we'll look at that.
Certainly.
Is there any other magic up in that area that you're aware of that is necessary?
If Denise then already mentioned that the tributaries in this general area, so where I'm speaking of Gates Creek, to the east there's Mill Creek, to the north of the river there's Gamble Creek. They're all influenced by the Manatee River in this general area. There, if you look, to look at a firm map, you'll see the 100-year floodplain delineation, Zone A or Zone AE, whether or not has a determined base flood elevation identified with the 100-year floodplain. There is also, as I believe Denise brought up, there is a floodway associated with this floodway as well, this floodplain as well. So that floodway has additional requirements through the county that end up with FEMA as far as any development within that floodway. Now, that all said, the floodplain and the floodway in this area, the county and Southwest Florida Water Management District has a watershed management plan underway to update the floodplain delineation associated with Gates Creek and other portions that drain into the Manatee River, south of the river itself, over towards the city of Bradenton. So that watershed management plan study is underway. What the county just experienced roughly 10 days ago now from Hurricane Debbie, I think it's already been brought up. It exceeded a 100-year storm event. Some places in this county, as far as what was recorded information from rainfall or from stages, exceeded a 100-year storm event or surpassed the 500-year regulatory storm event. So how does that compare to what county standards, what water management district standards are for development? Those standards are for development to design up to a 25-year storm, not a 100-year storm, not a 500-year storm for attenuation of runoff. For development to look at the 100-year floodplain based upon those FEMA firm maps to identify areas of encroachment within that 100-year floodplain with respect to mitigation, with respect to design, with respect to permitting of that development. So let me stop there. Is there any questions at this point?
Not for me.
I do. So here's my quandary is, so we know that we have hit something that's the 500 year. Now that's a term we can use. And yet we're at the county level saying we are at the 25. So everybody that comes in and says, I'm meeting the standard, I'm doing what you want. And yet we already know that when every review, all these updated areas that you've studied, that you've come in and told us about, you've had to raise it.
Yes.
And that means there's more flood areas, there's more prone to flooding.
Right.
And to say today that we approve these things because they meet the 25, are we being irresponsible? Are we being blind to the fact that this is not the standard anymore? Because every time you've come back and said you studied an area, you've had to raise the flood area, you've had to push back. And so my concern is, no offense to the last group or this group, have they really told us what they'd have to do to get to 50 years even? Not even 100, but just to 50, when we know that it's not 25 anymore? That's my question for you.
Certainly.
A wise one.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Rutledge, let me first off explain, the county and district have presently 8 watershed management plans underway. Those watershed management plans are to generate updated drainage modeling based upon what is known as LIDAR topography, to take that drainage model and to create floodplain inundation that would then be submitted to FEMA to update flood insurance rate maps. The county has 2 of those applications underway presently for Pierce Bullies Creek and another one for Mill Creek. This isn't an overnight process, unfortunately. Let me give you the example of Pierce Drain and Bullies Creek. We started on the county and the district started on those 2 particular watersheds prior to 2017, when we had the no-name storm event and the flooding that occurred down in Center Lake and in Shady Brook. Obviously, those are known, those areas have history of flood problems. So now, of course, we have this storm event with Hurricane Debbie. It wasn't just isolated like 2017 was to a particular portion of the county. This was obviously a much more widespread, profound storm event than what we've had historically over the past couple of decades. I've been with the county since 2002. As far as what we had back in 2001 with Gabrielle, what we had 2016 with Hermine, what we had 2017 with the no-name storm, and of course now what we've recently had with Hurricane Debbie. So unfortunately, I'm going to say it, it's going to take time to get flood maps updated, to get this information integrated into modeling that would be utilized for development or any other type of flood mitigation, stormwater improvement projects in the future. That being said, it's a continuous process at this point. Now, as far as regulatory standards, let me make an analogy. Back in 1992, there was a hurricane named Andrew. After Hurricane Andrew, the building code, Florida building code, that Miami-Dade had their standards, they were essentially adopted throughout the whole state as far as updates to the building code. Are there updates over time? By all means, there's updates over time to building code. There is updates to any type of regulatory standard. However, it's a regulatory standard. We can't just pick and choose. Or the other problem too is, right now, presently today, things are designed for 25-year, 100-year storm event. You and I, we've heard this repeatedly several times. New developments up here, old development that's been there for decades is 3 feet lower. So at this point, there has to be ways and means. Do you go through, raise standards even higher, which means instead of it being up 2 to 3 feet, now it's up 3 to 4 feet. So it's a give or take, like anything else. We can't obviously design every structure in this state now to survive a Category 5 storm, a Category 5 hurricane, because it's just uncostly. It's not viable to build to such a high standard. So, and as Denise brought up too, there are, whether it's the 100-year storm, the 500-year storm, it's a probability. You're essentially rolling the dice. Is there a probability every single year that we're going to have a 100-year storm? Well, it's a 1% chance. That's what it boils down to. So are we going to have another 100-year storm this year? There's only one person who knows the answer to that, unfortunately. So at this point, we've got to, as a stormwater engineering division, as far as the county, we've got to go from this point forward, learn from this storm, gather data as far as what happened with this storm, so we can be better prepared for the future.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Anything else on the stormwater at this point? Thank you, sir. We are in staff closing comments. Is there anything else that we would like staff to address? As I said, I believe we're going to probably continue this. So is there anything else we want? You will? Yes. We still haven't had applicant closing comments. Is there anything else that we would like staff to look at? Ms. Greer, comments?
I was just going to say, I think the applicant has another comment.
Sure. Yes. I just want to make sure we were done with you guys. Applicant closing comments.
Thank you. Again, Lynn Burnett, engineer of record for this project. I just want to encourage you, you're in a difficult situation right now with the storm that we just had. Having served as city engineer for the cities of Anna Maria, Holmes Beach, and Braden Beach for a number of decades, what we would always say to everyone is it's never the intent for someone to lose property, lose life. That being said, there are natural disasters that occur all over this planet, from fires to earthquakes to tornadoes. What we get here in Florida are the flooding results from storms that sit out in the Gulf and dump tremendous amounts of rain. There's no engineer now, ever has, or ever will be alive that can design to prevent loss of property and life from every natural disaster. It's impossible. What can be done is to help minimize it, to minimize the impacts. There's flood insurance for a reason, because we're here in Florida. And so I commend you for taking the extra time to invest in the resources that you have with county staff and look into all of those. That being said, for this project, getting it back here local, is it possible to put the site plan back up again, the GDP, for a minute? I just want to point out a couple of things as this project was contemplated. Everything along that floodway was left untouched so that there's no impacts. Everything that is west of the floodway, north of Gates Creek, south of the residences immediately to the north, we have all of those areas of fields that are contemplated to be designed with French drain systems underneath to maximize the amount of storage that's available, not like compacted soils, but the storage available to help limit, reduce the impacts. Everything that's in blue and in green on that plan that you see is all drainage, stormwater retention, and improving the ability for waters to be away from and have no impacts. Again, this is also in one of those areas where it will be a 50% reduction. I would, just for the record, so that everybody understands, the project to the north went through a rezone, and their GDP showed access and an extension and a build-out of Port Harbor Parkway. We intentionally came after that process was completed. The county has been in negotiations and all the final easements and agreements and documents put together for acquisition of right-of-way along Upper Manatee River Road from my client, as well as the property to the north. Addition, the drainage easements that are being put together, all of those documents are there. They're ready to be inked, just pending final. This is a GDP. So in lieu of continuing it, is it possible to put a stipulation, a recommended stipulation, to buy the county the extra few weeks that they need to ink the agreements and the documents for the extension of Port Harbor Parkway? Is that an option? I have to ask on behalf of my applicant. We still need to go to county commission. If it's not agreed, then it would be eminent domain. So either way, that property, that intersection is being built out. We know that. So that's what I would ask, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Schenk?
The short answer is no.
Okay.
We're not going to be showing county roads and someone else's property while they go right.
I'm good with the short
of
answer,
access.
thank you. Short answer works for me. Okay, so then it appears that we will need a motion to continue this. We can either do it to the next meeting at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, same may be heard, or date uncertain. Does the applicant and/or staff, is this a 30-day solution? You want to see it again in 30 days, or do you want to see it again whenever it gets resolved? And do you know what I'm asking?
I'm sorry, I guess I don't know what you're asking. What,
So we can either continue it to the next meeting.
and have they asked for it to be continued? I'm sorry.
The answer is the county attorney's office recommended it be
Okay,
continued. We're not
okay.
acting on it today. We
Yes.
need a continuance date or
Okay.
no date certain.
So it's either going to
And
get
we're asking
continued.
staff to have ready in
Right.
a certain period of time.
Yes, the
Okay.
question is it continued to the next meeting, or is it going to be re-advertised, and we don't know? And since we're not in control of it, because Mr. Gustafson, to a certain degree, is in control of when that may happen, could be years, I don't know. So I'm waiting
I'm
for
looking at staff to see if they can look at upcoming schedules to see if it could be on the
Mr.
next
May.
one.
I was just going to add, if we're waiting till we have the land, it'll be after the court date for eminent domain unless we can negotiate sooner. So I don't think 30 days would be enough time.
So, Ms. Schenk?
We normally have these things by a motion to continue, no date certain, re-advertise.
That's what I think.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
So would someone like
without
to make that motion?
checking.
Did someone just make that motion? Mr. Glesline made that motion. That motion was seconded by Mr. Rutledge. We'll just do this verbally. Everyone in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion's continued to, and will be re-advertised. Great, thank you. Item number 5. I'm sorry? I don't want to do 4. Oh, no. There's 4, I already crossed it. All right, item number 4, Ms. Greer, would you please read it in the record?
Item number 4, ZL 2402 Atlantic Pro, Iron Walls LLC is the owner. It is a rezone of approximately 3.19 acres from NCM CPA CEA to HCL CPA CEA. Retaining the overlay districts and approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses is voluntarily proffered by the applicant. And we have James McDevitt here for staff.
All right. Is there anyone in the public that intends on speaking about this project? Okay, then we will have applicant. Is the applicant represented?
Mr. Chair, any ex parte communication?
Oh, any ex parte communication on this item? No. See, we're so good. We know not to do that, but we still have to ask.
Hi, Christopher Chin with Gannett Fleming Trans Systems. I've been sworn. I am not a Manatee County resident. So we will be rezoning this property from neighborhood commercial medium to heavy commercial limited. We spent a good amount of time with staff planning on what we would limit the property to. We've gone through and we've decided to eliminate any of the potential uses that could be detrimental to the surrounding neighborhoods. I understand that there was a public comment, and it was regarding one of the neighboring properties that they deal with food. And so I went through the list again after the fact, and we would be happy to eliminate any of the concerns that, any of the uses that could pertain to the food production and being detrimental to that. So one of the items was intensive services, exterminating, and pest control, and we could remove that from our allowable uses table. Yep, thank you.
Good morning. For the record, James McDevitt with Development Services, and I have been sworn. Just very briefly, this is a rezone to heavy commercial limited. It's got a limited schedule of uses proffered by the applicant. The zoning district is an implementing zoning district of the IL future land use category. The IL industrial light does not allow for adverse impacts, so we're going to be reviewing at time of final site plan to ensure that those adverse impacts are not happening to the adjacent parcels. The uses are in compliance with the range of potential uses, and the use is permitted in HC. And I'm here available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff or applicant? We will open the public comment portion. Please come forward, state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Hello, my name is Brent Oakley, and I have been sworn. I'm also a Manatee County resident. So I'm here today to speak as the resident that is most immediately impacted as a result of this. So my residents, I have images of those provided. If we can start at the top, please. You can actually show that one as well. So this property is directly across the street from my home. My home is a really unique property that was built in 1929. It's a beautiful Spanish Revival estate. So it's got brick courtyard there with the turn-of-the-century bricks from the 1800s. Many of those bricks are actually original downtown city of Palmetto, which is really unique. If we can go through the additional photos there, I just want to show you what my property consists of and the beauty of that, just really one-of-a-kind, unique Palmetto residence that I have. We can go to the next ones. So there it is. This was actually taken right after Debbie. Go ahead. Okay, so here we are. We're looking north from my property. This was with a drone taken yesterday. So the property right across the street is the proposed rezoning site. So you can see the proximity of that and what it currently looks like. Okay, please advance. Just another angle there. This is bird's eye straight down. So the large grass area, that is the proposed site, and my property is in the bottom right corner of that. Go ahead. Now we're looking northwest there at the proposed site from my house. Go ahead. Okay, so this is important here. So this is looking from my courtyard out of the gates. So when the gates are open, this is my current view. Advance to the next one, we'll see a little bit closer, okay? So now, right now, we see some existing mature landscape. It's untouched, but it is native. So we can advance some more, and we're gonna go to a street view to see what it currently consists of. Okay, go ahead again, right there. So it's a nice, pretty drive as you go down 33rd Street West, which is where I live, and I am right next door to this. Please advance. Okay, so that's all that I have there that we can go through. So what I would like to discuss in my time remaining, 1 minute, is the impact that that would have on me as a resident. I have a 6.5-year-old son who lives there with me at my house, and I'm concerned about a lot of things as a result of this going in and being rezoned. So the current place that is in mind is Atlantic Pro, which is out of Fort Lauderdale. They're a boat detailing and sales property, and I spoke with them. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. If you go on their website, they have 1-star reviews. People say, do not trust this company, unprofessional. This is what it currently looks like. Here, I'll show
Hold
you
on,
this.
don't do that.
Okay, don't do that, okay.
If you do that, she has to keep your phone.
Okay, I can submit it to you, but,
You can-
so
if
what.
you put it on the public
so
camera, then it
If
becomes-
you pull it up on Google Maps, for example, or Apple Maps, et cetera, you can see the boatyard. It's something that you would see kind of like on the side of the road down in Cortez. Kind of looks like that, it's very rough. And that's the last thing I want to see when I look out the gates of my house. So, I don't know if there's a way for me to have additional time on this, but there's a number of factors: traffic, lighting, et cetera, noise, impact, residences. All the areas adjacent to me are going to be future land use as large neighborhoods, et cetera. So I just don't think that this fits in, and I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? We'll close the public comment portion. Staff closing comments?
Again, James McDevitt, Development Services. I have been sworn. The property currently exists as a motel. The intended use of a commercial use is not unusual to this location. It's permitted there. It's within an activity node. The 33rd Street, is it, let me see. The intersection that it's on, the corner that it's on, is 2 classified roadways, so it's intended to have access for commercial. It is a corner lot, so it will have a front setback on that south side where that property is that gentleman just spoke about. It will have to comply with all relevant land development code sections and requirements, so it will be having to meet code.
So if this is a straight rezone, what would be the requirement for a buffer or a setback on the south side?
The HC front setback is 25 feet, so any development would have to have a minimum 25-foot front setback there.
And what would be the buffer requirements along the south side?
We have environmental to speak for that.
Kara Canning for staff, I have been sworn. It really depends on the proposed use of the property. So with a commercial use, anything ranging from 10 to 20 feet would be required of unobstructed buffer width. But it really depends on what the actual use is at time of final site plan.
So we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Applicant closing comments.
Christopher Kitchen again with Gannett Fleming, and I have been sworn. We are in for final site plan review. I can share the plan with you.
Hold on. Unless you're you want, this is just a cartoon, correct, Ms. Schenk?
In normally on land use, we don't allow final site plans,
Exactly.
this type of
Okay.
hearing.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Because you could withdraw that final site plan as soon as you get this rezone.
Sure.
Sell it to the bomb squad. and
Understood.
move on.
I just wanted to show intent to the neighbor. Okay. In that case, Alex, would you want to come and speak? Yes. Alex Moore is the property owner and developer.
Good morning. My name is Alex Moore, and I've been sworn, and I'm the owner of the property. And I have to assure my neighbor, my new project is not going to impact him anyhow. There's not going to be no noises, and that we connected by like a small portion of the property, right? And there's only going to be the 4 pound for the water, right?
There will be a stormwater.
The property will be fenced, and we're going to keep some trees and greens so he won't see anything. And the place he saw on Google is Banyan Bay Marine Center in Fort Lauderdale. I'm a tenant there. I don't do anything that, like any noisy detailing things. I just sell boats. My operation is clean. I am a tenant there. I'm renting like a small portion of that place, and I'm also sick and tired with that place. I want something nice, clean, and quiet. That's, what I'm intent to do. And my review is 4.8 actually on Google. Our customers are mostly satisfied. So again, we should probably talk before the meeting, and I would assure you, you're gonna be fine. I'm not gonna make no noise,
okay,
no pollution, nothing. So we should be fine. And again, from his fence, from his property, he won't see nothing but trees and very nice fence. That's pretty much, that's it.
All right, so what I would suggest is to the gentleman in the audience, if he really does have let me start over. This is a rezone to a general development plan. We have no indications that that'll happen. He'll get this, they'll never show up, it'll get sold, and so we have to live with what's the approved potential uses there that possibly could go there. However, it seems reasonable that this gentleman is probably gonna do what if he's always going to final site plan level. So certainly, the gentleman in the public can now look at the final site plan, get some idea what they're probably going to do there, and that may mitigate some of your concerns. Any questions for the applicant? Did staff want to say something else?
I just, Rachel Layton for staff, I have been sworn. I just wanted to clarify a statement that you made. This is a zoning limited application. There is no site plan that
Oh,
accompanies
that's right, it's a
this.
straight rezone. Did I say GDP or something like that? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is just a straight rezone, so.
Thank you.
And they did proffer a list of possible uses. If you went through that, they did proffer a list of probable uses and things they weren't going to do. So certainly I encourage the gentleman in the audience to get with staff and/or the applicant and maybe can mitigate some of your concerns.
May
Mr.
I
Rutledge.
say something else? Just a few seconds.
1
We
second.
already eliminated all noisy and, anything can be impact to the neighborhood. We already voluntarily eliminated. It's general commercial limited. We limited ourselves voluntarily.
We have the list.
Thank you.
Mr. Rutledge.
I just want to say something, Mr. Oakley, thanks for coming down, and I think this is what we're here for, to vet this stuff, make sure it's clear, but we'll get to see this again, and I will remember you. Perhaps you'll remember me.
I
And
will.
you said that he'll have no impact, so I think the landscape that's there can have a buffer and a fence that would make it so it doesn't have to be a traffic location or intersection for your access. I think they can do those kind of things. I've seen people do it, so I can't wait to see what they come back with, because we'll see them again.
I'm not really sure that we'll see them again.
No,
This is
it
a
did-
straight rezone.
right.
So they'll take it directly to,
Correct.
yes,
I'm entrusting our staff will see it that way. That may even actually not be as good, so anyway.
Well, if they're already getting near a final site plan, if he's showing a final site plan around, then they're moved pretty far along down the process. So the gentleman in the audience can certainly get involved, and staff would entertain your input. All right.
Just one thing, do we want to add that extra, the thing to the list of prohibited uses that you mentioned? Can we make sure that happens
Yes.
in the,
What-
when we
wanna do
do
what?
the motion? The the exterminating or whatever, they were going to add that to the list of
We were going to eliminate
prohibited-
one of the uses that would be detrimental to the neighboring food
Just want to make sure
property.
that gets into the motion, or,
Well,
It
okay,
is-
don't do it now. Do it before the board.
Sure.
Okay, so just straighten it out before the board, then we have to change it and all this stuff. Believe you, just straighten it before the board.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
All right, Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Delesline, seconded by Ms. Onstadt. You may vote. Motion carries unanimously. Let's take a moment and talk about the rest of today. It is 11:20, so pretty sure we're not going to get done by lunch. We have obviously a bunch more things going before we even get to advertise public hearings. So, I'm not telling you what to do, but if you're an advertised public hearing, you're probably not going to be heard this morning. So if you may want to go get an early start on lunch or something, it might be a good decision, but that's up to you. course, none of the consultants will leave because they're all billing at their ungodly amount per hour, so they'll be sitting there, of course. But members of the public, if you're from one of the afternoon things, you may want to go grab lunch or whatever. All right, item number 5.
Item number 5, Z2329, Marker 37 Holding LLC. This is a rezone of 2 contiguous parcels with a total of approximately 4.69 acres from general commercial and neighborhood commercial medium to light manufacturing. Yes, to light manufacturing, retaining the overlay districts generally located on the west side of US 41. And we have Laura Gonzalez here as our planning staff.
Is there anyone in the public that intends on speaking during public comment on this one? Okay, then applicant, brief presentation?
Mr. Chair, any
Oh, any ex parte communications on this item?
No.
No. Can't we just do that in the beginning? You sure? You're sure? You're absolutely sure? You're completely sure?
You're not really questioning the counselor, are you really?
Well, if I, you know.
I'm just asking,
Good morning,
Good morning,
Mr.
Mr.
Schmidt.
Chair, Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Bob Schmidt with Land Planning Associates, and I have been sworn, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I'll make this very brief. This is kind of an infill piece with industrial property to the north and to the south. To the north is a company called Subterrane Technologies. They do some infrastructure work, and to the south is Palmetto Canning. Probably know where this is, near the junction of US 19 and 41. And we are asking for light manufacturing zoning so that the owner can come down here and have his industrial light business occupy the site. He'll probably occupy about half of it and then lease the other half. But there is a need for light manufacturing in this area. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Staff presentation. Brief staff presentation. If you want to get anything on the record, then if not, that's okay too.
This is Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. I agree with the applicant presentation. I don't have any additional comments, just that the request is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirements of the Land Development Code. If you have any question.
Any
I'm happy
questions
to.
for staff? Okay, we'll open the public comment portion. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Come forward, state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
I'm Roland Baggs. I've been sworn in. I'm speaking on behalf of Palmetto Canning, Jonathan Greenlaw. Palmetto Canning's been there for decades. We were formed 1927. 3601 US 41, we're adjacent to that. Jonathan's property is also on the site at 3603. Our high definition, low-tech version. This is his current property, the high-tech Google Earth version. This is his property, the house, the location next to it. His concern is the light manufacturing being considered in the future. He just would express opposition to having that changed. He is completely open to any type of communication. He did try to communicate. He's out of the country right now, but by next week, anyone who would like to speak with him would be able to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And
Anyone else
you
in the-
own these now, right? I can part with them. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Anyone else? We'll close the public comment portion. Staff closing comments, if any?
This is the applicant have to comply with the Section 540 performance standards that prevent pollution, noise, and other negative impacts from the light manufacturing activity. And also there are setbacks and buffers that are required by code that will mitigate the negative impacts on the adjacent properties.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Applicant closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Bob Schmidt, I have been sworn. I'll be happy to work with the gentleman, and there might be some preliminary design that I can show that I believe stormwater will be back in that portion of the property anyway. I can't, well, in any event, I'll work with the adjacent property owner.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? If not, Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Ms. Keba, second by Mr. Delisle to approve. May vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 6. Ms. Greer, would you please read that into the record?
PDMU 1802GR, North River Storage. It was formerly known as Fort Hamer Senior Living. And this is an amending and reinstating a zoning ordinance, PDMU 1802ZG, to revise the general development plan with the following changes. 1, construction of a mini warehouse self-storage facility with 97,981 square feet and an accessory outdoor storage, which replaces the previously approved assisted living facility serving up to 179 residents and retaining 42,500 square feet of medical offices for a total of 140,481 square feet of non-residential uses. And 2, removal of the North Central overlay standards. The site is approximately 15 acres, and it's generally located 660 feet north of the intersection of Mulholland Road and Fort Hamer. And we have Laura Gonzalez here for staff if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. Has anyone in the commission had any ex parte communications on this item?
No, sir.
They have not. Is there anyone in the public that intends to speak for or against this item? Is there anyone in the public that intends to speak for or against this item? Then we can have a really abbreviated applicant presentation. Pass. Staff, an incredibly abbreviated presentation. We'll open public comment. Anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Seeing no one come forward, close public comment.
We did no ex parte?
I'm sorry?
Do ex parte communication?
I already did
You
that.
did that? Okay.
I do it, and then I get yelled at anyway. I get yelled at. My God.
Keep a close rein on, Counselor.
Keep track of me, Sarah. Sarah and I go a long way. Any questions for staff? Any questions for the applicant? Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Ms. Keba to approve. Second by Mr. Rutledge. May vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next 2, 7 and 8, can be heard together and vote separate.
7 and 8 will be heard together. 7, 8, and 9. 7, 8, and 9. All right, I'm going to make a command decision. We're going to do 7, 8, and we will do 9 before we take a break, but after 9, we will be breaking for lunch. So sorry? I don't know what he's mumbling about. I'm sorry? Well, it's not my problem. So we're going to do 7 and 8, and we will do 9, then we're going to take a break. So if you're not 7, 8, or 9, we're going to take a break after that for lunch. So that's what I know. Ms. Greer, would you read 7 and 8 into the record for us?
Item number 7, ordinance 2430, Northwest Sector DRI, number 26. It's amending and reinstating development order pursuant to Chapter 380.06 of the Florida statutes. And it comprises of revising map H to change land use from commercial to residential for a parcel located at the southeast corner of Lakewood Ranch Boulevard and 44th Avenue East. It also is to exchange 88 single-family residential units and 124,000 square feet of commercial space for a total of 606 multifamily residential units pursuant to the approved land use equivalency matrix. And it also will allocate a new access point to a commercial parcel located on the west side of Lakewood Ranch Boulevard and south of Gatewood Drive. And Rosina Leiter is our planning staff member here for this. I'll go ahead and read number 8. Number 8 is PDMU 0519 GR10 for the Northwest Sector GDP Amendment. and it is amending and reinstating the ordinance PDMU 0519 ZGR9 for that previously stated.
Thank you.
In 7.
Any commissioners have any ex parte communications on 7 or 8?
No.
No. Is there anyone in the public that intends on speaking during public comment of this item? Okay, Ms. Petroff does. All right. Well, then we will have is the applicant here? There we go.
Chair, did you disclose this party communication?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I just asked.
Are you paying attention this morning?
Well, I guess I didn't either, I'm sorry.
I did, didn't I?
Yes.
I answered you, I don't know.
God,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm losing my mind.
my name is Ed Vogler. I'm waiting for the ex parte communications to be disclosed if there are any. But I've not had any, so I'll disclose that.
Have you been sworn?
I have been sworn
At?
and to this nice lady over here that I would only tell you the truth. And this is Katie LeVar. And we have presentations on request, and our application is rather complicated, well vetted, very small changes. We're changing from a Neal Communities commercial parcel to a residential parcel multifamily. It is the northwest corner of our fabulously successful Central Park community that has been built for about, 15 years. This land is vacant. There is a question raised to us by Council for Central Park Homeowners Association about the sharing of some utility expenses and the sharing of some pond maintenance and the relocation or an addition of some trees to increase the buffer or to fill in the buffer. And so Ms. Petroff and our team have been working on this for an extended period of time. It involves the Lakewood Ranch Stewardship District. It involves Manatee County. It concerns the lift station turnover. None of that has anything to do with zoning. And so I'm going to stop there because there are not any zoning issues that I know about. And if we made a zoning presentation to you, it would not be necessary in connection with what I think we're going to hear. If that changes, I'd like to have some rebuttal, and we'll deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Mr. Vogler. Yes. I mean, just, kind of not for the official record, but while I was with SMR, I rezoned this once for you. So, do you think you have it this time?
Yeah, I think we have it. Thank you very much.
Anything by staff? Staff presentation?
Good morning, Rosina Leider, and has been sworn. I can say that the application complies with the rules and regulations that are applicable for a revision of the DRI and of a GDP. And I don't have any comments to add, only to certify that the application and the procedures are within the regular
All right,
process.
Any?
I know that there has been conversation with the neighbors, and we are waiting to resolve this.
Okay, all right. Any questions for staff or applicant? We'll open the public comment portion. Ms. Petroff, good morning.
Good morning, Patricia Petra for the record. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I do represent the Central Park Neighborhood Association. I provided my letter to the clerk. I'm not going to take 10 minutes. My client initially was somewhat surprised that this was going to be changed again to something. Like you said, this is not the first rodeo for this piece of property. There was a concern about the residential because it's apartments, it's taller, apartments have a different noise and lighting and different rhythm than commercial. I mean, everyone who bought knew it was supposed to be commercial, and so surprise, it's going to be residential. I understand it is a lovely intersection for residential. I get that. There are the issues that I have been trying to resolve with the applicant since, I think, April, when I got involved, have to do with the lift station is owned by the stewardship district, but it is on Central Park Association property. And there is an easement that goes from what was supposed to be the commercial to that lift station, but there has been no agreement for payment of the use of the lift station between the parties. Right now, the Central Park Neighborhood Association is paying 100% for the cost of the lift station. So arguably, the lift station was sized appropriately. I'm told that it was. I'm not questioning that. Sized appropriately for the additional sewage from the commercial. What was approved commercially should be sized appropriately, and I'm sure they have all sorts of calculations for that, to handle the sewage from the apartment complex. But we need some sort of agreement that we have been working on. We don't have the language yet. Same thing for the stormwater system. All the stormwater is coming to stormwater ponds owned and operated by Central Park Homeowners Association. And so we need an agreement as to those ponds that are impacted by the additional stormwater from this was commercial, now residential property. Again, they have engineers that tell me what that is. I received that information on Sunday and Monday, so it hasn't been completely vetted by my side of the table. So we are working on that. We're going to work diligently so we can hopefully let them have this resolved next Thursday at the County Commission meeting. The last item has to do with buffering. The different kind of buffer is needed, I think, between a very busy residential apartment complex and a whatever kind of commercial, because mostly commercial starts at, 8, ends at 9. We don't have commercial going on. You don't have people coming and going all the time. You don't have big parties at commercial. It's a different kind of use. It's a different kind of impact. There's a different kind of noises. There's different kind of lighting. And so we had asked for additional buffering. I got the buffering proposal on Monday night after work. And so again, we're looking at that. And so we have 3 stipulations that we do wish to have be added to this project because they're only enforceable if they're added to the project. So I'm confident that we can work that out. We
Do you have those
a
stipulations?
week.
Has staff reviewed them or anything, or are you still
No,
working on them?
we haven't even finished reviewing them, so no, the staff hasn't reviewed them. But it has to do with additional landscaping on the buffer because the apartments, the distance from the closest house to the closest apartment building is closer. Has to do with use of the lift station, which I know they have an easement for, and the how the money's going to be handled on that. And I think that's a legitimate request. And we would be requesting that at some point in the process when the commercial had been developed, because there's no agreement except there's Mr. Neal, because he developed both properties, kept an easement for himself for those facilities with no statement as how to shared responsibility for upkeep and maintenance. And since it is a private lift station at this moment, my client shouldn't pay 100% if, someone else is putting a third of the sewage in the lift station. So, but I'm confident that we can get this worked out, hopefully before the commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public that wants to state your name and whether or not you've been sworn?
I'm Dan Donnelly, and I have not been sworn.
Is there anyone else that might get moved to speak? Anyone else for anything else today? Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, fine.
Sure. Yes. Good day to everyone. Appreciate the chair's time and the board's time on this matter. I made a similar presentation to this one a couple of years ago about a tract of land near the inlets where I used to live, where a developer was also trying to increase the density of zoning in order to add more units adjacent to where they had already built a sizable complex. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously in favor of the residents in that matter, and for a very good reason, identical to those that will be presented today. The current environment in this immediate area couldn't be worse, with problems such as overcrowding of schools. I don't know if folks have heard about the students and parents that showed up at schools only to be told 3 days before they were supposed to attend that they had to go to different schools. That happened just last week. Parking issue with schools and churches, long lines at grocery stores and pharmacies, heavy local traffic that leads to heavy traffic on I-75, parking problems in downtown Lakewood Ranch, long wait times for pickleball and other sports at Lakewood Ranch High School. A trip to the beach is now an hour on a good day. There's a cell tower that's proposed with this as well that many people are opposed to. Many people have written emails, I know, to the commission. With all the development that we see around us that remains unoccupied, it's quite apparent that the traffic and overcrowding situations will soon be untenable. If my math is correct, you're adding 600 units times 4 people per unit. That's 2,400 additional people to this immediate area that surrounds my home. 600 units times 2, as far as the number of cars that are going to be on the road, is another 1,200 cars that are going to be in that immediate area, adding to local traffic problems. I ask that you listen very carefully to those emails that were sent in and thoughtfully to your fellow citizens and vote on this issue as if you resided in these neighborhoods before the property values suffer. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close the public comment portion. I believe this is all covered by the land use equivalency matrix, correct? I'm sure, not, hold on, Mr. Vogler, I'm sorry. Any closing comments by staff?
To answer your comment, yes, the change is doing via the land equivalency matrix. And if you have any question, let me know.
Applicant closing comments.
This is a very large development of regional impact, of which this property is a very small piece. DRIs are dynamic. They change over time. The uses change in the marketplace. This is completely consistent with all of your codes and ordinances. As I mentioned in my opening comments, none of the comments made by Ms. Petroff concern zoning matters. And we understand and appreciate her ability and right to bring that to you today. But we have various agreements in place, and we'll have some more with our friends at Central Park. And so in terms of your action today, we'd ask you to move it forward, and we see no comment that has been made that would suggest a different course.
Mr. Vogler, and you guys are trading off, right? So you're not adding any density, you're just trading office and this and that, and so there's no more density, there's no more trips, there's no more anything, you're just trading uses.
That's correct. We're trading the type of use, largely from commercial to residential, which is a phenomenon that is happening everywhere. By the way, it should not be lost on you that bricks and mortar retail is not as prominent as it once was. In addition, this site has a 10-pump gas station that's approved here, and many of us think that this is a better use. And so, but the direct answer to your question, which I know you knew, which is that this was all studied under an equivalency matrix. So when you trade uses, you're not increasing intensity on roadways or utilities or other things. You're simply changing the use. And so the question for planning board is a multifamily apartment use appropriate at this location? And that's the question, and it is.
Thank you. Any more questions for the applicant? Chair will entertain a motion on 7 and 8 separately. Motion by Mr. Rutledge, second by Mr. DeLeslon. You may vote on number 7. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 8. Okay, here we go. Motion by Mr. Rutledge, seconded by Mr. Esslinger. You may vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 9, which will be the last one of our morning session. Ms. Greer, would you please read that into the record?
Item number 9, Z2405, Groover rezone. It is a rezone of approximately 2.61 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of 17th Street West and 2nd Avenue West. And it is a rezone from RSF 4.5 to NCM, which is Neighborhood Commercial Medium. And they will be retaining the overlay district, and we have Alicia Henry here for staff.
Is there anyone in the public that intends to speak on this during public comment? Is there anyone in the public that intends to speak on this during public comment? All right. Applicant doesn't need to do a presentation. Staff, any necessary presentation? We'll open this item for public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward to speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public? Seeing no one come forward to close public comment. Staff closing comments? Applicant closing comments? Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Ms. Prosser, second by Ms. Keba. You may vote. Oh my God, do we have any ex parte communication?
I saw her light go on.
So when you forget, I remember, and when I forget, you remember. But somebody remembers. All right, looks like we may all vote. We're a mess. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we are going to take, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock, so we're temporarily adjourned.
practitioners from around the U.S. During the tour, NOAA staff explored the expansion by land and by water to observe coastal habitats created for juvenile recreational sport fish. They also visited with fisheries research biologists to observe fish monitoring in action. The afternoon session at the Nest included presentations by biologists to discuss the fisheries data collected to date and collaborations with Manatee County staff. As one of the Manatee County's funding partners, we were honored to host NOAA at the Robinson Preserve expansion to showcase how this investment is informing our long-term habitat management activities.
If you're looking into a trade, this right here, this is the king of all trades. We lay pipe, we fix water lines, we operate heavy equipment, we drive heavy machinery, masonry work, concrete work, asphalt work, we do it all. This right here is the king of blue collar work. A water distribution maintenance technician, we maintain the water system. We provide a very vital source, being water, to all of our customers and residents in Manatee County.
If you enjoy getting dirty, and if you enjoy working hard, if you enjoy fixing things and repairing things and maintaining things, this is a great job for somebody who needs to stay busy.
When you pull up on the job and there's water down the street,
Manatee County residents, did you know that your recycling cart must be 3 feet from the curb and other obstacles? Recycling carts placed too close to the cars, mailboxes, garbage cans, or too far from the curb prevent the recycling cart from being accessed by the truck mechanical arm. Be sure to arrange materials loosely in the recycling cart so that they do not become wedged and remain in the recycling cart after it's dumped. Please be sure to place the cart with the arrows located on the lid facing the street and at the curb by 6 a.m. on pickup dates. And as always, let's make it a better life for you and me here in Manatee. Manatee County residents, did you know that your recycling cart must be 3 feet from the curb and other obstacles? Recycling carts placed too close to the cars, mailboxes, garbage cans, or too far from the curb prevent the recycling cart from being accessed by the truck mechanical arm. Be sure to arrange materials loosely in the recycling cart so that they do not become wedged and remain in the recycling cart after it's dumped. Please be sure to place the cart with the arrows located on the lid facing the street and at the curb by 6 a.m. on pickup dates. And as always, let's make it a better life for you and me here in Manatee.
Hello, I'm Kevin Van Ostenbridge, your District 3 County Commissioner. From filtering our water to creating a sustainable habitat for marine life, there's a lot to celebrate here in Manatee County. For more, Here's our team with Manatee County Natural Resources.
Whether you know it or not, oysters play an important role in your life. If you or someone you know have ever fished for tarpon, drum, snook, or grouper, science has shown that seagrass beds and oyster bars provide habitat structure for these and other important fish species during some point in their development.
And you're not the only one who likes to eat oysters. Oyster bars are an important food source for creatures like crabs and shrimp and dozens of species of fish. They're also a critical link in the food web for bird species like the American oystercatcher, which is a state-designated threatened species.
Oysters also provide huge benefits to our waterways by working to remove nutrients and sediment from the water, which improves our water quality. Did you know a single oyster can filter an estimated 30 to 50 gallons of water per day? That's why working to restore oyster populations provides significant benefits when it comes to protecting Manatee County's waterways, providing habitat for wildlife, and protecting the natural resources of our county, continuing to make it the premier place to live, work, and play for future generations to enjoy.
Manatee Square Garden was founded in 2016 based on a survey conducted by the Department of Health that determined that there are 32 food desert communities in Manatee and Sarasota County. For those of you who don't know, food desert communities don't have access to nutritious food and they don't have easy transportation to that. So part of the solution was the creation of my position and the creation of this model garden to serve this community, Washington Park. The county has been extremely generous in their delivery of the Community Gardens program. Not only do we work in this garden with UF and the Department of Health, we've also extended that same service to Elwood Park community through the construction of their garden. And then on the slab, or on the table, if you will, there are up to 4 more garden projects in the works. Community gardens are important to me because they provide educational opportunities and food access to the community. They improve food security, they improve community involvement, they improve community perception.
I like the outdoors, I like getting my hands dirty. I like growing, and it's a form of therapy. And if you look around, you see a variation of shrubs, flowers, vegetation, and it's just wonderful.
It's good for the heart, it's good for the mind, it's good for the body. You can't get a better situation.
Download the 311 app and get connected to Manatee County services.
Know what your evacuation level is. If you don't know, try the 311 app.
Search for information like trash and recycling schedules, and find out who your commissioner is via the resident information tool. Report issues like potholes, uneven sidewalks, malfunctioning traffic lights, and down stop signs. You can even pay your utility bill and request a permit.
Manatee County 311, what department can I help you with?
Manatee 311 and the Manatee 311 app, connecting citizens to services.
Some cats, like Miss Whiskers here, prefer the comfort of indoor living, plenty of lap time, fresh food, and a spot next to her favorite window. Not all cats are like Miss Whiskers, though. As a matter of fact, some cats thrive in the great outdoors, preferring the role of a working cat. These cats, though they may seem like outsiders, play a vital role in our ecosystem. They're skilled hunters, helping to control pests like rodents and insects from invading your homes and gardens. Trap, neuter, return is the most humane and effective method for managing a feral cat population. It involves trapping cats, spaying and neutering them, and returning them to their colony. This not only prevents the birth of more kittens, but also improves the cat's health and reduces nuisance behaviors like spraying and fighting. By caring for colony cats and practicing TNR, we're not only helping cats, but also benefiting our community and environment. By dedicating just a few minutes of your day, you can contribute by supporting and caring for these cats while they perform invaluable pest control duties for the community. For some helpful do's and don'ts when caring for a cat colony, please visit mymanatee.org/cat.
Manatee County's Ecological and Marine Resources Division hosted NOAA for a recreational fisheries tour at the Robinson Preserve expansion, including NOAA restoration practitioners from around the U.S. During the tour, NOAA staff explored the expansion by land and by water to observe coastal habitats created for juvenile recreational sportfish. They also visited with fisheries research biologists to observe fish monitoring in action. The afternoon session at the Nest included presentations by biologists to discuss the fisheries data collected to date and collaborations with Manatee County staff. As one of the Manatee County's funding partners, we were honored to host NOAA at the Robinson Preserve expansion to showcase how this investment is informing our long-term habitat management activities.
Here's it's the dude. I'm happy and proud to say I've had her since September 20th of 2020. I adopted her out of the Palmetto Animal Shelter. It was a Saturday afternoon. Realized I needed a companion in my life. You're emotional. Yep. So some veterans have gone through some traumatic times, and you know, how can you put a price on this? Right here. And so dude was out on a walk by one of the volunteers. I waited on her for her to come back. Her tongue was dragging. I looked at her and I said, that's the one. I have a kind of a stressful job, and those days I come home, she's there at the door waiting on me. We have our routines. We go on golf cart rides. We go out in the backyard and go for walks, and she's just there for me. Of course, you can see the affection. If I stop, she wants more. But yeah, she's a perfect dog. If you know a vet or you are a vet, Pets for Patriots is a program that makes it easy for you to adopt any type of pet shelter, cat or dog. The program allows for waived fees for veterans, which includes the spaying and neutering, the chipping, and the pre-adoption counseling. Participants get a $200 pet gift card to get them food and supplies for that welcome home day. You know, participants also receive ongoing discounts for things like veterinarian care, food, pet insurance, treats, medications. Right, on behalf of the dude, myself, I can't compliment the staff, Animal Services, Sarah Brown, Deputy Director of Community and Veteran Services, Jennifer Hum, our new Animal Services Manager, and all the volunteers and all the staff of Manatee County that every day put an effort out to get these animals adopted. You know, I cannot thank them enough from my heart, and the dude, really thank them all. For more information, click on the Pets for Patriots logo at mymanatee.org/pets and tell them Dude sent you.
Last year, hundreds of Manatee County seniors fell victim to fraud.
It's important that you know the signs so you can avoid being scammed.
If you feel rushed or pressured into sending money,
if you're asked to pay with gift cards or cryptocurrency,
or if you're threatened with arrest for not paying,
hang up the phone or slam the door. It's a scam.
Learn more about scams and how to avoid them at mymanatee.org/scams.
And if you have been scammed, immediately report the crime to law enforcement. We are here to help.
How wetlands are protected in new developments. Development completed before the 1980s typically did not have adequate wetland protection or address stormwater concerns. Today, these protections come in the form of wet ponds and occasionally grassed areas. You might wonder why newer developments have stormwater ponds with control structures. That's because in 1985, the state of Florida placed regulations on stormwater requiring these protective measures. Stormwater ponds collect and manage stormwater runoff by providing water quality treatment and restricting the water flow before it enters our creeks, rivers, wetlands, and the Gulf of Mexico. In undeveloped areas, stormwater runoff is filtered via overland flow through vegetation and wetlands prior to flowing into our water bodies. A wetland buffer is an upland area adjacent to wetlands consisting of existing vegetation and/or planted native species, which is to remain undisturbed. When engineered stormwater treatment systems are integrated into development plans, they effectively filter and treat runoff closer to its source before it enters a wetland or stream. The stormwater system provides water quality treatment in addition to that provided by the wetland. The purpose of state-required wetland buffers in residential, commercial, or industrial projects is to provide a visual and physical separation between development and wetlands. Protected wetlands and wetland buffers are often identified by signs, which serve as a reminder for people to stay out of these areas, effectively reducing pollution and habitat disturbance. You can often find signs in our county parks that include information about the ecological significance of wetlands, their role in flood control, and the species they support. For more information on how you can help protect wetlands in your neighborhood, go to mymanatee.org/wetlands. Why do we need stormwater management systems? Since the 1980s, stormwater management systems have been required for new development and are specifically designed to help prevent flooding and remove pollutants from the water. A stormwater or detention pond is designed to collect and manage stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff can carry many different types of pollutants: sediment, garbage, fertilizer, pesticides, oil, animal waste and bacteria, and yard waste. When rainwater lands on rooftops, parking lots, streets, driveways, and other hard surfaces, the rainfall that doesn't soak into the ground flows into your neighborhood stormwater pond through catch basins, pipes, shallow swales, or ditches. Without these ponds, runoff would carry pollutants like those mentioned, and anything else that can float into nearby wetlands, streams, rivers, estuaries, or the Gulf of Mexico. Stormwater ponds are engineered systems designed to remove excess nutrients and other pollutants that can negatively affect our water bodies. They allow sediments in the water to settle at the bottom of the pond and not discharge downstream. They help remove nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, that can come from lawn fertilizers or natural sources, such as animal waste. Nutrients cause algae and bacterial blooms in water bodies, which consume the oxygen that fish and other aquatic life needs to live. Engineered control structures prohibit garbage and floating debris from entering the receiving water body. Officials sometimes have to close our recreational water bodies due to pollutants, which cause human health hazards. But engineered stormwater ponds can help remove hazardous pollutants before discharging into our water bodies. Now that you know about these pollutants, please help Manatee County maintain our natural resources by following these tips. Never dump anything down storm drains or into stormwater ponds. Use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Properly dispose of pet waste. Control soil erosion by planting over bare spots in landscape. Sweep driveways and sidewalks instead of using a hose to discharge to the street. Properly dispose of yard waste. Properly dispose of hazardous household chemicals. Direct downspouts away from paved surfaces. And check your car for oil leaks. For more information, go to mymanatee.org/stormwater.
Manatee County is a beautiful place located on the west coast of Florida at the south end of Tampa Bay. We're a community of 400,000, rapidly growing at 10 to 15,000 people a year. With that, our growing population has stressed our existing infrastructure, and we're working diligently to provide those expansions to the existing roadways to meet the needs of our new community. At the same time, we're trying to meet the same needs of maintenance of the existing county while growth happens. So we want everybody in the county to receive the same high level of services we provide, whether you're 2 years old or you're 80 years old.
We've got an amazing public works department that's working very diligently to provide what our citizens need, what our tourists need, what our future citizens need. So whether it be roads and bridges or it be improvements to our beaches and our recreational facilities, we're working very hard We just opened up a new bridge on 44th Avenue. That was something that this community saw decades ago as a need, as a reliever for two other east-west thoroughfares. And once that crosses over Interstate 75, we're going to see the ability for a contiguous road going from the beaches where we're standing today all the way out to Lakewood Ranch and beyond, where the new growth center is in Manatee County. One of the things that we've lacked putting funding towards recently is our north-south thoroughfares. So Fort Hammer Road is our #1 priority both on the state level and federal level. Once complete, it's going to go all the way from Hillsborough County to the north of us, all the way down to Sarasota County to the south of us, and create a major reliever, not only for the local roads here in Manatee County, but for the interstate as a whole, if there's ever an accident. So that's a major priority of our public works team right now. The second thing is we're starting to see more sidewalk projects, more complete streets, roundabouts, things that traffic calming, to really make sure that Manatee County is providing efficient ways to get around, but providing safe ways to get around.
This is not sleepy old Manatee County from 20 years ago. There is an expectation that we provide a high level of service and people do it. We also do much more community outreach to try to have a true insight in a particular area on what the improvement is. Where can I do some extra sidewalk work? Where can I put some traffic calming amenities in? Where can I improve pedestrian safety? The vast majority of our employees live in Manatee County, and that is such a plus. They know the community. Sometimes they know the people that are requesting the work. We want people that take that pride into knowing that they are taking care of their own community.
And every groundbreaking I'm at, every ribbon cutting I'm at, Chad and his team are there. When we have our meetings, they're sitting in the audience. They're listening to our citizens. They're keeping in touch with what's needed in Manatee County and making sure it's adhered to the best of their abilities at all times.
Our summer is our big time to be prepared for emergency events, and that's to be prepared for a hurricane. Our last two fun events had been around Hurricane Irma in 2017, and most recently, just last year, a near miss for us with Hurricane Ian to the south in Fort Myers in 2022.
We work endless hours throughout the year, making sure we're prepared for a storm. Preparation through sandbags, the equipment. We had over 100,000 sandbags given out in a day and a half. If there's a blockage or a dirty pipe, all year round we're cleaning them, we're opening up the ditches, so when all that water comes, it's got a way to go out instead of flooding homes and roads. And after the storms, Public Works is one of the first ones to respond, to clear the roadways and to clean up. So I grew up in Manatee County, so seeing what we do every day, is awesome.
Endless opportunities are available here. We're looking for many new bright young faces to come join us and build a career as this community continues to grow.
I've lived here my whole life, so it would be 20 years now. When I learned about the internship in high school, I came and I started work here. My primary job is currently lift station rehabilitation projects. So going in, taking all the different parts of the lift station, taking the old parts out and replacing them with new parts. However, I also get to do fun projects like some 3D modeling and 3D design to be able to show to the public the projects that are going to be going in their local community. I've had great mentors and the management and everybody with just supporting me. And on top of that, the tuition reimbursement through Manatee County has been able to help me pay for my classes, go to college at the same time, and work and gain skills that I'd be able to use in the future.
Manatee County has a career ladder, so as you come in, you start off as a trainee, not knowing anything Public Works does. And the more you learn and achieve, you can move to a Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3, and then a Senior Tech, which opens up more opportunities for promotions.
Growing up here, almost 26 years, born and raised. I had wanted to work for the county for a while. I came in here not knowing anything about spraying or pesticide application and stuff like that. So I've learned the front end loader, which is really fun. I get to play in the dirt. I got to do the forklift, so that's pretty cool as well. The chemical trucks that we get to operate with the tank and the hose that we use, the backpacks. Sometimes we get to use the ATV to get to smaller areas that the truck won't fit. It's really fun being out there in the field, and I've learned a lot when I've come in here. So got my spray license and CDL, and I was glad to get in.
I chose Manatee County as my career. I was 19 years old, starting a family, so I needed something with great benefits, great hours, something I would enjoy for a long time coming. So Manatee County was the first option and last option. It worked out great.
You know, we encourage anyone who works in Manatee County to really consider living here within Manatee County, because we are all collectively working to make this a great place to live, work, and play. And you know, anyone working for Public Works or our county as a whole is going to help facilitate that.
It is a beyond exciting time. Manatee County will be the premier place where the Skyway lands on the south side of Tampa Bay.
If you're looking into a trade, this right here, this is the king of all trades. We lay pipe, we fix water lines, we operate heavy equipment, we drive heavy machinery, masonry work, concrete work, asphalt work, we do it all. This right here is the king of blue collar work. A water distribution maintenance technician, we maintain the water system. We provide a very vital source, being water, to all of our customers and residents in Manatee County.
If you enjoy getting dirty, and if you enjoy working hard, if you enjoy fixing things and repairing things and maintaining things, this is a great job for somebody who needs to stay busy.
When you pull up on the job and there's water down the street, there's road missing, the bigger and badder the job, the more I want it. The big line breaks, there's nothing that beats it.
This job takes grit, it takes determination, and it takes a wanting, a desire to work hard.
You can't be afraid to get dirty. You've got to be ready for it, you've got to welcome it. And it's something that we don't just mind. We look forward to it.
Hi, my name is Kyle with Manatee County Utilities. Come work with me as a water maintenance technician and get ready to get dirty.
Good morning. It's another great day here in Manatee County. It's a hot one. And I understand why everybody's not sitting in the seats. It's easier to be back in the shade. I'll be back there in the shade quickly. So we'll keep this brief and quick to the point. But again, good morning and welcome to the relaunch of the beautiful Johnson Preserve. I'm Mike Ron, Chairman and District 4 Commissioner of the Manatee Board of County Commissioners. As we always do here in Manatee County, we want to begin by honoring God and our country. So I'd like to do at this moment, if everyone could please stand. And I'd like to bring up Commissioner at Large and U.S. Marine Corps combat veteran, Jason Bearden, for the invocation.
Thank you, Chairman. If everybody could bow your heads. Father, thank you, Lord, for another beautiful day that you've given us here in Manatee County. Lord, I ask you, Lord, to bless all these people at this event today. Lord, show us, continuously lead us, Lord, in the direction that you want us to go, Father. And we just thank you for all the good things that you've been doing here in Manatee County. And we give you all the glory and praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please remain standing for the pledge. And what I'd like to do now is to bring up Clayton McCurry, a ranger with the Manatee County Natural Resources Department, to say the pledge. Clayton?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Clayton. Well, isn't this a beautiful park? You know, back in May 22nd of 2018, actually, I was on the Planning Commission at that time, and through the public-private partnership with Manatee County, the Conservation Foundation of the Gulf Coast, Friends of Keep the Woods, and numerous residents throughout the community here successfully conserved this land, permanently protecting almost 44 acres of natural landscape and diverse habitat, as you can see behind me. With contributions from the Floyd C. Johnson and Flo Singer Johnson Foundation, along with the Manatee Fish and Game Association, community sponsors, the Conservation Foundation, and Keep the Woods, they raised nearly $1.3 million, which was given to Manatee County. With this monetary donation and tax dollars, Manatee County was able to fund the purchase of 32.38 acres, which appraised for $3.2 million at that time. The Conservation Foundation donated the adjoining 11.44 acres to Manatee County, which were left by the late Carl Bergstresser, the co-founder of the citizens group Keep the Woods, who advocated for preservation of the 32 acres of woodlands next door to his beautiful homestead. In fact, his home is still standing, and it's the home of Ranger Clayton that lives in there today, who just said the pledge for us. So we are so proud to honor his efforts and display a sign dedicated to Mr. Bergstresser's and the installment of the right here at the information kiosk. What I'd like to bring now is our long-term Manatee County Resources Director, Charlie Hudsaker, who is retiring in October, and we thank him for being here today. Thank you, Charlie.
Wow. Thank you, Commissioner. You're like Jack Kennedy at inauguration, right? You're going to wear that jacket even though it's like 100 degrees out here right now. But thank you so much. I appreciate everyone coming here. It's a wonderful crowd, and it's a wonderful neighborhood. I'd like to talk about that for a minute because I spent 9 years, about 3 blocks that direction, living on this very street when I moved here to Braden Woods. And, you know, neighborhoods it's like a backyard thing, right? From a standpoint of building your environment around you, you can start with your yard. You can start with your backyard to make it a home for animals. Then you can move to the common areas of this subdivision and other subdivisions where everyone takes care of those preserves and set-asides in the development. And then it comes to special places like this. You know, here we have it, let's just say 40 acres. It's like the 40-acre wood. There's a story about that somewhere. But, you know, probably a half mile of shaded trails and partially shaded trails. But you're seeing, you know, it's a small spot in the scheme of things, is it? But it is not. If you're a Carolina wren that I heard this morning when I woke up around my house, which is about 1.5 miles that direction, now, you know, this is a home for them. This is a home for a gopher tortoise that might find his way here. This is a home for 4 deer that almost ran me down. I was here 2 Sundays ago. They flushed the deer and I was bang. And they're here. This is their home. And it can be your home too. The county's home. There's a special spots when even in their small in number, collectively speaking, they are an oasis for what is important for the animals, important plants of Florida. And they're important for us because we're an important animal in Florida as well. You can take a moment to walk through here and listen to this. Isn't that wonderful? Unwonderful? When we got State Road 70, a little bit direction that way, you're like, ah. And you can come here and enjoy and appreciate it. You can't get any closer also to environmental protection because water moves from this property and that gentleman's pond over there directly to the Braden River, the water supply of the city of Bradenton. You can't get much closer to protecting the water supply of the city of Bradenton, maybe to get to our little Jake's Landing over there, which sits on the actual reservoir. But you're upstream of that reservoir. So protecting the water quality of this whole all of these neighborhoods, going back to State Road 70, Lakewood Ranch, and here. And then we have this. Yes, it could have been a subdivision. We made a choice to change that destiny and make it into this beautiful place, which is reminded to me each and every time when I hear that. It's perfect. So now it will be important for us to continue to manage this place, and manage it we will. We had a prescribed fire here, a purposeful fire, a year ago to bring this palmetto prairie that you see behind me down to where it should be. This is what a palmetto prairie should look like, except that it's too dense. It's like a carpet. So there'll be some more burns behind that to have some open spaces. You should be able to ride a horse right through there. And a proper Florida environment will have palmetto and will have ground cover, wiregrass, and all the other things that contribute to a foundation of a pyramid that starts here with even the smallest insect that supports the next animal, all the way to the top, where deer are now walking through here, can find a food source and a place of respite. So it's a respite for all of us. I love I love doing this. And I love it that you love it as well. And it's taking care of it. Our pledge to you is this will be maintained. As long as there is a government of Florida, by God, this place will be available for you and for the deer that are here as now my newfound friends. I almost put their hooves right on my feet, and everything else that is here, and it can be your place as well. So welcome to Johnson Preserve, and welcome to this great place. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Charlie. We appreciate everything you do for Manatee County and everything you do to keeping the natural wildlife and the natural preserves here in Manatee County. As you've heard, there is an incredible amount of teamwork and cooperation that led to the preservation of this riverfront property. And here with more on this project and how the partnership continues today, I'd like to introduce Christine Johnson, President of the Conservation Foundation of the Gulf Coast. Christine, come on up.
You get paid later. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I am Christine Purvis Johnson, and I am honored to be the president of Conservation Foundation of the Gulf Coast. For those of you who don't know Conservation Foundation, we are an accredited land trust, protecting the land and water in Southwest Florida for the benefit of people and nature. Our service area covers from Tampa Bay, South Tampa Bay, to the Everglades. And this year we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. And in those 20 years, we've protected almost 20,000 acres. We have a dream. We have a dream to create a protected wildlife corridor from Duet Preserve in northeast Manatee County through the Myakka Island of conserved properties to Babcock Webb in Charlotte County, and then all the way down to the Everglades. Wouldn't that be awesome? We've named this dream the Southwest Florida Wildlife Corridor, and it could start right here in Manatee County in Duet Preserve. And this property is part of that. But dreams like this can't happen without conservation-minded people who care and want to protect natural Florida for generations to come. And Manatee County is a community full of conservation-minded people. This property, Johnson Preserve, is a fantastic example of what can happen when a community comes together to save land. It all started in 2017 with the estate gift to Conservation Foundation. Carl Bergstresser, his estate donated 11 of these 44, I'm going to round up, 44 acres to us, Conservation Foundation. And working with Mr. Bergstresser's executor, Phil St. John, we learned that the adjoining 33 acres was slated for development by Neal Communities and Neal Land Ventures. Conservation Foundation negotiated with Pat and John Neal to sell the 33 acres to us for $3.2 million. So now we had a contract, but we needed the money. So don't forget, this is before 72% of Manatee County voters chose to tax themselves to create a land conservation funding program in 2020. So enter 3 community activists who stepped up to organize an army of friends, neighbors, conservationists into a newly formed group called Friends of Keep Woods. These 3 people, Phil St. John, Gary Hebert, and Brenda Russell, joined forces with Conservation Foundation. And together, we activated the community to advocate for this beautiful place to be protected forever. With the contract to purchase the 33 acres and the 11 acres that Conservation Foundation had, and the Friends of Keep Woods Army, we were able to convince Manatee County to purchase the property for $3.2 million, the 33 acres. But there was a catch. We had to raise $1 million of that 3.2 in just a few short weeks. And we did. We raised over $1.1 million. With the help, as you heard, of the Floyd C. Johnson and Flo Singer Johnson Foundation, who agreed to a $500,000 challenge grant. And then, as you heard, Manatee Fish and Game also helped and stepped up, not only with money, but also with an army. So in March of 2018, the Manatee County Commission voted to accept our $1.1 million. and that the community so generously donated and used general funds to make up the difference. But our $1.1 million came with a catch. A conservation easement needed to be on this property held by Conservation Foundation so that it is truly protected forever. And so that was the deal. And now Johnson Preserve is part of the natural corridor, as you heard from Charlie, along the Braden River, a source of drinking water for the city of Bradenton, and will forever be a home to an amazing diversity of plants and animals. Land conservation matters. It matters to plants and animals, and it matters to people, especially people in Manatee County, one of Florida's fastest growing counties. And so we got to act fast and protect our last remaining special places as well as our natural resources before it's all gone and it's too late. After all, saving land is an investment in the community's well-being and prosperity for current and future generations. So Conservation Foundation thanks everyone involved, the entire community. Thank you, Manatee County, for working collaboratively with us to save this special place, for taking care of it, for restoring parts of it, for restoring fire to this fire-needy habitat. Thank you, Friends of Keep Woods, for partnering with us, organizing and activating an army of concerned citizens. Thank you, Pat and John Neal, for selling to us for conservation instead of for development. And thank you to everyone who made a gift to protect this land. It is because of all of you, all of us, that we stand here today. Thank you all for being a community that cares about saving land.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you for all the great work the Conservation Foundation does. And we appreciate you guys. At this point, I want to bring up Gary Hubert, the president of Keep Woods, with one more of what this old slice of Florida means to all of us and to the community. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. It was December 2015 when we learned that the 33 acres we called the Woods was going to be altered drastically and permanently. Clustered houses and a road would replace a natural habitat. There were many reasons to save this site, from protection of the Braden River and its wildlife, to flood control and noise abatement. So began our effort to keep the woods. My first call was to Carl Bergstresser, who owned the 11 acres to the west. He said the developer wanted to include Carl's property in the project and told Carl to name his price. Well, Carl refused to sell for any amount. He loved the river, the animals, and the land that he had known all his life. He called it his slice of heaven. His vision was to save the entire 44 acres for future generations. We circulated petitions in nearby communities, and more residents joined the cause. This would become a very difficult journey. Every time we thought we were making progress, there would be more obstacles and setbacks. Most people gave us no chance of success. We didn't give up. Sadly, Carl passed away in July of 2016, but he bequeathed his property for preservation. This would become significant leverage for saving the adjacent land. We formed alliances with the Conservation Foundation and Manatee Fish and Game Association in 2017. And everything changed, because now we had partners who had the resources and expertise to help realize Carl's vision. Eventually, almost everyone, including the developer, favored preserving this wildlife refuge. It all came down to, you guessed it, money. There were arguments over the price, who would pay, whether taxes would be raised. The debate went on and on. Then, the County Commission agreed to purchase the land if the community could raise 1/3 of the funds. We had 10 days to find $1 million. Well, Manatee Fish and Game had already pledged $25,000, and the Conservation Foundation went about searching for the remainder, and the Johnson Foundation responded by committing $500,000. Other organizations and individuals made significant contributions. Amazingly, the $1 million goal was exceeded before the deadline. In May of 2018, the County Commission approved the purchase. And in December, 3 years after this saga began, Carl's property was conveyed to the county. A conservation easement would prevent future development. Carl's dream had come true. We had officially saved the woods. I commend and thank the dedicated volunteers who sacrificed so much to protect this site. We also thank the organizations that helped make this achievement possible, especially the Conservation Foundation of the Gulf Coast, Manatee Fish and Game Association, Manatee Community Foundation, Linger Lodge Resort, and Neal Communities. We greatly appreciate the Johnson Foundation and all the contributors who came through when everything could have been lost. As you walk through the preserve, remember Carl's contribution that helped make the impossible a reality. And welcome to a slice of heaven.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gary. We'd like to thank everyone for coming today. If you'd like to discover more about the plant and wildlife and Charlie's deer and all that kind of stuff, they're going to be providing walking tours, guided walking tours after we get done here. So please take advantage of that. Now, what I'd like to do now is let's check out the sign and let's get all the key players together for a picture in front of the sign. So pull the sign. Well, I think it's important anytime we can do a public-private partnership. It brings the community together, and we work together to preserve the public lands like you see here today. This land was slated, 33 acres of it was slated to be developed. And what you see is that when a private partnership with the Conservation Foundation, the Neal family, Neal Communities, the county, citizens got together, we're standing here today because of that. And we're sitting here in this 44-acre, this beautiful preserve, the Johnson Preserve, which was the relaunch today, because we couldn't launch it. We did a soft launch back in 20, but we had COVID and everything like that, so we could not do a big launch. And so we needed to do some stuff out here for the maintenance of it, control burns and things like that, to bring out the lushness as you see as a palmetto preserve sits today. So, you know, it's so important that when the public and the private come together, it just does, we can do great things together. And like you see, this is one of the great things we've done here in Manatee County. Well, this is old Florida. I mean, this is how Manatee County looked 100 years ago, maybe even 50 years ago. And people will come here and they'll be able to walk the trail, walk these walking trails to the Braden River. They have kayak launches down there where you can bring in your own kayak and launch out in the Braden River. So there's not a lot of places left like this. And we're trying to preserve as many as we can. We just did Crooked River Ranch, Emerson Preserve, and things like that are allowing us to be able to preserve lands like this. And when the public comes out, we want them to enjoy this. We want them to be able to use this facility as much as they want. People are running on these trails, they're hiking on these trails. So it gives them an opportunity to enjoy what is old Florida like we have today, like we have right now. Well, I said we just did Emerson Preserve. We did Crooked River Ranch. That was just purchased also. And we have other things that we're working on with our LMAC committee, other lands that we're looking at that are environmentally sensitive that need to be preserved. So we'll be bringing those forward as LMAC brings those forward to us and says we need to preserve these lands. 72% of the Manatee County population voted to preserve lands and voted for the county to spend money through taxes and everything like that we put on the taxes for environmentally sensitive lands. And we have a great LMAC committee that does a great job in bringing these properties forward.
So Conservation Foundation collaborated with the Friends of Keep Woods, with the Neal Communities, and with Manatee County to conserve this property. And how we did that is we brought a third of the price. And how we collaborated, we brought a contract that we negotiated with Neal Communities to sell for conservation instead of development. And we brought $1.1 million towards that $3.2 million purchase price. And we brought 11 acres of the 44 acres of Johnson Preserve that was gifted to us in the estate of Carl Bergstresser. And so Manatee County purchased the property, stepped into our contract, and gave us a conservation easement so that we are here to ensure that this land is never developed, never changed from how you see it today, only to make it better, to improve the habitat. So Conservation Foundation has been around for 20 years, and our mission is to protect the land and water in Southwest Florida for the benefit of people and nature. And how we do that is by protecting land. And it's important to protect land because land can do so much for us that we're not even aware of. Land actually cleans the water here at Johnson Preserve before it goes into Braden River, which is the drinking water supply for the city of Bradenton. Nature also provides us places to recreate. Nature provides us clean air, and not only clean water, but clean air, right? And nature, of course, is also a place where we can bring our heart rate down, where we can bring our blood pressure down. And it also creates communities. So a well-used park or preserve is also a safe community because people get to know one another. People get to actually converse and recognize faces and say hello, and dogs get to enjoy. And so parks and preserves, places that we protect, have so much to offer us. Not only, of course, birds and bunnies, but of course clean water and as well healthy lifestyles for us. If you want to get involved with Conservation Foundation or learn more about the environment that we protect and that we live in, go to our website, conservationfoundation.com, and go learn more. You can click on Learn More or get involved. We have volunteer opportunities, we have classes, we have walks and talks in nature, we have plans for people to help us with restoration projects. Lots of things for people to get involved in, whether you want to get your hands dirty or you want to sit in air conditioning. conservationfoundation.com.
Right. Well, we first learned about the proposed development in December of 2015, and I collaborated with Carl Bergstresser, who owned the 11 acres to the west. And we got together a neighborhood group that petitioned for conservation of the entire 44 acres. And we had a lot of residents that got involved, and Carl passed away in July of 2016, but he bequeathed his property for preservation. So that gave us the leverage we needed to justify conserving the adjacent land. We worked with the Conservation Foundation and Manatee Fish and Game and Manatee County, and we were able to come to an agreement with Neal Communities to purchase the property and put a conservation easement on it so that no future development could occur. We held weekly strategy meetings. We held community awareness meetings where we would bring people in and explain through PowerPoints and so on exactly what we were trying to accomplish. And almost everybody was behind us. There were a few people that disagreed when it came to taxation. They were concerned that they were going to have to pay more taxes. But we overcame that through donations obtained by the Conservation Foundation and Manatee Fish and Game. Well, I want them to feel that this is part of the community, which it always has been, and this is their home. But it's also the home of a lot of wildlife, deer and bobcats, and a lot of birds, swallowtail kites, etc. So it really is a preserve for wildlife in the midst of a lot of urbanization.
So my role involves providing outdoor education and bringing people outdoors. So I'm really interested in anything that we can do to get people to enjoy the outdoors and the natural communities we have here in Florida. Anyone from stroller strolls all the way up to senior citizens, we bring them out into nature and we bring nature to them. We cover all sorts of bases in terms of our activities. We do kayak tours, we do stargazing events, we do hiking tours, we've even done cooking classes. Anything that connects people to nature, the outdoors, or Florida history, we want to have a part of that. So we offer about 40 to 50 public programs every month all across Manatee County. We have a calendar online at mymanatee.org/eco-events, and we publish that every month with cool stuff to do for the public, and most of it's free. So Manatee County does have a volunteer program. We do take volunteers to help us maintain trails and help us lead some of our tours. So if you're interested, check out the Manatee County website, and you can learn how to volunteer there.
Come back to order. Okay, where are we at? I believe we are now at advertised public hearings. So before we start, is there anyone that's going to speak this afternoon that has not been yet sworn in? You even might think to talk or get mad or happy or whatever. No, everybody's sworn in? All right, Ms. Greer, would you please reading item number 10 into the record?
Item number 10, PDW 2338P, Cortez Village Marina. MHC Cortez Village LLC is the owner. It's a preliminary site plan for an additional 12 jet ski dry storage slips, minor boat maintenance within a building, and boat detailing area currently zoned plan development waterfront, and it is on approximately 4.78 acres, generally located along the north side of Cortez Road. We have Chris Claypeck here for staff.
Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Disclose expired communications?
Has anyone on the board had any ex parte communication on this item? Imagine that. The answer is no. Wow. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Adam Johnson with Kimley Horn, engineer of record, and I've been sworn in. I'm going to pull up the presentation. Thank you. So we're here discussing the Cortez Village Marina project improvement projects. The marina has been operating in its existing configuration since 2008, and we're proposing some minor improvements as well as some items to correct some code compliance issues that were inherited from our ownership purchasing the property a couple years ago.
Could you make sure you speak into the microphone?
Yep, sorry. So we are proposing the addition of 12 jet ski dry storage racks essentially in Building C on the property. The project is proposing to remove a seashell parking area. It's proposing to add some site landscaping improvements and restoration. It's relocating a garbage dumpster and recycling enclosure to a different location, adding a proposed boat wash area, and identifying a location to perform light boat maintenance inside one of the structures. So Building C here on the top side is the location where we're looking to add the 12 additional dry jet ski storage racks. The area identified in the white hatch here is the area we're looking to remove of the seashell parking area. And we are going to be restoring this area with landscaping. These are examples of some of the example landscaping plants that we would be installing, but we're doing miscellaneous restoration of landscaping that has died, and as well as adding it to the parking area we're removing. This area, or this picture identifies the existing dumpster location on the right and the proposed dumpster location. This next improvement identifies the location where the boat washing will take place. All of the on-site pavement on the property drains into an exfiltration basin that resides within Building B. And the final essentially improvement or addition to the property is identifying the location for boat maintenance on site, which would be in Building C on the north end. All of the maintenance taking place would be inside of the structure itself, and the owner is working with the FDEP, coordinating owners and operationals manual for appropriate staff training for any potential spills and whatnot that may happen in the building, but everything would be retained in the building. This is kind of a list of ongoing permitting elements we are working through with the regulatory agencies, and a Manatee County neighborhood meeting was held on June 10th. And that concludes the improvements.
Can you go back one?
Sure.
So what is the nature of the DEP permit? Is it just stormwater permit or?
So it's stormwater, yep.
Okay. So it's nothing that has to do with fuels and oils and that kind of stuff. It's just your stormwater.
Correct. The Water Management District, due to its location next to the water body, it's everything's regulated through the DEP.
All right, any other questions for the applicant at this point? Thank you. Staff presentation?
All right, good afternoon. Chris Klepek, Development Services. I have been sworn. The applicant did a really great job of introducing this project, and it is a pretty straightforward project as compared to a lot of ones that we do see here. Site's located on the north side of Cortez Road, east of 123rd Street West, and west of 121st Street Court West. It's just under 5 acres in size. Some site history. So the site was rezoned from GC to PDW, or Planned Development Waterfront, under PDW 0531 with a preliminary site plan to allow for 272 dry storage boat facility, 10 wet boat slips, 12 staging boat slips, and as well as an office area for the marina. And it was constructed under FSP 06100. However, since then, all previous approvals have expired, as a preliminary site plan has a shelf life of 5 years. So the request, again, is pretty minor, and this is more or less just a kind of a formality because everything has expired already. It includes a minor boat maintenance use facility within an existing structure, as well as 12 additional dry storage boat slips for jet skis. And this will be within an existing structure, as well as a boat washing area outside of Building B. And then the last one is just rearranging some of the parking and dumpster area. I'll kind of skip past this. We are in all the coastal overlays, and the total square footage on site's just under 30,000 square foot. And then in addition to that, there is an existing code enforcement case for the boat storage exceeding what was permitted on site. And here we have just a street view of it. And there on the left-hand side, you can kind of see some outdoor storage boat racks. And I will say that when we first started reviewing this project, the request was a lot bigger than what we're seeing here today. It's been reeled back significantly due to open space requirements, different screening requirements, once you start adding different elements of boat storage outside and outdoor storage. So the LDC regulates pretty heavily on that. So it's been reeled back substantially. Next to the site on the east side, we've got an RV park. To the north is PDMU, or mixed use development. To the south is general commercial, and to the west we also have general commercial and RDD6, or residential duplex district 6. We're pretty much in a C of future land use category of ROR, or retail office residential, as well as to the north and the northwest we have Res 9. So the preliminary site plan, as I said, not much is changing on site. Access is still proposed off of Cortez Road. There's a existing and previously approved emergency access off of 123rd Street West, which is on the western side of the site. In Building C, on the north end of Building C, is where they proposed the indoor boat maintenance, as well as the 12 dry storage slips for the jet skis. And then on Building B, on the north end of that, we've got the boat wash area. And it's also pretty important to remember that there's no additional impervious surface being proposed here with this. So some positive aspects, as I said, there's no additional impervious. It does exceed the open space required. The floor area ratio is well within what's permitted in the ROR future land use category, and there's no specific approval requests. The negative aspect is there's minor boat repairs taking place next to the water. And for mitigating measures, the LDC does define what minor boat repairs actually is. So there's a stipulation that does limit it to that and that only. As I said, all the open space is met, all the setbacks, screening buffers, everything has been met. There's no additional structures or impacts on the waterway, so i.e., dredging or submerged habitat, grass beds being disturbed, new boat ramps, things that would commonly be associated with a marina, as well as we're bringing the site further back into compliance with the removal of the outdoor boat storage racks, as well as there's a restoration of a wetland buffer adjacent to Building C that the applicant had spoken briefly about, there being some shell parking in there. So we've reeled it back, we're bringing it back in, or they're bringing it back into conformance. And with that, I welcome any comments or questions.
So does some of this have to do with cleaning up the code enforcement issue?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions for staff at this point? Okay. We'll open the public comment portion. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment portion. Staff closing comments? Applicant closing comments? None. Okay. So why are you taking I have one. Is taking the shell parking out part of the code enforcement cleanup process? Or?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. I was just wondering why you would volunteer to do that, but it's a code enforcement issue.
Yep.
All right, fine, thank you. All right, Chair will entertain a motion then. Motion by Ms. Prosser, seconded by Mr. Esslinger. We may vote. Motion to approve carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 11. Has anyone had any ex parte communications on this item?
You just did
You
it.
sure? So no one's had any ex parte communications on this item? I just want to ask, has anyone had? Ms. Gray, would you please read this one into the record?
Item number 11, PDR 2333 ZP, Stillwater at Lakewood Ranch. It's a rezone of approximately 87.32 acres, generally located south of State Road 70, east of Bourneside Boulevard, and north of the Masters Avenue. And it is a rezone from general agricultural to planned development. And it is approving a preliminary site plan for 105 single-family detached residential units. And we have Chris Klepek here for staff.
Thank you. Good morning again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. Linda Stewart with Morris Engineering. I have been sworn. This is for Stillwater Residential Subdivision, located at the southeast corner of State Road 70 and Bourneside Boulevard, with two separate PID numbers. As you can see, the property is bifurcated by an FDOT parcel, separating the property into two pods. To the west, we have a Del Webb residential community. To the east, we have a Concessions residential community with a golf course. To the north, we have a fire station. We also have Polo Run, another residential subdivision, and Isles at Lakewood Ranch, showing consistency with the residential subdivisions within the area. The request is to rezone the property from its current A agricultural to planned development residential and a preliminary site plan for a single-family residential development containing 105 single-family detached units that will be in two separate pods. We have a north pod, which is 66 units, and the south pod at 39 units. The overall size is 87.32 acres with several different future land use designations associated with the parcel. The requested density is currently 1.2, which is the 105 dwelling units. The allowable density is 3 dwelling units per acre, which would have allotted 261 dwelling units to be placed on the property. We have 19.71 acres of wetlands, which are not being impacted, and we have 9.67 acres of ponds on the property. We have one specific request for the length of a cul-de-sac. Code requires the limitation of 800 feet. We are requesting a length of 997 feet. And as a mitigating measure for this, we're providing an additional emergency access at the north pod coming out at the end of the cul-de-sac so that it will have direct access to Bourneside Boulevard. The additional access point will allow first responders to reach their destination in a shorter time period and egress more efficiently. The zoning map indicates our property is zoned A, agricultural, proposed zoning PDR, which is in concert with the surrounding area, with PDR to the north, west, east, and PDMU to the south and west of us. The existing future land uses on the parcel are not being requested to be modified. The development trends in the area show that there are substantial residential developments surrounding this infill development. The pattern, again, is moving from west to east in concert with the comprehensive plan. It's an infill development, residential uses surrounding. Commercial uses are existing to the west at State Road 70 in Lorraine, as well as a planned commercial area at State Road 70 and E-Line to the west. And a fire station is located on the north side of State Road 70 in Bourneside. This is the concept plan for the project. The open space is required at 35%. We are providing 57.84%. And you'll see the two pods to the north and to the south. They will have 55 52-foot lots and 50 62-foot lots, and they're color-coded, as you can see in the different pods. We have the two wetland areas, and we also have a preserve area up along the north property line adjacent to concessions. We have the lake areas, which have been strategically placed next to the wetlands so that we could increase the preservation areas and the open areas that are part of the property. We have 60-foot roadway buffers along State Road 70 and along Bourneside, where traditionally a 20-foot buffer is required. We have 15-foot greenbelt buffers along the remaining property boundaries, and a 6-foot precast wall along the State Road 70 property line. We have one main access for each pod going to Bourneside Boulevard, which is a county-maintained collector. We have one emergency access on the north pod connecting to Bourneside, and southbound left decel turn lanes at each pod coming off of Bourneside Boulevard. We are proposing a sidewalk along Bourneside, along both sides of the internal roadways to connect to the offsite, and passive recreation areas in each pod area. The environmental maps indicate that there are on-site native communities that are to be preserved of 25.55 acres. We have on-site wetlands of 19.71 acres with no impacts. We have pine flatwood areas preserved as an upland buffer of 5.84 acres. And additionally, we have a surface water pond preserved as part of the open space at 5.54 acres. No listed species were observed on the site. Existing utilities on Bourneside and along Masters for water and sewer for connection to the property. Braden River Utilities will provide the reuse for the irrigation. Proposed stormwater will be utilized with the lakes in the development. Traffic is estimated at 66 peak hour trips in and 38 peak hour trips out, with Bourneside putting in southbound left turn lanes at each pod. Future signalization is proposed by FDOT at State Road 70 and Bourneside. And the traffic impact assessment was done by David Plummer and Associates in March of this year and reviewed and approved by the county. The project is consistent with the Land Development Code and the future land use category in the comprehensive plan. And the future land use is designated for medium density residential. And we are available for any questions if you have any. We have the engineers and the developer here for any questions.
Thank you. There is a north-south pedestrian path trail through there somewhere.
Yes, along Bourneside?
Yes.
Yes.
And so this takes that into account. Is it actually along Bourneside? Or?
Well, we have a sidewalk that's located along Bourneside. There's an FP&L easement along there also. So we have the 60-foot wide buffer. We have the sidewalks along Bourneside going from Masters to State Road 70.
Okay. Mr. Grimes, are you getting up to address that?
Yes, sir.
Thought so.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grimes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kyle Grimes, attorney with Grimes Galvano. I have been sworn. Yes, there's a multi-use trail on the west side of Bourneside that's running north-south, and I think there's future plans to continue that on down south. But yes, there is I believe it's 10, maybe 12, but multi-use trail there on the west side of Bourneside. And this wouldn't affect it because
it's eventually going to go all the way down south to pick up the Legacy Trail and then move
Right.
north. So this is in the plan.
Correct, and it's doing that interconnectivity throughout the county.
My last question for you is up at the corner of Bourneside, are you guys giving enough right-of-way for turn lanes, for the signalization? Do we know, or?
We've identified right-of-way that'll be needed for the future, whether it's a signal or I think maybe a roundabout in that area. We are saving that right-of-way for that area.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff? For the applicant? Thank you. Staff presentation?
All right, thank you. Chris Klepek again for the record, and I have been sworn. Ms. Stewart did a really good job of presenting this project. It's a rezone from A, or general agriculture, to PDR, Plan Development Residential, to allow for 105 single-family detached dwellings on 87.32 acres. And it is broken up into two different pods, Pod A in the north and Pod B in the south. And we do have one specific approval request to allow for one cul-de-sac length exceeding 800 feet. So we know that the site's located here on the south side of State Road 70, east of Bourneside, and north of the Masters Avenue. Two parcels totaling 87 acres. And again, there is a just under 15-acre parcel owned by FDOT. It's utilized for stormwater and drainage, and it is not part of the proposed project. We've got a mixture of future land use categories, MUC AC2, AC3, and MUC-R. And it is also located within the Evers watershed and special treatment overlays. Here we have the zoning. This parcel is pretty much nestled in between two PDRs or residential subdivisions, as well as a mixed use to the south, and general agriculture to the north. It's kind of where the Pomelo Park platted subdivisions are. Again, future land use categories, MUC AC2, 3, and MUC-R. And so just a little site history. The site was originally within the Res 1 or Residential 1 future land use category at the adoption of the comprehensive plan. However, the future land use category was amended to the MUC or mixed use community, along with associated sub areas with a comprehensive plan map amendment of PA 0906, commonly known as Schroeder Manatee Ranch, Northeast Quadrant. And there have been no other approvals on this site. Overall site plan, it is again two parcels, 87 acres, separated by the almost 15-acre parcel owned by FDOT. And the northern end, this is the almost 28-acre parcel. 66 single-family detached dwellings are proposed on this northern pod. Access is proposed from Bourneside Boulevard. And we do have the gated emergency access here proposed. The cul-de-sac length for that is 997 feet. And they also do have passive recreational areas proposed throughout this northern pod as well. Here's the southern pod, just under 60 acres. They're proposing 39 single-family detached dwellings. Access, again, is proposed alongside Bourneside Boulevard. And it's refreshing to see this one, that there's no wetland impacts proposed whatsoever. And it does also include the passive recreational areas. Some positive aspects for this one. The request is also consistent with nearby development patterns as we see development from west to east. The residential project is in East County, and they're being designed according to the latest county standards with emphasis on multimodal transportation, wider sidewalks, bike lanes, et cetera. Again, there are 0 wetland impacts proposed. Negative aspects would be that, well, we're within two activity nodes, and we're proposing residential development. And the lack of commercial sites on the east portion of the county promotes longer trips, which also leads to increased traffic congestion. And we do have one cul-de-sac exceeding 800 feet in length. As a mitigative measure, we do have the MUC, AC2, 3, and R future land use categories, which typically have very strict standards as minimum requirements for what's allowed on site, including minimums for commercial, minimums for residential. Policy 22128.1 allows for properties illustrated with these AC1, 2, and 3 future land use categories to be developed as the MUCR future land use category if no activity center is planned. As no activity center is planned for this one, it reverts to the MUCR future land use category. As well as for the cul-de-sac length exceeding 800 feet, we've got the gated emergency access only here in the northern cul-de-sac of Pod A. As Ms. Stewart said, the site provides a significant amount of open space over the minimum 35%. All of the required roadway buffers are provided and exceeded. There's the 15-foot greenbelt buffers throughout the site that are required. Sidewalks and all the standards for the height and setbacks are also being provided, the standard ones. So nothing else additional or downsizing what the minimum setbacks are. For comprehensive plan, I already touched on that the activity center is not planned, so the MUCR future land use category is then put into place. It allows for a maximum of 3 dwelling units per gross acre. The site provides 1.2 dwelling units per gross acre, as well as the next one is the site's located west of the FDAB. Here we can see the nearby development within the area. And we did get a citizen comment about saying something about the east of the FDAB, and here's where the FDAB is. This is actually, it's touching the FDAB. So 2128 of the comp plan does not apply to this one. And it is the opinion of staff that the rezone to PDR with preliminary site plan can be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Thank you. We'll open the public comment portion. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward to speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Staff closing comments? Applicant closing comments? I do have a question, Mr. Grimes. And this is to protect you. So if you zoom in to those gated entry points, Ms. Greer, if we're approving this preliminary site plan today, does that generally include the design of those gated entry points? And I hope the answer is yes.
I just want to look at the plan to make sure I completely understand what you're asking. Can you go to the plan? Right there.
And then zoom into one of those entry gates.
So we usually make general comments at this level, but at the final site plan level, we'll make sure that they have the proper stacking. If that's what you're
So that's the
alluding to?
That's what I'm alluding to, that,
Okay.
that those gates may not, unless we right now say something like, verily it will be like that, but we can't do that?
Typically, staff makes comments that the final design of the gates will be done at final site plan, so this is preliminary. So we will require for the size of these, a minimum of 2 stacking spaces completely outside of the county right away.
And you'll also need a radius for a truck to turn around, which
Correct.
we just got beaten up on, and yes.
Correct.
So they're not going to end up looking like that.
Probably not exactly.
Again, preliminary site plan, when they get into the final details, doing the final site plan and exact measurements, they'll have to satisfy
I was
those
hoping
county
that
code
we could
requirements.
say, yes, they'll be like that, but I can't do it. So they're going to not be like that. But there'll be something. All right, fine. Any other closing comments? Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Ms. Onstad, second by Mr. Rutledge. We may vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That was, let's see, that was 10, that's 11. Item number 12, has there been any ex parte communications on this item, Ms. Shank? Any at all? Any ex parte communications? No, okay. Item number 12, Ms. Greer, would you please read that in the record?
Item number 12, PA 2318, ordinance 2429, Sorella Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment. It is legislative. It's a privately initiated small scale map amendment to element 2, future land use of the comprehensive plan, amending the future land use category on approximately 5.25 acres of property generally located 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 and U-Line. It is rezoning from, or changing from UF3 to ROR, future land use category, and providing for a specific area policy in the text of element 2 for the future land use element, policy 2.14.1.26, D526, establishing the land use equivalency matrix on or density bonuses. The project shall be limited to a maximum density of 3 dwelling units per acre or 9 dwelling units per acre if designated a minimum of 25% of the dwelling units as affordable housing, and a maximum intensity of 0.5 floor aerial ratio. We do have Alicia Henry here for staff.
All right, thank you. We did ex parte communications. Applicant, good afternoon, Mr. Barnaby.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Another wonderful, I don't need to be sworn, this is legislative, but I have been sworn, so that works out fine.
That's right, it's a comp plan amendment, sorry about that.
That's okay, that's all right. I think we have something coming up on the screen there, maybe. Yep, there we go. This property is located on State Road 64. It is a road that, when I was a kid, was very unbusy. It is very busy now, and is about to become a lot more busy as time goes on. And so that's part of the reason we're here today. You can see what's going on to the south of the site, and this doesn't even show you what's going on both to the west and to the east of this site as well. Lots of development in this area, as well as to our north and to our south. Our project team today, Richard Bartolacci and Don Ayers with Sorella Holdings, myself and Katie Labar with Stantec, and Katie's going to talk in just a second. As was noted, this is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment of 5.25 acres from UF3 to ROR. But we also, because of the fact that we're relatively new in this area, we have put proposed a specific development condition to limit the density to 3 units per gross acre and a maximum FAR of 0.5. And I think that's important to remember, because a lot of the discussion in the staff report is for the maximum under the ROR, and we are not proposing to do the maximum on this site. The other thing I'd say is, if there was a option to do a lesser intense comprehensive plan category, we would be proposing that. But in order to do what we're proposing to do, which is a self-storage facility, this is we have to go with RR. The location here is at 16307 and 16309 State Road 64 East. We've already talked about the project size, and right now the current uses are single-family residences. With that, I want to turn it over to Katie to talk about what's going on in this area.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar, an AICP certified planner with Stantec, and really glad to be before you today to talk about Sorella Holdings. This site is currently in the Urban Fringe 3 future land use category. As Mark stated, there has been significant change in circumstances over the last 20 to 30 years in the region. When this comp plan designation was established, it was with the original comprehensive plan of 1989. And as he said, this area was extraordinarily rural. Over the last several years, there's been significant change along the corridor, both to the north, south, east, and west. And I think that what's most telling is There have been several comprehensive plan amendments south of State Road 64, and you can see that on the future land use map with the existence of the mixed-use community activity centers as well as the mixed-use community residential land use categories and several other higher density and intensity land use categories throughout. There are several mixed-use developments nearby that include retail uses, and they have also been approved along the corridor, and we'll talk about a few of those in detail in just a minute. Mark spoke a bit to the specific area property condition. Because there are so many words, we put it on a slide so that you could actually take a look at exactly what that text is. This is proposed to be included in the body of the comprehensive plan, and it limits the range of density and intensity that will be allowed for this site, very specifically to 3 dwelling units per gross acre, which is consistent with UF3, and then a maximum floor area ratio of 0.5. The range of potential uses in the retail, office, residential land use category includes such things as neighborhood, community, and region serving commercial, mixed to medium density residential, lodging or hotel rooms, office, other support uses like the public, semi-public uses, parks, schools, things that the community needs, right? That's what is covered under the umbrella of public, semi-public. And these are very similar type uses to what's already being developed and has been developed in the area. And so introducing such uses at this stage is appropriate, especially as the community continues to grow. And I think, again, it's important to note that how much is developed is going to be significantly limited by the proposed property area condition that we just spoke about. This is a map that just kind of helps orient you to several of the notable nearby developments in the area. You have Palm Grove to the east, Mill Creek, which is an established neighborhood, to the west. Near the intersection of Lorraine Road and State Road 64, we have a 7-Eleven gas station on the north side, Hideaway Storage on the south side. Bayside Community Church is located on the south side of 64, just west of the property. There was a community, I believe it's called Marisol now, but when it was rezoned, it was called the Moore property, and that is just south and east of this particular site. And then you see Azario, Esplanade, and Star Farms in the southern reaches of the project, of the property. What this plan doesn't show are Taylor Ranch, which is a 4,500 development community just to the south and east of the extent of this picture, and then even further east, East River Ranch, which also has thousands of homes that are planned for this area. And so, with this level of growth and development, especially to the east, having large lot residential development along State Road 64 is just not appropriate anymore. As this area continues to transition away from agricultural and large lot development to the suburban communities that we're seeing, non-residential uses that meet the needs of the residents close to their homes is important. And we believe that looking at this land use category amendment and making this change now will be a significant benefit to the residents, both today and in the future. This is just a quick graphic that helps illustrate the nearby land use categories: mixed-use community residential, mixed-use community activity center 1, and the urban fringe 3 land use category, and compares it to what we are proposing so that you can see that, again, our gross density proposal is low and aligned with the urban fringe 3 land use category. And maximum density potential is also low and aligned with UF3.
Okay.
The floor area ratio is, again,
Good.
A midpoint, and it's a good midpoint. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to.
Good. Okay. Any questions of the applicant?
I did have a couple quick things. Can I finish? Do I have time?
Wrap it up.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Okay, real quickly. I just want to know, we've already talked about the fact there are a number of things. I just want to remind the Planning Commission, for those of you who've been here for a while, back when all the development was occurring in Parrish, in particular, there was no commercial being developed along on 301. And what that ended up doing is putting a lot of traffic on US 301 and people complaining about the fact that there was no retail or other uses. The real question here is whether or not this is the appropriate time. This is a timing question. I think it is the appropriate time. In fact, it will give us time to get things done while those houses are being built, because it'll take a couple of years to get through the process. This is consistent. We are required to indicate whether or not this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is, and also this is a change in use as we talked about, and that justifies the change in the comprehensive plan. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Did I see that you have another application pending?
We do have a rezone pending. It's slightly behind there in the queue.
Change the comp plan first, come back in with a rezone.
Yeah, well, it's pending for a mini self-storage facility.
Okay, all right. All right, any questions for the applicant? Staff, any reason to make a presentation?
Rachel Layton for staff. I have been sworn. I am not making the presentation today, but I'm introducing you to Alicia Henry. She is one of our planner ones on the staff. She's been with us just over a year. She's got a bachelor's degree in urban and regional planning from Florida Atlantic University. All of her other applications have gone so well, she's not needed to give a presentation. So I hadn't introduced her yet. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alicia.
So is this her first presentation?
Yes. Be nice. Be nice.
Settle in for a long afternoon.
Okay.
No, just kidding. As you can see, this is a non-confrontational presentation, so you may be brief as you see fit.
Okay. Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Alicia Henry for staff, and I will be presenting today for Sorella Comprehensive Plan Map and Text Amendment. Okay, here, so we have the general location is approximately 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Uline Road in Bradenton on 5.25 acres. The existing future land use category is UF3, and the surrounding future land use category is also UF3. The zoning district is General Agriculture District. Okay, so the request is a small-scale comprehensive plan map and text amendment, changing future land use category UF3 to ROR. It will be accompanied with a D5 specific area policy, which ensures compatibility by limiting density to a maximum of 3 or 9 dwelling units per gross acre, and a maximum intensity of 0.50 FAR, regardless of any established land use equivalency matrix. This will live in policy 2.14.1.26, D526. Okay, so the proposed future land use category is ROR again. All right, so a little history here. Since the adoption of 1990 Land Development Code, the zoning district has been General Agriculture District. And since the adoption of 1989 Comprehensive Plan, the future land use category is Urban Fringe 3, UF3. And there has been no change since then. All right, so the existing future land use category of UF3 consists of low and medium density. And we have the supporting uses there at the bottom. And with the ROR that is being proposed, it will consist of a mix of medium and high density, and also the supporting uses there at the bottom. All right, here we have the surrounding development. And the public facilities in regards to schools is Witt Elementary, Hill Middle School, Parish Community High School, and there is no transit to service this site. Okay, so here it is showing the property is located approximately 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Uline Road. Okay, the subject property under the ROR future land use category is exempt from commercial locational criteria per the land use operative provisions. Existing roadway functional classification map requires commercial use to have at least one direct access to a collector or higher. Requirements are met by having direct access to the functional classified roadway, State Road 64. Okay, so here is just the base potential density and intensity. So here we have UF3, and the potential density is 3 dwelling units per growth acre. For the total site, it would be 15 dwelling units, and intensity would be 0.35 FAR. The proposed ROR will have a potential density of 16 dwelling units per growth acre, bringing the total site to 84 dwelling units, and intensity will be 0.50 FAR. All right, so we have two scenarios here. The first scenario is without the D5, which restricts the density and intensity, and the second scenario is where it does have the D5 restrictions. So for the UF3, which is existing, it will have 9, the max potential will be 9 dwelling units per growth acre, and the total site would come up to 47 dwelling units, excuse me. And the intensity is 0.35. The ROR that's being proposed without the D5 would be 32 dwelling units per growth acre, bringing the total site to 168 dwelling units with the intensity of 1.0 FAR. All right, so we're going to move on to the second scenario here. The ROR proposed with the D5 provision, the potential density is for dwelling units will be 3. So it's to reflect what's the surrounding uses that are there right now, which is low. So it'll be 3 dwelling units per growth acre, bringing the site up to 15 dwelling units. And if affordable housing is proposed, is 9 dwelling units per growth acre, bringing the site up to a total of 47 dwelling units. And the intensity will be 0.50 max FAR. All right, so positive aspects. The ROR offers a wider range of potential uses than the UF3, thereby providing a greater assortment of services off State Road 64. The site is located west of the future land use, the future development area boundary. Okay, negative aspects. The ROR allows for an increase in maximum density intensity, which has the potential of generating adverse impacts to the surrounding properties. The ROR sets a precedent along this corridor of State Road 64 East, as the nearest ROR resides 17,000 feet or 3.2 miles west of the subject property. An 8-inch force main has been extended but not yet certified and would be located 1,500 feet east of the site. Subject property is 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Uline Road. Okay, so the mitigating measures that we have is the D5, a specific property development condition. D5 provision limits the maximum density of 3 or 9 dwelling units per growth acre for affordable housing with a maximum intensity of 0.50 FAR. This will maintain the allowable density intensity of UF3. Adequate buffering, landscaping, and design should provide a transition between future development of the site and adjacent residential areas. Okay, so staff concludes the request can be found to be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The request is for approval of PA 2318 Ordinance 2429. One thing before I continue, on this slide here, I do have to mention for the record, in the staff report, in the where it says 0.35, the staff report did say 0.50, and that correction has been made, and it will be reflected in the staff report before we go to board. Okay, and any questions?
Thank you. Well done. Any questions for staff? All right.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public that welcome to public comment? Anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public to speak for or against this item? We'll close the public comment portion. Any closing comments by staff? Nothing to grill the rookie on? No? Come on. All right, fine. Any closing comments by the applicant?
Just one. Or actually two. Obviously, utilities and those sort of things will be addressed with site plan approval, hopefully. And I just
You already
wanna-
have a motion to approve on the board, just so you know.
Then I'll shut up.
We have a motion by Mr. Delesline, a second by Mr. Second by Ms. Eslinger. We may vote. You're wise beyond your years, Mr. Barnaby.
I have a lot of those years to work with.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Let's see, where are we at? We're at item number 13, I believe. Have any commissioners have any ex parte communications on this item?
And Mr. Chair, we can take 13, 14 together.
Does anybody have any ex parte communications on 14 either? There you go, Ms. Shen. Ms. Greer, would you please read 13 and 14, and we'll open them together, take separate motions at the end.
Item number 13, PA 2313, ordinance 2409, Bradenton Crossing Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment. It's a privately initiated small scale map amendment to the future land use map of the future land use element number 2 of the comprehensive plan, amending the future land use category on approximately 35.28 acres. And it is generally located at the southeast quadrant at the intersection of US Highway 41 and 13th Avenue East. It is changing from P/SP, so major public, semi-public, and urban industrial, to ROR. And we do have Charles Andrews here for staff on that one. Item number 14, PDMU 2327ZG, Bradenton Crossing rezone, Sage Development. It's a rezone of approximately 35.28 acres located in the same place. And it is changing from plan development public interest to plan development mixed use. And it's approving a general development plan for 150,000 square feet to expand the existing charter school on approximately 11 acres and 332,250 square feet of commercial retail and office uses on approximately 4.42 acres, and a recreational vehicle park on approximately 9.86 acres. With a total of 232 units, and approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. Is the applicant here? All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephen Reese for the record, Manatee County resident and attorney with law firm of Icard Merrill, representing the property owners. Presentation starting up here. Perfect. Bradenton Crossings is what we call this project. And who we are, well, there's 6 LLCs as tenants in common that came together to buy this property. I'm going to go through some of the history because it is important to understand why there's so many people that own this property are bringing this forward. As I said, myself here with on behalf of Icard Merrill, and then Jason Coates, our engineers here in the audience as well. So Team Success Charter School, that's why we're here today. This project came about because this charter school was leasing the property. Team Success is a Title I public charter school in Manatee County, serving K through 12 now. They've had an expansion to a South campus, incorporated in 1999. It's an A-rated school. In 2018, the school also received the distinction of high performing, and that's, as you can see there, it's the only Title I charter school in Manatee County with that distinction. It thrives to uphold its high standards at all levels and offers the education engaging students and rigorous academics while setting high expectations for all learners of their academic abilities. And as that public charter school, Team Success follows the federal and state guidelines. Well, how did Team Success get here? Well, on October 3rd, 1996, the school board actually deeded the property to Manatee County. Within that deed, there was a reversionary interest that if it was never operated by PAL, Police Athletic League, it would automatically return to the school board. Well, in 1997, the Manatee County Sheriff's Department opened a charter school with the PAL Academy Charter School with an enrollment of about 100 kids, and was mainly oriented towards those with who are incarcerated or other juvenile delinquents. In 2009, that program changed with the hiring of Fred Spence, and Fred reoriented the program to serve the surrounding community with a goal to put the same emphasis on the celebration of academic success as you would with athletics. In June 2010, the school name was officially changed to Team Success, a School of Excellence. However, it's still operating under that very same charter that PAL obtained. Unfortunately, on March 8th, 2022, the school board agreed to receive a deed back from Manatee County, jeopardizing Team Success's lease on the property. They did not own the property, they leased from Manatee County, who actually leased to PAL, so it was a number of subleases down. That obviously created quite a bit of confusion for the school. A very popular school, A-rated school, all of a sudden they may not have their permanent home anymore. So between March and December of 2022, Team Success, through its board and its supporting members, found a way to raise the funds and buy the property from the school board. Happy to report on December 21st of that year, the closing occurred, and those 6 LLCs came up and were able to fund the property to allow us now to bring this project forward. The very next day, we began planning of how to create a future for Team Success permanently at this site and allow these children to continue to benefit from this amazing program. So we're here for you today with a small area comprehensive plan amendment from the PSP2 and IU to the ROR, a rezone of the same 35.28 acres from PDPI to PDMU, the general development plan, most importantly, 150,000 square feet to expand the charter school. And I'll get into that in a little minute too, of why that's so important. Along with that, 332,250 square feet of commercial, retail, and office to activate the commercial corridor along US 41 and US 301. And lastly, a recreational vehicle park on approximately 19 acres with 238 RV units. There are 2 specific approvals included with this. One is the reduction of the perimeter buffer along the streets abutting the RV park from 50 feet to 20 feet, and we'll get into that area of why that's important. But 2, the reduction of the modification of the screening buffer from 15 feet to 10 feet, and that was to include a wall to surround the school to give it more privacy and security. Existing property conditions, I'm sure many of you are aware where this site is. I've spent many a day sitting at the Tropicana train tracks there, looking around, just waiting for the train to pass, and there it is, smack there. It's been there for, my records show, the early 1950s, but possibly even into the 1940s as a school facility in that location. As I said, it is currently occupied by Team Success. It has the frontage on US 301 and also main access to 13th Avenue East. So the school itself will be accessing from the smaller roadway. It does abut the CSX Railroad right-of-way and the Tropicana facilities that are further to the east. As you see in this picture, these facilities date back to the 1950s. They need to be upgraded. However, the existing GDP for this site that was approved back in the early 2000s has since expired. So not a single square footage can be added or improved to this site to provide for these children until a new GDP is brought forward. In terms of the future land use map existing, the PSP2, you can see to the south we have ROR. There's a little bit of IU, and then there's also some IL on a small parcel to the northeast corner. The remainder of the site is surrounded by the city of Bradenton. We're proposing, again, ROR for the entire site, which falls in line with the ROR immediately south. Existing zoning, as I pointed out, is the PDPI with a proposal to switch to PDMU. This PDMU allows for that proposed expansion to the existing extremely successful charter school, provides for the activation of the commercial, retail, and office corridor along 301 and 41, and it creates a variety for seasonal occupancy in the urban core. General development plan that you see before you. Again, this always started about Team Success, so we started with identifying what does the school need. And unfortunately, that's why the school couldn't come forward initially in 2022 and buy the entire 35 acres. They didn't need the entire 35 acres, but the deal was buy all of it or none of it. So again, the LLCs came forward who are related to the school, funded the purchase, and now we're in the process of creating the campus, which here reflects 11 acres, which leaves a remainder of 4.42 for the commercial on the western side of the property, fronting on US 41/US 301, again, providing that buffer between the commercial areas. And then the RV park to the eastern portion of the site, again, now providing a buffer from the industrial areas of Tropicana further to the east. It meets or exceeds your standards of review in 343 LDC regarding the comprehensive plan amendments. You found in your staff report that staff has even confirmed and requested the amendment to the ROR is a logical transition given the existing ROR immediately south of the property. I'm not going to read each one of the policies listed here, but they're also in your staff report. But most importantly, that this is west of the FDAB. This is infill development. This is a project that is along existing corridors. And most importantly, it's where the school exists today. It allows it to exist tomorrow and continue to expand and serve that community. In terms of the rezoning that's concurrent with this, we do have 2 petitions before you today. It is consistent with your intent, goals, and policies, the guiding principles of your comprehensive plan, again, assuming the ROR is adopted first. It's compatible with the existing land use pattern as we've shown. It's consistent with your levels of service that have been identified so far. Now CLOS has been postponed until site plan. This is just GDP. Lastly, the proposed amendment will not create a drainage or flooding problem. It will not create adverse impacts, and it will not negatively affect ingress or egress to the subject property. I'm going through this pretty quick because you all have been here a long day, as have I, so being mindful of your time. I'm going through the summary of requests at the small area comprehensive plan amendment from PSP2 and IU. There's a small sliver of that property, it's IU, all to ROR. The rezone of the entire property then from PDPI, which exists today with an expired GDP, to PDMU with a new GDP. Most importantly, adding 150,000 square feet to this critical charter school. It does provide for 332,000 square feet of commercial retail to activate the commercial corridor. And lastly, the recreational vehicle part on approximately 19.86 acres with those 2 specific approvals. With that, based on the competent substantial evidence submitted as part of the applications and testimony, the proposed small area comprehensive plan amendment, rezone, and general development plan will not adversely affect public interest, health, safety, or general welfare. It's comprehensive plan compliant rezoning. It's consistent with your LDC, and it provides transitions in intensities and heights. And your professional staff have deemed it complete with no known or identified issues or conflicts. We respectfully request your positive vote.
Thank you. How many, in the RV park, how many lots, how many sites are you proposing?
Yep, I'll go right back to that. 238.
238 sites. And water, sewer capacity, don't really know at this point, but you'll deal with it later?
So the site is currently served actually by the city of Bradenton, and there's going to be a continuing obligation to work with them on the site. Manatee County will not be extending those services, so it will ultimately be up to an agreement with the city of Bradenton to continue services, and based on their capacity may have limiting factors.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Charles Andrews, Principal Planner with staff. And I'm going to handle the comprehensive plan map amendment, and my colleague Laura Gonzalez will handle the rezoning. The applicant did a great job of summarizing what the request is about, so I'll keep it brief. So as stated, the property is located at the southeast quadrant of US 41 and 13th Avenue East on 35.28 acres, outlined in yellow. There's another aerial there showing the existing facility. We are going from PSP2 and IU to ROR, so this is a small-scale comp plan amendment. We have the existing land uses here outlined with their uses, and then the proposed ROR with its uses as well. Here's the existing future land use map, and the proposed going to ROR, retail, office, residential. Existing density intensity is outlined here, and then the proposed ROR, just kind of outline a few things here on the policies. Existing zoning, as stated, is PDPI, Plan Development Public Interest. The history of the site, property was originally IL, Industrial Light, and IU, Industrial Urban, back in 1989 when the comp plan was established. And then in 2006, per ordinance 0609, the property was changed, the majority of it was changed on the top there to PSP2, leaving that little IU or Industrial Urban sliver at the bottom. 1990, the property had several zoning districts there, as you can see. And then 2006, it was changed to PDPI. Surrounding development here, we have Tropicana to the east, and then the site surrounded by the city on the north, the east, and the west. And then the south, we have Red Barn and some more county property there. Public facilities, schools in the area, we have Rogers Garden Elementary, King Middle, Manatee High School, Those are the public facilities for the schools. Transit, it's actually, the MCAT route is right on, it's adjacent and west of the site, right on that little corner there. And then there's several parks that are owned and operated by the city of Bradenton. Positive aspects, ROR is a logical transition, as stated by the applicant, given the existing development trend in the area and the existing ROR to the south. Subject property is located between existing development, so it could be seen as infill development. And the site is located within the urban core. It's well within the FDAB or future development area boundary. Negative aspect there is that the ROR is one of the most intensive future land use classifications that we have on the books. Mitigating factors, future development of the site shall comply with the land development code, meeting all building setbacks, open space, et cetera. And then adequate buffering landscaping would provide a transition between future development of the site and adjacent residential areas to the north. Conclusion, request appears to meet the applicable policies of the comprehensive plan in the land development code. And our request is for approval of Plan Amendment PA 2313, Bradenton Crossings. And Laura Gonzalez can come up to discuss the rezone. If you have any questions for the comp plan, I'm here.
Is there going to be a separate presentation on the next one, or is this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I guess we'll do it all at once.
Good afternoon. This is Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. The applicant made a great job presenting the rezoning application and the GDP. So, as discussed in the staff report, the project complies with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirements of the land development code. So I think I go directly to the positive and negative aspects, and I'm happy to answer all of your questions.
What about right away along 41? I see a 10-foot future right-of-way setback. What does that really mean?
The setbacks, this
10-foot future right-of-way set future? You're going to take that someday, or you might, or they're giving it to you now, or we don't know.
We require that they give us a setback so that they don't put any landscaping or anything in that. But if we don't have a planned project, we can't take it right now or ask them to dedicate it right now.
Okay, so it's going to be theirs, but they just have to hold it until you decide you want it or something like that. Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff at this point on either items?
would you like to continue our presentation, or is okay? I have the positive and negative aspect, but you decide.
I think I understand. I don't.
Huh?
We're good. We're good.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Any question?
The applicant did such a great job. And thank you. You know, the best thing about the applicant is I no longer see Bill Merrill up here, which was just, oh my God. No, I'm just kidding. He would always come up with this, he always, the first thing he showed was, here are the list of what makes a great project. He started every one for like 20 years with that. He was funny with that. Anyway, tell Bill I said hello if you see him. We'll open the public comment portion. Is there anyone in the public that'd like to come forward, speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public? Seeing no one come forward to close public comment, staff closing comments? Applicant closing comments? Discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
Nice improvement.
Yeah, it looks like a great thing. Motion by Ms. Keba, second by Ms. Onstadt. You may vote. This is on 13, obviously, and then passes unanimously, and then we'll need a motion on 14. Motion by Ms. Prosser, second by Ms. Onstadt. You may vote. Uh-oh. Mr. Esselman just went, he got the deadly blue screen. He's logging back in. Here, we'll do this verbally. That's our, hold on. I have all yeses. You're good. Still go ahead. So motion passes unanimously on that item. 13 and 14 are done. Thank you. Do you want to bail now in between? Or, I'm sorry?
I think so, please.
Okay. You're out. You still have time, or are you leaving as well?
I've got 24 minutes.
All right, you're staying then.
My screen's not coming back on.
Well, it's because we're not really interested in your opinion anymore.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, why don't you take a break and you can, because you're not going to be here for the end of this, I doubt.
Oh, okay.
So you'll,
All right, so am I good?
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, all right, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll take a quick 5-minute break. Any communications on this item? No, we haven't. Ms. Greer, would you please read this one into the record for us?
Item number 15, PDC PDR 2343 ZP, Savannah at Lakewood Ranch. Meritage Homes of Florida, Inc. is the owner. It's quasi-judicial. It's providing for a rezone of approximately 5.23 acres, part of Savannah at Lakewood Ranch, a residential development approved for a total of 304.39 acres, from PDR, Plan Development Residential, to Plan Development Commercial, retaining the PDR zoning district in the remaining 299.16 acres, approving a preliminary site plan to allow 10,125 square feet of commercial retail uses and 12,000 square feet of child care center on the 5.23 acre site, maintaining previously approved 475 single-family detached residential units and repealing ordinance in conflict. The site is to be rezoned, generally located on the south side of State Road 64, approximately 800 feet east of the intersection of State Road 64 and Rye Road. And we have Laura Gonzalez here for staff.
Thank you. Okay, is the applicant here? Good afternoon, Mr. Grimes.
Ex parte communication, ex parte.
I did it first.
You did for a second.
I'm going to do it first from now on, every time. Get it out of the way. Good afternoon, Mr. Grimes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bedford. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Caleb Grimes with the law firm of Grimes Galvano. I have been sworn, and I am pleased to be here representing Casto Development, the proposed developer of this site. This site was before this board, I think, about over 3 years ago, and so I'm coming in a little late on this. I wasn't involved with it then, but I'm really pleased to be working with them, and because I saw that they have been working hard to address the concerns raised in the neighborhood and by the board in the earlier meetings, which I want to go over with you for a minute. Also, as you know, I have generally represented, excuse me, Schrader Manatee Ranch with Lakewood Ranch over the years, and I discussed this with them at length, and they are very pleased to support this because they think it's very important for this part of the ranch and this part of the community. I'll be introducing Katie Labar, planner with Stantec, who will introduce our team and go over this plan development in detail in just a moment. But before I do, I want to point out and stress what Casto has been doing since this was heard over 3 years ago. And I went back through all of this to review it and see what was said and see what the comments were to see if I could then help work our way through this. Back then, there was a request to rezone this site to general commercial, a straight zoning. And as you know, a straight zoning doesn't set parameters per se, other than what you can generally have in it. It doesn't no limitation on uses, no limitations on the square footage. There's no design details. For example, in this one, it's a straight zoning, you could have a big box in something that even though you don't plan it. And so I reviewed the hearing and looked at all the comments and the testimony, and the ones that were mainly stressed were that the unknowns and the things that are not guaranteed. And it was said several times at that meeting that, hey, this should have come in, we'd like to see it as plan development. And so plan development is what is before you today, because then, as you know, in plan development, you can set parameters, you can set limitations. There was concern at the time that this site did not have assured access to State Road 64, and the access was not necessarily there, but would have been on the Prairie View Boulevard. Well, in this request, it is based on the access being to State Road 64, and it will have to have that access to State Road 64 to go forwards. We are submitting a limitation of uses that you see regularly, your Exhibit B, that is limiting it to some neighborhood uses and things that would be for a neighborhood-serving development. Also, at the time the square footage was projected, it could have been up to 79,000 feet on this site based on GC zoning. What we are here is we've limited it. You'll see that it is for a daycare center of 12,000 feet and then a retail center of 10,125 feet. That, of course, makes a huge difference on traffic generation rates from 70,000 down to this. Another thing we saw was there was concern that it could have a gas station, and so you'll see in the limitation of use, no gas station. Another item that was questioned was the pond that is at the entrance to Savannah at Lakewood Ranch, and concerned that that pond was in the piece being rezoned to general commercial and could go away. And so you will see with a planned development commercial that pond, to assure that that entrance into Savannah has that same look and feel of the pond on either side, will not change because it is being proposed to stay there. Casto had a neighborhood meeting about a year ago. It was well attended and generally well received. I'm not sure everybody that I've seen comments from were there because a lot of the comments are based on the old plan, not the new plan. But we're hoping that we can explain what we're doing and how it will be very successful. So in summary, I just want to point out and stress that what we're doing here today is taking all those comments from before and redesigning, coming up with a plan development that can have the protections that were asked for. You'll see that it is for some commercial in an area of a lot of residential, which is what the board has been pushing for on all of our projects, that we need some commercial. We've got to stop people from driving everywhere. And so that's kind of a preliminary, and now Katie's going to come up and really tell you all about the project. Katie?
Thank you, Caleb. Again, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar, AICP Certified Planner with Stantec, and I have been sworn. Just as a procedural matter, because Caleb mentioned the use chart, as I was preparing for the hearing, I noted that it didn't appear to be included in the packet. And so I wanted to make sure that you had that before you as you're evaluating this request today. So I'm going to ask that that be entered into the record. I think Caleb did a really good job of outlining the request that's before you today, but I want to just break it down a little bit at a little bit more granular level. The request is for a rezone of 5.23 acres to planned development commercial, retaining the balance of the project, 299 acres, as PDR, planned development residential. And so, as we know, Savannah is a existing residential community. All of the lots within it have been platted, so it is an established neighborhood. And the parcel in question, this 5.23 acres, was never platted as part of the subdivision. It is owned wholly by Meritage Homes, and Casto is the contract purchaser of this land. So at the end of the day, should this be approved, the rezone or the zoning will be planned development commercial / planned development residential. And so I just wanted to make that clear. It's a little bit unique, but it has been done in this county in the past. By rezoning the 5-acre site from PDR PDC, I think it's important to note that overall open space will be reduced from 51% to 50%, but that is still more than half what's required per the Land Development Code and PDR, which is 25%. And then overall gross density will ever so slightly increase from 1.56 DUs per acre to 1.59. Again, well below the required or maximum allowed density of 3 dwelling units per acre. This site is located about 500 feet southeast of White Eagle Boulevard and State Road 64. From a site circulation standpoint, the intersection of White Eagle Boulevard and 64 includes a roundabout at this time, and another roundabout is currently being constructed out Lorraine and State Road 64. And so this portion of 64 character has been changing quite a lot over the years. It continues to change, and with the introduction of these roundabouts, traffic is slowed, and there is good good overall community circulation in the network. The approved plan, preliminary site plan shows this site as passive recreation and open space. But as I said, it remains unplatted. It's not part of the residential subdivision, and it is wholly owned by Meritage Homes. This site is also located entirely within a commercial node, which is within 1,500 feet of the intersection of State Road 64 and White Eagle Boulevard. This is a graphic. I think that, again, Caleb did a great job giving an overview of the application that went before the Board of County Commissioners in January of 2021. But the last time this application was heard, the request was for general commercial. And with that request, there was no binding site plan. There was no ability to specifically limit the range of potential uses, and there was no way to establish a maximum intensity that would promote compatibility. And so with all of those factors and with all of the unknowns, that request was denied. But again, there were a lot of comments at the public hearings, and those comments were to do exactly what we're doing today, which is bringing forward something that is compatible, is low intensity, and provides certainties through a preliminary site plan. I'm really spending a lot of time talking about the history, and so in the interest of time, I'm gonna speed it up. In reaction to what we heard at the public hearings and to honor the direction and feedback we got from the County Commission, we did submit this application to rezone the site from planned development residential to PDC with a significant reduction in development footprint and the range of uses. The site plan, as Caleb said, shows the stormwater pond remaining in its current configuration, again, to respect and honor the requests of the Savannah residents and to maintain the look and feel of their entrance. The original plan that was submitted for review did include a gas station. That is no longer a proposed or allowed use, and you will see that in the use chart that you have before you. The site plan was further refined in 2023 to further reduce the intensity and amend the proposed uses to the daycare and 10,000 square feet of neighborhood serving retail space. There's a clear need for daycares in this area of the county, specifically east of I-75. Proposed uses are significantly limited to true neighborhood serving commercial uses, and we think that it will be a development that will be used regularly by the people who live nearby, and that's ultimately the goal. The entire project of Savannah is located within the urban fringe 3 dwelling units per acre land use category. Neighborhood serving commercial and residential support uses are among the range of potential uses that's allowed in this land use category. And as you can see in the map, this UF3 is the predominant land use category in this area. The site today is zoned PDR, and so with this amendment, we will propose to rezone the 5 acres to PDC, and the balance will remain PDR. The revised preliminary site plan shows that the proposed 5-acre parcel contains 22,125 square feet of commercial floor area and a 10,000 square foot multi-tenant retail building, as well as the daycare. The maximum allowable intensity for non-residential is 0.35 FAR. The floor area ratio that is proposed is 0.10. The project has been designed to fully function with a right-in, right-out only access to State Road 64. The plan does show 2 potential access points onto Prairie View Drive. If it's determined sometime in the future that Prairie View Drive is permitted. So I want to stress that the site plan shows the potential to connect, but the site circulates and access from State Road 64 is more than adequate to serve the proposed uses. As it relates to the timing of this proposed development, the site is very walkable, bikeable to nearby neighborhoods. Given the proximity to White Eagle Boulevard, the neighborhoods of Central Park, Indigo, Mallory Park, Arbor Grand, Eagle Trace, Serenity Creek, and Savannah will have easy and convenient access to the site. In response, again, to the Commissioner's directives and public comments, this PSP shows proposed building sizes, specific uses, setbacks, buffers, parking, internal access, and landscaping, which is substantially less intensive than what is otherwise permitted. And I can't stress enough the tremendous need for daycare center in this area of the county. We recognize that, and we're trying to supply that in this area. The comp plan promotes nodal development, concentrating non-residential and mixed uses near intersections, and this amendment does just that. This is an aerial view of 117th Street and State Road 64, just a few blocks to the west of this subject site. And what this exhibit shows, may I have just 3 more minutes? 3 more minutes, I'll wrap it up, I will. So what this shows you is that commercial development can coexist with residential development. It can coexist in close proximity. Access can be provided from an arterial because that's what the comprehensive plan requires, but it can also be accommodated for both residential and commercial on the same street. Casto has been deeply engaged throughout the process, meeting with, speaking to concerned parties, with property owners, with prospective buyers. They have voluntarily and significantly reduced development potential on this site to true neighborhood serving commercial. We did have a very well-attended neighborhood meeting in September of 2023, just last fall, and a lot of the residents walked away, I think, with a much better understanding of what is truly proposed. And again, the preliminary site plan enabled us to present that. And then again, daycare facilities are a significant unmet need that we're seeking to address with this request. The application that you have before you is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and we respectfully ask your recommendation of approval. Our team, I have an entire team of engineers here, along with myself and Caleb. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? You mentioned something about Prairie View being permanent. What did that mean?
Well, I mentioned that Prairie View Drive is a private street along the southern boundary of this subject parcel. And there's some litigation right now between the homeowners association and the master developer. We're not a party to it. And so
it's a private street owned by who?
it's a private street. It's maintained by the homeowners association.
Okay,
So
but it's owned by somebody.
It's the HOA. It's owned and maintained by the HOA.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's what it means. Thank you.
And so, yeah.
Any other questions for staff, for the applicant? Mr. Glesline?
And do you plan on having those accesses to Prairie View, or?
So we're not a party to the pending litigation. And so at this point, we've shown them as potential. If it's determined that we're allowed to have them, okay. If it's determined that we're not, that's okay too. The site can stand as is and circulate with one right-in, right-out access on State Road 64.
All right. Would you prosper on eliminating them totally for Prairie View?
I can talk to the client about that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Prosser? No?
That answers my
Ms.
question.
Cava?
I'm good.
They're as bad as the last one. It's unbelievable.
you may or may not know. The piece of property that the HOA feels that they use as passive recreation, who maintains that? Did the developer maintain that, or did the HOA maintain
Well,
that?
the property is under the ownership of Meritage Homes. It's not platted, so it's still under the ownership of Meritage, and so presumably they are responsible for maintaining, Meritage, are responsible for maintaining that land.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. Okay, just to recap, this request is to rezone approximately 5 acres, part of Savannah of Lakewood Ranch, at Lakewood Ranch, and to approve a preliminary site plan with commercial retail use and a child daycare center. No changes to the remaining 300 acres that contain the residential portion of the Savannah at Lakewood Ranch are proposed. This is the location of the site. Sorry. Okay, we have here Savannah at Lakewood Ranch with a total of 300 acres, 304 acres. That was approved in 2014. The tract to be rezoned was designated as open space or common area for the Savannah development. This table shows a comparison between the approved development in 2014 and the proposal. With the proposed rezone to PDC, the gross residential acreage changes from 304 acres to 299 acres, 299 acres, and the proposed commercial parcel with 5.23 acres represents 1.8% of the total acreage. The open space is reduced from 156 acres to 154, representing 50% of the total acreage and exceeding code requirements, which are 25% for the residential portion and 20% for the commercial portion. The future land use category is UF3. This is the current zoning map. From the planning perspective, the request for this rezoning to PDC is considered appropriate, not only because it is within a commercial node formed by the intersection of White Eagle Boulevard and State Road 64, but also considering the recent commercial development trend along State Road 64 that represents a change of the condition at time of the rezoning to PDR, that at that time, back in 2014, was a blend of planned development residential and general agriculture zones. Subsequent approvals have diversified the area with planned development commercial and other non-residential uses. This is the site plan. I am not going to extend over this part of the presentation because the applicant already covered that. In terms of the positive access, the proposed location is considered, as I said, appropriate because it's an activity node and consistent with the development trends along State Road 64. The resulting density is within the maximum allowed in the future land use category. The open space exceeds code requirements and public facilities are already in place to serve the development. As a negative aspect, the rezoning reduces the designated open space. Commercial use adjacent to residential may cause potential noise and visual impacts. But as a mitigating, the open space is still over the requirement of the Land Development Code. Buffer setbacks and low intensity minimize potential conflicts with neighboring properties. It's important to mention that it looks like there is no possibility to propose additional changes or additional commercial activities since the UF3 future land use category requires to meet commercial locational criteria. And it looks like in this development, there are no other parcels that meets this criteria. Do you have any question for me?
Thank you. Any questions for staff at this point? No, thank you. We'll open the public comment portion of the project. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Please come forward, state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
I haven't been sworn either, so do you want to do it from that?
My name is Anna Ganella. I've been
Hold on.
sworn.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Is there anybody that has not been sworn? Anybody that might speak, might get moved by the Holy Spirit, get angry, yell at me, throw apples? Thank you. Please state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Okay, I'm Anna Ganella. I'm a homeowner at Savannah. This whole thing is it's just based on dishonesty. The 5 acres in front of Savannah, no homeowner that in good faith bought a home in Savannah was ever told that they were buying a home where commercial development was planned. Prairie View is a private road. It's the only access that we have to our home. There is no gated community in Lakewood Ranch that has commercial development put in front of it. This whole thing about a daycare is a ploy so that they can get everything that they want. And it's just a money grab, and lives will be lost. If there's commercial development on Prairie View, that's a small road that leads to our front entrance, lives will be lost on that road. And I don't know whose hands that blood is going to be on, because it's an injustice. We have been, from the very beginning, we've been told that, you know, this is our road, this is where we live, and all of a sudden, all of this stuff, it's just like, they see the millions of dollars that they can get from 5 acres that was planned passive recreation only. And it was denied by 2 boards of commission because they see the injustice that's being perpetrated here. Thank you.
I'm Heather Curry. I have been sworn. I'll be short. I don't like public speaking. I think it's disingenuous for them to say that this was never part of Savannah. In all the marketing material, when this community was sold, this said Savannah Recreation. It didn't say Savannah Commercial. It wasn't not included. It said Savannah Recreational. So I don't know how it was never a part of the community. Another thing, recently, we had the biggest storm. That roundabout right on Rye Road and where this development is was completely flooded and shut down by cops because no one could drive through it. If this grass area is not there any longer, that's only going to make that worse. So I don't understand how they keep going and trying to develop something where we were told this would be a part of our recreation and a part of our community. The bus stop is right by the gates where this Prairie Road is. There are kids who ride bikes, who walk home from school, and they'll all be on this road right behind this development. So that's all I have to say.
How you doing? Israel Artiaga, resident of Manatee County. I've been sworn. Sorry, so I live in Savannah. I just want to go over 2 points with you guys. Really on the passive open recreational space, right? It's obviously a classic bait and switch, right? They developed the property at the beginning of the development of this community, right? They put a beautiful lake in there. They put mature landscaping. They put an irrigation system into this, right? So obviously, that's all part of the residential community that we bought into, right? We did not buy into a mixed-use community. The second point is just on the roads, right? Savannah, Palms Court, Prairie View Drive. The HOA does own those roads. They're private roads. If you look at the declarations of our HOA, our covenants, we're the financial backers of the HOA as homeowners. So additional commercial traffic using those roads, that falls on us, right? Because if any expense comes up in the community, we're the financial backers for the HOA. So huge concerns and issues with the reciprocal easement agreement that Meritage signed with our HOA, which was under their control at the time. So if you look at the signatures on that easement agreement, you'll see that it was signed by Meritage's Vice President of Land Acquisition for the Tampa area. You'll see that it was signed by Garth Noble, the president of our HOA at the time, which is also the Director of Land Management for Meritage Homes. If you look at the witnesses who signed that document, they all work in either land management or land development at Meritage Homes, minus one of them. I wasn't able to locate where that person works. Still doing the research there. But you can see that obviously this was an interdepartmental strategy at Meritage to have that reciprocal easement agreement put in place. And then those are the 2 points I have, right? Last one I'd like to mention, just some rebuttal on the comments made, right? You know, I just want to, I think it might have been misstated on the form earlier. The initial request to the board was to remove this parcel from the residential community. That was denied by the board. And then the second request was to go to general commercial. That was never voted on by the board, which I think it might have been misstated originally. And then Lorraine, to answer your question, if I may, who maintains that property? So I ran for the board last year when it was turned over. So I did my due diligence of all our contracts and all our agreements that the board had in place at the time. And when I look at the scope of work that we had bid on with the landscaping contractor, that piece of property fell under our request to bid. So we had been paying as an HOA community to have that property maintained. And then I'll also note that that irrigation is also tied into our property as well. So thank you for your time, and we appreciate you guys if you deny it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Phil Ganella. I'm Anna's husband. I have been sworn in. We bought a home in Savannah 5 years ago. We moved in 4 years ago. And first, let me say this. Because of my wife, we've been here since 9:30 because we wanted to see how things went. We've been at commission meetings, but never at one of these. And I have to admit, I was pleasantly surprised how professionally and cordially everything has been done from you and from the people. But I am amazed at what I've heard from the representatives of Stantec and the lawyer. It was said they wanted to honor the Savannah residents. Being a Savannah resident, I can tell you the only way you would honor us is to go away and not build this. I'm a kid from the Bronx who came down the road and made a right into Savannah and saw that beautiful recreational area, and that's part of the reason why I bought. To say that Casto had a meeting in September of 2023 that us residents came to, as far as I'm concerned, is a fabrication. No one has talked to Casto about them changing their plans. The only plans that we would like to see is nothing being built there at all. I agree that along 64, there had to be areas that are zoned commercial and have something like a daycare center. Plus, no one seems to mention what the second building is for. Is it a Wendy's? What is it? Nobody in our community wants that. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I did not plan on speaking today. My name is Carla Garlow. I am a resident of Savannah. I am a resident of Manatee County. I have been sworn in. Please excuse my appearance. I did not plan to speak. I want to make just 2 points. First, I did attend that September meeting, so it did take place. I did meet with the planners, and they did confirm several things about the daycare facility. One was that they were going to have an impassable fence along the backside of their property up to our pond to keep the daycare kids from getting eaten by alligators, okay? Now, they're gonna have to go out on 64 and get hit by cars. I don't know what their plan is for this, but they think they have to put a daycare center there because on the next corner on Lorraine, they're building multifamily. There is no need for Savannah or its surrounding Lakewood Ranch communities to require a daycare center in this location. They're using that as a sales tactic. They just told us before I came up here that they were going to not include our pond in their land grab. Now they're saying, no, that's yours, we'll leave it the way it is. Yeah, they better, it's ours. But if you look at the paperwork they presented that they want rezoned, every one of those papers showed our pond included in those crosshairs. If this gets passed to rezone that pond, they will take over that back entrance, Prairie View Road Drive, or I don't know the name. And that is the only access we have that is not on 64, which avoids that improperly designed, built circle that has accidents nearly weekly. A motorcyclist went down on it. There's no way they can have grade school kids out by that intersection. There's no way. And preschool, impossible. And they're not going to keep that pond safe from them either. So unless they change their proposal of what the land actually is that they're going to work on, this cannot be approved. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Hoyge. I'm a resident in Savannah, and I have been sworn. When we purchased our home in Lakewood Ranch in Savannah, the plan showed the upfront property designated as a passive recreation space for the residents of Savannah. As I understand it, just before our HOA took over, Meritage created that easement for their benefit, which is pretty deceptive feeling and pretty surprising considering that Meritage bills itself as kind of a community partner in the building of homes in that area. As the fellow before me had mentioned, Savannah Palms and Prairie View, to my understanding, are both private roads that are maintained, insured, and under the aegis of our HOA. And any kind of commercial enterprise that is allowed to, have access to those roads for their customers and so forth, puts the residents, puts that burden of liability and maintenance on the backs of the residents, which was not ever indicated to us in any way that would be part of moving in. I feel like as residents of Savannah purchasing in Lakewood Ranch, we have a reasonable expectation to feel like the way that the other communities and villages were built in Lakewood Ranch without any commercial enterprise in front of them would be afforded to us also as purchasers there. And with regard to wanting to have more services located so that people don't have to drive as much and eliminate traffic, that's kind of a flimsy argument to have to balance, for us as a community, to have to balance that on our backs. So that's pretty much how I feel about what's going on. It just was not explained to us. It's been duplicitous in this easement coming about, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear my point of view. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's coming up sooner than I expected, but I got here in time. Watched your whole meeting online, and I want to congratulate you. I know it's pandering, but for your diligence in reviewing land use applications. I'm sorry, I guess I should start with that. Dan Lobeck, attorney at law, and I'm here representing a group of more than 5 people, Save Our Savannah Lakewood Ranch Association, Inc. I have submitted the authorization, but I have another one if you like, and you can have it right now. So, yes, and I have been sworn, and I know under your rules, I'm provided 10 minutes, and it's starting. I would ask for leave because there are so many important issues here for a little bit more time. if I'm not concluded at the end of 10, but I'll wait for that. I represent this association, nonprofit corporation, formed specifically for what we're doing today, and otherwise trying to conserve open space and so forth in the community. Because the developer, Meritage Homes, put provisions in the declaration that I don't think are legal, but purport to constrain the ability of the association to litigate. So we have provided this corporation to provide standing in the event we need to go to circuit court if this is approved. Before, during developer control, I appeared before the Planning Commission at the time in 2021 and the County Commission, and hopefully hope to obtain what I recall was unanimous rejection of essentially this proposal in a different form at that time. And so to suggest to you that the people of Lakewood, of Savannah at Lakewood Ranch like this is totally false. At that workshop, and there was confusion about it, but it was not embraced. It is not embraced. And as a matter of fact, as an attorney for the Official Homeowners Association, I drafted the 24 count provision, providing 24 compelling legal reasons why the developer doesn't have a right to use our roads for this commercial center. And I will get into that. Before I do, I will note as a matter of due process that the notices, if this can be activated, that were provided by mail and I presume in the advertising, say that at the end, and repealing ordinances in conflict. We have no idea what those ordinances are. I went through your whole agenda package, no mention of that. We can't speak to that because we haven't been put on notice as to what would be repealed. So at best, this needs to be continued, if not denied, as we urge. The stipulations, I went through the package. I didn't see the stipulations as to the permissible commercial uses on this property. And in fact, the stipulations are in the staff report, and that's not there. So even if the developer has orally said, we're not going to put in gas stations, I don't see anything that prohibits that. It's not in the proposed site and development plan, and nothing that I see in the package. So maybe it's there, I don't know. It also, without stipulations, opens the door to drive-through restaurants, drive-through banks, alcoholic beverage establishments, service stations, car washes, and the rest. I hope I've overlooked something. It's really not that material to our point. Also, too, let me say as a matter of law, what you have in Manatee County, I expect you're familiar with this, for a planned development, is a general development plan, and then the preliminary site plan, and then the final site plan. Nobody's saying anything about the general development plan. It hasn't dissolved. You have to have one to have an ongoing approvals for a planned development. And that doesn't allow this. So this would be inconsistent with the general development plan that was approved and represented to all of the buyers as this being, and this is actually in the preliminary site plan, consistent with the general site plan, that this is passive recreation open space for Savannah. Okay, the developer in 2021 tried to carve out this 5.23 acres from the Savannah plan development and was rejected. And now here they're living with it being within it, but they're not acting consistent with the approved plans. They're saying that the PSP expired, and staff is embracing this because staff is basically backing the developer on all the developer's points, as it did last time and got rebuffed by the county commission. But what your code says that is the PSP expires if a final site plan is not approved within 5 years. And it's clearly my understanding, and I represented this last time and nobody disagreed, that a final site plan has been approved for Savannah, including this parcel. And it doesn't provide anything other than this. So there's really an attempt to say we got a new PSP, but effectively it's an attempt to disregard what's already been approved and is incapable of revision now that you have the PSP with this in it. So that's fundamental, but why do we object? We object because the people, the buyers in Savannah, and it's pretty much bought out now, all relied upon the approved GDP and PSP, providing this as part of their open space, recreation passive open space. At the previous deliberations in 2021, and you'll hear this before the City Commission, when your recommendation goes to them, there were purchasers affirmatively represented that they would have the benefit of this open space as part of their community. And now what you're trying to, what the developer's trying to do is steal this from the people of Savannah and say, I can make more money selling this to a commercial developer, so that's what I choose to do. And they simply can't for the legal reasons I mentioned. On the road access, very important, yes. Let me just pull it up here. Prairie View Drive is common area of the subdivision. It's my understanding the developer is yet to convey title, but that's in violation of the Homeowners Association Act, but that's another matter. But what this proposes is potential driveway connections onto Prairie View Drive and then through the entrance, the main entrance for the Savannah residential development. This is why it was opposed last time, and now it's called potential. So you're gonna have all this, you know, a lot of this commercial traffic, and we don't even know about the State Road 64 entrance yet. The final approval is yet to be provided by FDOT for that. And I would think the FDOT would be concerned if you don't have that alternative access and it's all going in and out, not too far from the roundabout. So, I mean, at a minimum, this designation, of potential driveway connection from this development onto the HOA's common area road and then through its common area entrance should be struck and deleted. The developer has acknowledged, and that's why it's potential, that they may not be able to do this. And they can. And I provided to you, I don't know if you had a chance to see my email, sorry I didn't get it to you earlier. There are 24 very strong legal reasons why they can't. So that needs to be struck if you want to take away the homeowner's open space. The concern here not only is losing promised and planned and approved open space for the community, but this traffic. There is a school bus stop near where these two roads connect. And people walk up and down with the school kids in this area where this commercial traffic is going to come by. We made that point last time, and that was found to be compelling. Give me just a moment. The traffic study. Okay, back to the stipulations, and again, maybe they're there and somebody on rebuttal can point it out, but assuming it is not stipulated that it's only going to be a retail plaza, and there are different types of retail uses, I don't know how you come up with traffic conclusions, and a daycare center, the traffic studies were done based on that presumption. And there are two alternative traffic studies, one with these access points onto the common area roads and one without it. But it's based only on the traffic from those types of development. And staff has raised serious questions about those traffic studies. Your transportation staff even issued a report at one time that those roads, those private roads, weren't built for commercial traffic and cannot hold commercial traffic because they were not planned for it. This has always been planned for a recreation common open area. The declaration, HOA declaration for Savannah at Lakewood Ranch and the plats identify these roads as common property of the subdivision to be maintained by the subdivision. This phony illegal easement agreement between the developer and the developer-controlled association says the developer will maintain it, but that's going to go away. So not only will you be doing the other bad things I described if you allow this to go forward, but you're going to be making the association pay for all the damage to the roads by commercial traffic. This was horrible 3 and 4 years ago. It remains horrible today. We urge a recommendation of denial for the reasons I've stated, and with a particular note as to the unacceptability of these road accesses onto Savannah roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak for or against this item? Please state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Sure. My name is Sandy Marchena, and I have been sworn. I'm with Kitty Academy, so I'm the daycare that we've been talking so much about. So, good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your attention today. We are here to request the approval of the rezoning of the Savannah commercial property. The reason we're requesting this is because we'd like to serve 200 families in that area of Lakewood Ranch. We believe that this center will not only meet the growing demand for quality childcare, but also enhance the community's well-being. As a seasoned multi-unit franchisee, we have successfully operated several childcare centers, demonstrating our capability in providing high-quality early childhood education. Our current center in Lakewood Ranch is proudly accredited by both the National Association of Education of Young Children and Apple, highlighting our strong commitment to meeting rigorous standards of excellence in early childhood education and care. We are dedicated to operational excellence, and we strive to be a valued member of the community. Our involvement in the community is as follows. We participate in PTOs. We actively engage with local schools. We support our parents. We enhance the educational experience for our children. We have food drives. We do clothing drives. We believe in giving back to those in need, organizing drives that benefit families within our community. We're part of the local Chamber of Commerce. We participate with the Chamber to allow us to connect with other businesses and contribute to the local economy. In conclusion, we respectfully request that you consider approving this rezoning request so that we can continue to provide essential services for the families of Lakewood Ranch. Thank you.
My name is Eric, excuse me. My name is Eric Fishman. I'm a Manatee resident, a resident of Savannah. I was sworn in like 5-6 hours ago, but I was sworn in. So I want to start by saying thanks to the Save Our Savannah Committee. Over the last 3-4 years, it feels like forever, they've been fighting this, right? The rezoning application. And I think what we're looking at now is a very different plan than what started 3 or 4 years ago. And I want to thank them again for that change. If you look at the new plan and look at what Casto did, they looked at some of the concerns of the neighborhood, some of the concerns I had being a resident there, and they said, how can we address them? My biggest pain point was the pond. The aesthetic of the community was going to change because that pond was shrinking and the development was going to be super close to our gates. The new plan doesn't have that pond shrinking at all, so our aesthetic kind of remains the same, and that was a huge sticking point for me. The other pain point that I had as a resident was I didn't want a gas station in my backyard. It wasn't for me. Now we have a daycare. That's a win in my book. Unfortunately, or fortunately, my kids are all grown, so I won't be able to utilize it, but I'm sure several people in our neighborhood would be able to utilize it. We're also getting 1,200 or 10,000 square feet of retail space. In full transparency, I'm a business owner, and I've reached out to Casto to see if I could rent space there, and they've been super accommodating for it. Actually, the boss that my wife reached out to them. But nonetheless, we reached out to them, and they've been super accommodating if we want to lease space there. So they're willing to deal with a local, small mom and pop business as opposed to just national chains and big franchises. So I'm super appreciative of that. I don't know if we're ultimately going to end up there or not, but even if we don't, I would support this. I mean, to be able to walk out of my neighborhood and walk and go get a cup of coffee or a donut or a bagel or have a bite to eat without getting in my car and driving somewhere is super appealing to me. I mean, growing up as a kid, I would get out of school and ride my bike to the deli and get like a hero or something. For my kids to be able to do something similar, I think is pretty cool. So I'm definitely in support of this. I also want to, whether you guys vote this down or the commission votes it down, I don't think this is going away, right? Meritage has this piece of property that is probably worth a couple of $1 million, and they're not going anywhere, right? So this fight's going to continue if this thing is voted down. What might change one day is Casto's going to get sick of fighting for this, right? They'll eventually walk away and a new developer will come in. So when this new developer comes in, what's their plan going to be like? I see this plan, I like this plan, I could live with this plan, but who knows what's going to be later with a new developer and a new plan. So that's my 2 cents. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public like to come forward and speak for or against this item? We'll be closing public comment. Anyone else? We'll close public comment. Staff, closing comments.
Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. Just to clarify, the initial approval of Savannah at Lakewood Ranch was a preliminary site plan that was approved by the board. This plan expired, so the applicant has the option to come back to the board with a GDP, or General Development Plan, or preliminary site plan. If a General Development Plan is approved by the board, the next step is to a preliminary site plan, final site plan that is approved administratively. This is the process.
Is there any, so someone mentioned that the roundabout flooded?
This is,
But
Denise.
Can't do that. Staff know anything about the roundabout flooding?
I'm not sure if it flooded, but I know Rye Road had some issues, so they might have been blocking Rye Road, but I'm not sure. We would have to check with someone.
Okay,
That's not an area that I heard about.
okay.
I do know on Monday it wasn't flooded because I went through there on Tuesday.
Mr. Gris,
Oh,
Please.
here he is.
Maestro.
Wasn't sure if he was still here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Thomas Gersmer, Public Works Department, and I've been sworn. With respect to my knowledge of emergency operations last week in coordination with FDOT, yes. The portion of State Road 64 with respect to the roundabout at Rye Road and also with respect to the crossing at Mill Creek were underwater for a time due to the storm event last week.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a general question. I notice on the, and this may be for the applicant, I notice that you're using the pond for your stormwater. So you might want to, it looks like you're draining into that. So I'd have some questions about that. Anything for staff at this point?
I have one question.
Ms.
Is
Sherman.
staff going to add a stipulation then concerning the schedule of uses? We normally add there was a schedule of uses handed out today by Ms. Labar.
Yeah,
Staff
you'll
will
let-
say yes. I don't proffer these things. Someone has to answer that.
We did not find that this was entered into the record, so we need to review it between now and Board of County Commissioners before we can offer a stipulation.
So you're not going to add a stipulation today concerning
We
this
have
sti-
not, staff has not reviewed that document yet.
When did you get this?
Today.
Okay, well, that's less than optimal. All right, any questions for staff?
I guess I know that real estate people tell everybody that this lot's going to be here forever, it's going to be a farm or what have you. Should we think about that, Ms. Shank, on our deliberation, or we're just going by the land development code and what's in front of us, I guess?
What's your question again?
About what the real estate people might have told.
Oh, yeah, we can't consider
Yeah,
that.
unfortunately.
I think it's acknowledged on the original preliminary site plan that the site was shown as open space. It's a
Right.
fact.
Yes, sir.
And that's what we have to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, when you asked the applicant to come down, could they clarify whether the lake is being rezoned or not? Because I thought it wasn't.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this point?
Just to clarify the private road situation, can that be taken off? I mean, the applicant is saying they're not going to use those roads, so I would feel better if they were just taken off.
That's, on the plan, they're shown as potential.
Right.
In the event that they can work out a negotiation, if they're not able to, they won't be able to provide that on their final
So
site
the
plan.
HOA would have to agree.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, wait, we have to be careful here. I mean, we have to give the applicant an opportunity to address Mr. Beveridge's question.
He's
Or
going-
whether they'll proffer that out. And that's as far as we can go.
Yes.
If they won't proffer it out, we're assuming access on those roads. We don't sit here as judges determining legal rights to access. That's for the courts to decide.
So I believe the applicant is saying that their project works with a right-in, right-out off 64. And they don't need, and the county's not requiring the access to Prairie. I believe that's what I heard. So when the applicant comes up,
Correct,
maybe
correct,
they can
yeah.
clarify that.
Correct.
Okay. Staff, was there an ordinance to be repealed or ordinances to be repealed? Oh, no.
Nelson Galeano, Transportation Planning.
Speak slowly,
Thank you, sir.
like really, really slowly.
Nelson Galeano, Transportation Planning, and I have been sworn. Regarding your question about the traffic generated by this development, yes, it is a right-in, right-out on State Road 64. However, the traffic that comes from west in eastbound needs to turn right and use Prairie Road as a circulation path to get back towards west. It means this private road will be used by this development, although the access is not on this road. That is what the traffic study shows, and that is based on the distribution that the trips has been done as part of the analysis.
Well, I think the general development plan just shows the right in, right out.
Yes, it is right in and right out, but this right out needs to go to west, or they make U-turn on 64, or they turn left on
Which is
White
what
Eagle.
Savannah does. Savannah right out, goes up, heads east, makes a U-turn, come back.
I only tell what this is in the traffic study.
The traffic study shows them taking a right out of the development, turning into the private drive in front of Savannah, and then going back over to White Eagle, is what
Yes.
he's saying the traffic study shows. But I think their traffic engineer is in the audience.
So they're saying you go right out, you turn right into Savannah. Before the gate, you turn right again along Prairie View to get down to the circle. And Prairie View is while it may be privately owned, it's a public access road.
It is not gated.
It's not gated. But it's owned by the HOA, and it's not maintained by the county, it's maintained by them.
Correct.
Could you make it any more complicated?
We do have a public utility easement over it, though. There are public utilities in it, but it is considered a private road.
Private road.
So I don't know if you'd like to have the applicants.
They'll be coming down in a minute, yes. Ordinance to be repealed, what's that about?
The ordinance to be repealed is PDR 1409ZP. That was the original Savannah project.
So we're repealing an entire ordinance, and this is a new ordinance, or?
Yes, because the other one expired, and we cannot put a CR under, you know, it's, the other one expired.
Ah, so we have to repeal an
Yes.
expired ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know that I've ever heard that we had to repeal a expired ordinance before, but, okay. That's kind of a new one on me, but,
Ordinance in front of me right now, so I would need to look at that. Normally, when I saw that in ordinance title, I thought it was just a general indication, if there's anything inconsistent in the other ordinances, this supersedes it.
yeah,
It's normally just general repeal thing.
it's odd wording.
That's how I read it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, anything else for staff? All right, applicant closing comments.
Caleb Grimes. I'm going to try to straighten out a lot of this stuff, and hopefully we can get somewhere with it. First of all, I have to say I agree with Mr. Lobeck. And I heard today at another hearing that a PSP that actually had a FSP approved behind it expired. I agree with Mr. Lobeck. I do not think it does. And so what we are here today to do is to amend that PSP. And as you all have seen over the years, we get items that are zoned and have a site plan with them, and we come back and we amend them based on changes and based on situations. I think on University Lakes, we're, for example, on R19, where we change them as they come up to date. In this instance, there was a zoning and there was a PSP approved. Our code allows you to go straight to PSP and skip GDP if you choose. So this one has the PSP, and we are asking to change it so that you make part of it PDC and not PDR, and along with all of that zoning. I read the language the same as Ms. Shank did, is that to the extent there's any discrepancies with the original ordinance, it is repealed as to that discrepancy and this. I would be glad to get with them between now and County Commission and work on that language a little bit. But what I really want to make sure we all understand is that Savannah at Lakewood Ranch, the plats, the platted subdivision of which these people are a part, does not include this 5.23 acre tract. It was never platted. I pulled the plats out. I looked at every one. I actually have them here with me if anybody wants to see them. It was not part of the plat, so therefore there was no tract created. There was no common area created over this piece of land. It was never deeded to the homeowners association. And so it is a standalone tract of land. And I think Ms. Shank asked, what is being asked to rezone is because this tract is not part of Savannah at Lakewood Ranch, we are saying we'll rezone the whole thing. However, what we are doing is submitting a binding preliminary site plan that goes along with it that says you must develop in accordance with this preliminary site plan if you're going to develop, or you'd have to come back and change it. And so what we are proposing is that that lake be retained as a lake. It will not go away as a lake, it will be retained as a lake. And that's what is on that site plan, so that it is always a lake under this zoning approval. So that is, it's part of the rezone because it's all part of the one piece of property that was never platted. And so you kind of need to zone the whole thing. But the preliminary site plan that we're submitting shows it being retained as a lake.
So the question I would have, Mr. Bedford, is that, does that automatically happen because the lake is required stormwater for some use, or is that something you have to stipulate?
It is on our site plan that is being approved. So if you want a separate stipulation, you could, but we have submitted it as it being maintained as a lake on the site plan. So if this is approved, it will be maintained as a lake.
Yeah,
I have no problem with the
I
stipulation.
understand that, but we're in a situation here where there are issues. I'm trying to
I
just make
have
a
n-
no-brainer issue by stipulating it.
I have no problem saying it'll be retained as a lake.
And the lake is part of the area that was never platted.
Correct.
This whole piece was never platted.
Was never
The
platted.
lake was never platted.
Was never platted.
There's
So
no
what we
parcel
are doing is that a plat was created for Savannah at Lakewood Ranch, and that plat is what has all your common areas on it, and I'm not disputing any of the common areas that have been stated. It has all of that on it, but this is not part of the plat. It was never part, I think there were 3 or 4 different plats that were filed. You know, you did the first part, and then you did the second part and the third part. And I actually checked on every one to make sure that it wasn't in there. So this is a piece that was not part of it. It was part of the original approval with the PSP that showed it as open space. But like I said, we amend preliminary site plans all the time with changed circumstances. Now, so I hope that answers that, is that we are not, as Mr. Lobeck said, stealing something from the HOA. The HOA never had it. This is something that is Meritage's land. They did not make it part of the subdivision itself, and therefore, they have a right to come in and ask that it be changed consistent with the comprehensive plan, which is what they're asking for. Now, let me see if I can talk about Prairie View. It was, as you understand, Prairie View is part of the platted lands and part of the HOA ownership of the land. I say that, it hasn't been turned over yet. It is, as Mr. Lobeck said, it is to be turned over. And we are looking at it as a private road, even though Meritage still owns it, as a private road as part of Savannah at Lakewood Ranch. So I don't have any disagreement, I think, with Mr. Lobeck on its status. What was proposed, what was discussed, and this was something that Casto is not involved with and has no bone in the fight. We're just trying to get something that works in this area. Is there was a easement that was transferred that would give access of this to Prairie View that could go up and through Savannah Lakes Drive. And that went along with it a reciprocal easement agreement, which I've read 3 times because I wanted to make sure I read it right. And it actually, if that were to go into effect, it requires the commercial site to maintain and replace Prairie View and the entrance on Savannah Lakes up to Prairie View. So if that were to happen, it would be the commercial site that would take over the maintenance if it were to happen under that agreement. Now, Mr. Lobeck has explained that he has 24 reasons why it won't happen, and I have no fight on that. I've not looked at it. We don't know if it will happen or it won't happen. Likewise, we don't know if, like the last gentleman that was here that would love to see a daycare center and a place to go to get a cup of coffee, a place to go to that, we don't know is an appropriate use under the comprehensive plan. We have gone through and looked very carefully to assure that we had a site that was not part of a subdivision with dedications and so forth, so that the owner could come in and ask for a new and different use consistent with that. And more importantly, I'm impressed with how hard they've worked to do something that will benefit the whole community and the whole area in there. And finally, I stress again that if you want to discuss eliminating that access, we can do that. We're not planning on using it unless it's determined to be appropriate. So there we are. Would like to have you recommend approval.
I would not be in favor of eliminating those potential access points shown, because they may or may not happen. And you're right, if they're not on there, and you do get the legal right to it, which is going to be a legal battle fought, not amongst us, but across the street or however. So I would leave them on there. I do have a couple of last comments, if you will, on the plan. Between the pond and the building, I see a 8-foot wide vehicle use area buffer. I'm not really sure what that means, but I would recommend that between the pond and the building, that you excessively landscape that area, so that when I come down 64 and I turn into Savannah, that building is shielded from that corner. So it might be an opportunity for you to do an excessive opaque buffer between the pond and the building. It might be something you want to look at. That kind of sums up my thoughts on it. I mean, I know this thing has been around forever, and I think it's interesting that it was never platted. So that's actually, you know, in this whole process, I never realized that it was never platted. So I'm going to be in favor of supporting this if someone makes a motion to do so, and let the board, Ms. Schenk?
Oh, yeah, so the only stipulation we could add was about keep the existing lake as shown on the preliminary site plan. So we'll make that a stipulation. The applicant shall keep the existing lake as shown on the preliminary site plan undisturbed. I'll just leave
The
it.
lake?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I care. I mean, if he has to move a shovel of dirt, I don't know that I really want to stipulate that.
Okay, well, I'm just throwing that
Yeah.
out.
If he can modify his Swift Mud permit, he may wake up tomorrow morning and find out that Swift Mud requirements changes and he needs to move 2 yards of dirt. But I don't know. Ms. Greer? Oh, your light's on.
Well, it was about the use table. It wasn't advertised that there was a use table, so,
I think we're ignoring the use table.
You're going to ignore it.
okay.
I think we're
PC.
ignoring it. Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Schenk, there's someone at the podium.
We're in deliberation right now, so we can't
Yeah.
open everything up.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, end of the rules.
Ms. Schenk?
We're in deliberation. We're not having speaking right now.
Tell him, not me.
The public hearing's closed, correct? We're just in
Closed.
deliberation.
Public
That's-
comments closed.
Well, I'm
Well,
invoking
hold on. Public comment
5.5.3.10,
is closed.
which
If you didn't-
allows me to question witnesses.
Apparently, you're wrong.
No,
Right, Ms. Schenk?
apparently I'm right. It's in your rules, Mr. Chairman, with
know.
all respect. And as
Excuse me,
to
Mr.
these
Lopez.
stipulations,
Mr.
I've
Lopez.
never
I'm
seen
gonna
them
call- I'm
until
gonna
now.
recess this right now if you're not quiet until she tells us what we can do.
The way we've been handling cross-examination is that when the individual speaks, if they have questions of other people, they're supposed to lay on the table and the chair or the attorney repeats the question when the other person comes down to speak. We allow them to cross-examine each other and get into it. So Mr. Lobeck didn't ask any questions during his presentation, so, and he didn't indicate he wanted to cross-examine anyone, so he's done.
So you're done.
I'm done why? Even though the rule says I get to do this?
So.
You didn't move to close public comment.
She says you're done, you're done. That's the county attorney.
Okay, well, you're setting yourself up for a lawsuit.
Well, maybe, but I got to follow the county attorney. You know that. You've been around long enough. All right. Any other questions? Any other thoughts? Well, I'm going to make a motion to approve. I think this is a good idea. I think it's a good use of the land. I think it's not going to affect the entrance to Savannah, so that's a motion to approve, just to move things along. What? Who's second in charge? There, I moved. All right, it's going to die for lack of a second. I can have that back then. Oh, hold on. Oh, Ms. Onstad seconded it, so we motion and a second. So would you please call the vote? We may. Mhm.
Except I'm not going to get the results. Or am I?
I don't see
I don't
anything.
see it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, now I do.
Ms. Schenk?
I do. So the motion passes 4-1 with Mr. Delesline against.
Okay. Let's see. Commissioner comments? Anything to chat about to close? Ms. Schenk? Ms. Greer? We're adjourned.
I'm Melody Friedebach, and we're all with Gardeners Out East Garden Club. It's a garden club. It's been in existence here in Manatee County and Lakewood Ranch specifically for the last 10 years. We're celebrating our 10th year anniversary this month, as well as the dedication of this beautiful Gold Star marker. Well, the Gold Star is a memorial marker to families, and it's sponsored actually by the National Garden Clubs. So garden clubs, local garden clubs can purchase both the Gold Star Families marker and a Blue Star marker. Our garden club has purchased both of those markers, and so we dedicated a Blue Star marker about 6 years ago. Today is our day to dedicate this Gold Star Families marker. Well, it's really kind of an honor for us to be able to honor families and veterans of people who have served our country, and that's a very high honor for us to be able to do that for our county. Well, we hope we have a lot of Gold Star families that are here today with us. Our keynote speaker is Stephanie Edwards, who lost her son 13 years ago in Afghanistan. It's hard to lose a family member. I've done that, and it's just a great honor for our club to be able to recognize those families and know that we support them and we appreciate the sacrifice their families gave for our country. We do a lot locally. Like I say, we had to get the Blue Star. We have a butterfly garden here in Lakewood Ranch.
Well, the educational programs that we offer, COVID kind of made that difficult, so we're just getting back and making educational programs available to the public. And education, outreach, and community service is what we're all about.
We have a website, gardenersouteast.com. You could go and see some of the activities, et cetera, that we've been doing and plan to do in the future.
Yes, it is a great honor. It means a lot to me that our county is recognizing our Gold Star families and our servicemen and women that have given their life for our freedom and our country. And I believe this is another way that they have said that we remember, we honor, and we will never forget. I'm very proud of his service. I'm very proud that he took on that call to duty, stepped up and answered that call with no hesitation whatsoever. So it makes me very proud to be his mom. It's very sad. I miss him very, very much. But I am very proud of his service and all that he did for our country. I believe for Gold Star families, it means that it is a way that our community has said, like I said, that they do honor their sacrifice, they do remember their sacrifice, and that they will not forget the sacrifice of our loved ones. Yes, it does my heart very good. I remember at Patrick's Memorial, the county here in Manatee County is a huge veterans community, and they showed up, and I see today they are still showing up, and it just gives me, makes me feel very good, and I'm sure other Gold Star parents would be very appreciative of those that still want to pay their respects and remember our loved ones. I would like to say thank you. Thank you for remembering. Thank you for showing up. Also, this is a time that they can, as they come by to the library and they have a chance to educate their children on what the Gold Star means to this country, that the sacrifices of our fallen heroes are not forgotten, and the price that they paid for the freedoms that we get to enjoy here.
I was very happy to see this event here at our new Lakewood Ranch Library. In Manatee County, we're doing everything we can to help all of our veterans and the veteran services. And we need to honor everyone who's put forth the service and protected us and protected our freedom. And this is just one more example of trying to do what's right for the veterans and their families. I think what we've seen and what we knew was there's a strong support for veterans. There are a lot of veterans in Manatee County, a lot of veteran families in Manatee County. We're a very diverse group, and when you see something like this and you see how many people have shown up on a Saturday morning just to honor a family here in Lakewood Ranch is a testament to just how strongly all of our community feels about our veterans and how much we want to take care of them and support them as much as we possibly can. Again, we're trying to help all the citizens in Manatee County, and veterans are one of them. We have a dedicated Veterans Affairs group just to help you. So if you're a veteran, if you're a family of veterans, if you're a widow of a veteran, come see us, because we've got services and we've got connections, whether it be VASH vouchers, VA, working with Tunnel the Towers on some new housing opportunities. We want to get these services out to you. We're doing our best to promote these services to you because you deserve them, and we're here to help you navigate that system. Our Veteran Affairs Division's here to help you navigate the system, because we want to make sure that you are given all of the services that are afforded to you, whether it be federal level, state level, or local level. What I want to say is, again, reach out to us because we're here for you. We're here for you throughout